One per.
Welcome, everybody, to Near Mint Condition, the home of collected editions. And today is a wonderful day because, well, for one thing, I'm not alone, but we're also going to be going over the results of that's right, your most wanted DC Omnis, the Tigereyes third annual most wanted DC poll. I am not alone making these announcements. I'm going to let these wonderful people introduce themselves, who they are, and what they add to the community as a whole. Go ahead, Dom. Tell these people who you are, buddy.
What's up, everybody? I am Omar's left-hand man, especially, I guess, on the stream. I am with my friends to talk about these top 60 DC books that we have sent over to DC. And we are, I think, all very excited to discuss some hot topics with you all.
Awesome. And right in the middle of Dom and I is my good friend, Crisis. How are you, buddy?
Hello, Dom is the left-hand man. I guess I am the them in the middle. I am Crisis spelled with a K. My home on the internet is crushingcrisis.com, where I'm reading guides to so much stuff, including many of the books we're going to be talking about today. This was such a huge undertaking. It's my highlight of the year to get to pair with this group, especially with Tigereyes, who gets puts his name on this because he's the man who started the trend. And I think we have some surprises in store for you today. I think we have some favorite books to talk about, and I cannot wait to dig into what everybody's top 60 most wanted omnibuses are.
Yeah. And right underneath Dom is the man, the myth, the legend. So, who are you, Omni Dog? What do you do?
I'm Omni Dog from Omni Dog's Vault. I don't give to this community. Sorry.
Oh, we all know that.
Nothing to give.
That's right. He's been separating readers from their wallets to his own since 2017.
He knows how to play the stock market like no other. Tigereyes, how are you, buddy?
Not too bad. If Dom's your left hand and Crisis is your middle, I don't know what that makes me and Lars, but
that's not.
You're the middle finger.
We're out of body parts to give out. Sorry, guys. Thank you for being here, man. No, and last but not least, what do you add to the community, Lars? What is it about?
Nothing whatsoever. Lars Pearson, Lars Pearson, publisher and editor-in-chief of Norwegian Press, formerly of Wizard Magazine. And yes, a thank you to all of you. It's been a tremendous amount of work. I mean, I've seen the work that you do. Mostly I just sit back and watch you all do the work. Omar's done a bunch of it. Tigereyes did a bunch of it. And a special thank you to Peter, because, you know, I happened to look into the spreadsheets to see what had been changed and been updated. And so I look in there, and there's Peter's ident, okay? And so I got to see, uber geek that I am, as Peter is manipulating that data just hardcore, okay? And Peter, I just want you to know, it was doing it for me.
Hardcore, yeah. That's
hardcore, okay. You know, some people would call that stalking, Lars. You know, I don't know.
I don't know if that applies in Google Sheets.
Definitely not me, but some people would. So today we are going to go over the results of the poll. Thank you all so much. I think we broke a record again this year. Many votes. You know, like always, there's a few people that tried to overtake the poll.
What?
We caught you, buddy. We know who you are. We're coming for. Okay, I don't know who you are. Nice try.
Pointing at the finger again, Omar. Do the pointer.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at me.
That's a Patreon here.
You're pointing at the internet.
All right.
We do have a couple of things that we want to talk about before we get into it. As
let me get the super chat. That's right. I asked Dom to do something. Click the like button, everyone. Keep Omar on YouTube for another 10 years. Peace and love, no matter the results. Thank you so much, Paul.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we celebrated 10 years. It was really sweet. And some of these wonderful people left me some messages. And Crushing Crisis was in the stream watching Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, it's crazy that it's been that long, and it's been a long time since I've gotten together with my friends in front of the camera like that too.
I think what I really took away from that, having not seen you all in one place for a while, is they're so much funnier and better looking than you. I don't know how we just wound up with you.
I'm the
Christ is
funny.
coming in.
You're not wrong.
I think I'm like, wow, I think I'm supposed to be hanging out with Tina. I think that's what I took away from that.
I write her skits. What the hell? All right, you're already making me crack, and I haven't even started yet. It was Jess that was gonna make me snap first. So one other thing before we start this, as of today, the DC Finest are being put up digitally, so you'll be able to get them digitally. Not all of them, of course. They're doing them. Takes a little bit of time to do this, but for people that have been asking, today's the day. Today,
Well done.
today of all days, they're starting to upload them. So
Well
Happy
done.
birthday.
there is your answer.
Yep.
Now, Dom,
Take
we
our
got a
money,
couple-
DC. Take our money.
we got a couple things from DC that we wanted to share.
We do, and we want to push these out before we get into the epic discussions that we all have laid out. The first of which is an update for the Spectre by John Ostrander and Tom Mandrake, Omnibus Volume 2. Thanks to you guys, we have been able to not only convince them, but place in a story from Showcase 95, issue number 8, The Spectre Sunken Beauty, into this particular omnibus. Everything else that you are looking at the screen is still the same for the DC omnibus, but we would like to thank you all for the suggestions, which have they have taken appropriately so.
Yeah, so they decided to add this because you all brought it to our attention, and you also try to add the Batman Doug Mensch story and Kelly Jones because it featured a Spectre, but they wanted it to keep it just a John Ostrander book. So they did add this. So that's really cool. So thank you all so much for that suggestion. It is showing that they listen. And the other big one, because I've had out of nowhere so many people email me about this. I assume something happened. But Dom,
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the other book that they decided to update. This is the Red Robin Compendium. Everything here is as updated. So it is now going to collect issues 1 through 26 of Red Robin, Robin 175 through 183, Blackest Night Batman 1 through 3, Batman, The Return of Bruce Wayne, issue number 6. On top of that, they are also adding Bruce Wayne, The Road Home, Batman and Robin issue number 1, along with Bruce Wayne, The Road Home, Red Robin issue number 1, Adventure Comics issue number 3, which features Tim Drake and Connor Kent's reunion. From the Dead, Batman 708 through 709, Superman, Batman 62, Batgirl issue number 8, Teen Titans 92, Gotham City Sirens 22, a team up between Red Robin and Lorzod Nightwing in World's Finest issue number 1, a story from DC Halloween Special 09 issue number 1, Our Father's Sins, and the last time that they gave us an update, they did already have the pages from Gotham Gazette, Batman Alive, and Batman Dead, the Stephanie Brown pages from it. So there you go for the Red Robin Tim Drake Compendium update.
I think people were worried about the Batman issues not being included in there, but this is the full contents of the book. So snap it, share it. There you go. And I think that's it as far as updates. Can we move on now? Is it cool to move on?
Let's
Yes.
go ahead and move on.
Cool.
Okay, it's cool. Awesome. Let me make sure I share the right screen, and here we go. This is your Most Wanted Omnibus Results 2026 edition. Thank you, Dom, for putting the thumbnail together. Nice choices, and also some of these may throw people off because some of these did not make it. Some of them did. And we will compare to see how this did the last year. And let me really quick get rid of this redundant logo. There we go, so we can see the whole thing. Okay, now, huge task for Crisis to put this together too. He did the slideshow. But here's the details. You want to go through this? my friend? Since
Sure, just a brief preamble. So the 2026 poll ran for 10 days, as we usually do, and we had just over 3,000 votes. That is an 18% increase over last year, which was already a 33+% increase over the prior year. So the DC poll continues to grow by leaps and bounds. This year, we have 669 titles on the poll. It's pretty analogous to what we had last year. It pulls from an extensive review we did of DC's continuity, including licenses, WDB properties, and Vertigo. And as we did last year, we opened up the entire poll list to a public consultation, both on the Omnibus Collectors Reddit and on the Marvel Masterworks fan site, which also loves DC. And we made sure to incorporate all of their feedback as well, catching a few titles we would have otherwise missed. A little bit of trivia. People are like, why is that book even on there? 98.8% of books received at least one vote. There's something for everyone, and everyone loves something. 60% of the books received a first place vote. So 6 out of 10 of the books across the entire poll was somebody's most wanted. And almost 40%, 38.5% of books received a vote in every single spot. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, all the way to 10th. That's true of every book in the top 60. People rank them at every possible spot. Omar, let's look at the next slide here. Because we have some special thanks to give. So the first, people are saying that I did a lot of work. I may or may not have done a lot of work. But in addition to the people that are on this stream right now, we have a few specific folks in the community to thank. First and foremost is BFF Nut, who you will sometimes hear me call Pollmaster Jim. BFF Nut is the supervisor of all of the data in the background. He's the one who builds the polls. He's the one who makes sure they're statistically valid. He's back and forth with me on direct messages in the middle of the night when I have questions about conflicts in the data. None of this happens without his keen eye. And also, he's got great taste in comic books and sartorially as well, from what I've seen. So thank you to him. And then our mapping crew, you all, of course, know James Abel, the cerebro of the comic-loving internet, who's our DC licenses mapper. This year we were joined by Sauron from the Near Mint community, who kind of was just proving all of the modern books to make sure they had all the right series and we hadn't missed anything that had recently concluded. Huge thanks. Brand XK, much of which of this is built on his original mapping and scouting of every DC comic issue ever that happened over the course of the last 2 years. And of course, Taylor Talks Comics, who did a lot of support for the announcement of the poll. So without this crew, in addition to the folks you see on screen today, this would not happen.
Yeah.
You're right, Lars. These statistics are a kind of turn on.
Right, I know. Do you need a moment alone?
Yeah, with the 38.5%. Let's go.
Well, there's more of that.
Doctor would approve of that.
I'm living with
Oh,
them.
yeah. Let's go over this slide, please.
So this is just we love to define what we did here. So this is not a mapping poll. You're going to hear us talk about mapping. We do that so we have something to say while we're talking about the results, and because everyone's curious. You were not voting on mapping. You were voting on titles. You can disagree with every single issue that we put into a map. That's fine. You still voted for the title that you want. DC, in fact, may disagree with every issue that we put into a map.
Oh,
and in the few times that we've talked to DC with some questions, sometimes they agree and sometimes they don't. But this is a title poll. It's not necessarily a mapping poll. In doing that mapping, we do look at the data of what DC actually releases. So when it comes to pre-crisis omnibuses, if you scroll down the DC Omnibus page on Wikipedia, you will find that the majority of pre-crisis omnibuses are in the 500 to 900 page range. There are only a handful above 900 pages, and there's only two ever above 1100 pages. So generally, when we're looking at gold and silver and bronze volumes, we might have erred a little on the shorter side or assumed they would be multiple volumes, whereas post-crisis omnibuses can really vary in size. We've seen the recent trend in New 52 omnibuses being about 30 issues each. We've also seen things like Justice League Dark that have cracked the 60 issue mark. So there's a much wider variance in size as post-crisis.
All right. 2025 results recap. If you were here for that and you voted, let's do a quick recap.
Now, this is so tiny. It is not meant for you to see everything. We're all too blind for this. But Omar, if you just swap to the next slide, I think what it illustrates here is which ones got printed. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see
there we go.
Books from last year that got printed.
Not
they
bad.
were from throughout the top 60,
including
one from the top 10, several from the top 20.
Whoa, this is
Really good.
Yeah, man. This is good. Yeah. This is good. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. DC, if you're watching, I bought more DC collected editions in the last year than in the previous 30 years combined.
Wow.
Thanks to your partnership with Omar and listening to the community on the mapping. Thanks. Thank you.
That is actually true for me as well. I've spent
And-
more
yeah.
on DC collected editions in the past 12 months than I have in the combined 120 months previous.
Same.
I mean, they're just coming. Oh my gosh! Like
Yeah.
I looked. I recorded my upcoming collected editions for the month of June video yesterday, and I realized, oh my gosh, the 4th week of June has 8. Not like it's like 7 Omnis and 1 Absolute Edition.
What?
4
I-
from Marvel,
Oh my
3
god.
from DC, and the Absolute Edition.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, that's
a
we
lot.
haven't seen that
Ever.
in a long time. It used to be just like 7 Marvel Omnis
Yeah.
in 1 week. Now DC's in on the fun, man. I got to bounce in 15 minutes and it breaks my heart. Good luck, voters. Thank you, panel. Thank you for the super chat. I had to buy my second 5x5 flag shelf last weekend because of you all. Congrats on 10 years and much love. Thank you, brother.
Only your second. Oh, you're such a baby.
Don't
Omar,
shame them, man.
So many Galaxis to come.
Omar, I think what's funny is that for the past at least 8 years, we've been begging DC to put out more Omnis.
Yeah.
And now a fire hose of everything we've asked
yeah,
for is actually coming out. So I don't want to hear everybody going, "What? I don't need this." But yeah, you do. You want
Yeah, you
every
do.
one
Yes,
of
you
these
do. Yes, you
Yes,
do.
you do.
because
Yes,
you've been
you do.
asking for them for
Yep.
almost 10 years,
Yep.
including me. So I'm right with you.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are, very happy with the turnaround. It's been amazing. Since Dustin and his team have kind of taken over, and night and day, man.
Oh yeah.
Are you ready for your top 20 most wanted DC Omnis of 2026? Just brag.
Yes, I want a black canary one right now.
Okay. Keep your shirt on, buddy. And my mom, little brothers, and co-workers vote. Well, I hope they voted for the books you wanted. Okay. Here we
All right.
go.
We are emotionally prepared.
Number 60, Green Lanterns, The Rebirth Omnibus Volume 1. This is the first appearance in the top 60. Last year it was number 77 and 155 in 2024. Keep in mind, how many Crisis, how many more voters that we have this year? 18. You said
It was it's out of my mind. I'm like a goldfish. It was more.
I'm sorry.
18%, 18%
18%. Okay. So keep that in mind. These votes, these 18%, like all of this matters. And again, not a mapping video. We're just going over the results. And this is Dom, what would you say? This is the Rebirth era. Who would be the writers on this?
Oh no, this is Tim Seeley and Sam Humphries, Green Lantern route. More so Sam Humphries than Tim Seeley. Amazing. Good cop,
what about
bad cop.
artwork?
A majority of it is by what's her name? There's a lot of artists on this.
I'm
book.
putting too many people on the spot. 18%. Sorry about that, Crisis.
I got there.
Yeah, Ronan, click it on the art, Omar.
That's okay. That's okay. This has never been collected in oversized hardcover format. It's only been available in trade paperback, so it would be a big deal. And for the most part, it features.
No, for all of it, it features Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz. Like, this is the run that made Jessica Cruz into a more cult favorite, household name amongst the Green Lanterns of it all. It does a wonderful job explaining her anxiety, just the overall thought of, am I going to actually make it as there's a reason to why this stupid ring chose me in the first place. I feel like Simon gets left out a bit because I think Jess is the much stronger character of the two. But if you want a wonderful character study on somebody who is suffering from anxiety, this is definitely the run to get.
Is it
Ronan Cliquet?
Yes, that's how you say the name.
Oh, thank you.
Wow, Jess.
Thanks,
Look
Jess.
at you. Man of the world. Curious, have you calculated what % of the top 60 are new 52 pre-crisis?
That would be.
We will look at some further data a little bit later. If I give too much early on, it starts to spoil things a little bit. So we will be digging into that later in the poll.
Yeah.
It's a question for my wife. He put Melanie on the spot and she couldn't name 5 women. She was like, my mom. What's her name?
For various reasons, the New 52 for a time broke me as a DC fan. I know it was for people like Dom and not for me, but the Rebirth era brought me back. I mean, there's some really good.
That was the point. That was
yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I would be inclined to get this. Yeah.
Sam Humphries also really wants an omnibus of this run as well. So, anybody's out there listening, I mean, I want it to happen.
Nice.
All right, let's move on to number 59. What do you know about this?
Wow. Peter, do you need a sedative?
First appearance on the poll, the top 60. It was 104 in 2025, 168 in 2024. Where did all you J. Scott Campbell, or as the kids call him, JSC, people come from? What is going on? Wow. Didn't expect that to be ranked so high, honestly, but here we go.
This is the first time we've ever had a Wildstorm imprint title in the top 60 on the poll. Gen 13 has always been the highest one every year, and it's been creeping up every year as well. And of course, it's rising faster than things have been coming off the poll. Now, this has got about as much text on this side as you would see on some kind of drug advertisement ad for something that's going to lower your blood pressure or something. And that's because there is a lot of Gen 13. So just to figure out what would go into this first book is a lot of work. There's an original miniseries, which is where we all were introduced to J. Scott Campbell. Then they had a number of one-shots and things that were happening before they started their ongoing series. And then just 11 issues into that ongoing series, they got a second ongoing title, which was called Gen 13 Bootleg. So we can't really definitively map this because it's like, we just don't know how DC would approach it. If they would just stick to the main series, if they would do a companion book for all that side stuff, if they're going to do the side stuff in order of release or in reading order. But there's just a lot of Gen 13. Just the main series alone ran for 77 issues and several annuals and a brief crossover with DV8. When you add in Bootleg, even before we get into all the miniseries, we're looking at 90 issues. So this would be an absolute minimum of a 3-volume omnibus series, but considering how much side material there is, probably more like 4. And that would not be all of Gen 13 ever. That would just take us up to the beginning of Gail Simone taking over in the mid-2000s.
So I see people asking, what is Gen 13 about? And I can't imagine anyone, you are in luck, whoever's asking, because we have a brilliant panelist with us here today that is an expert on all Wildstorm. So Jess, what is Gen 13 about?
It is the sequel to Gen 12.
He's
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Take it away, Crisis. What is Gen 13, buddy?
So it kind of starts in a way similar to the X-Men, when there's 5 people that have emerging powers, but instead of Professor X taking them in a benevolent way, what if they're kind of hunted down by an organization that wants to have a monopoly on everybody who's got emerging powers? And what if very early in the proceedings, they decide they do not wish to be a part of this organization? So it's the most 90s. It's kind of so 90s. It has that any kind of 90s youth culture or Generation X culture related book or movie or film or anything that's out there that you kind of feel like, oh, it captured the zeitgeist of the time. It's that once they get away from these bad guys, they're just living on the beach in California and being a bunch of college students. It's got a real kind of like Reality Bites, Empire Records kind of vibe to it. And a lot of times it's just their interpersonal conflicts over their superhero conflicts, but they also do a lot of superhero as well. So it's kind of like New Mutants-esque, but it's very, very 90s, and it still kind of works as a youthful book. I read it kind of recently, and it still works as well as it did back then. So sorry, that's like 8 minutes on number 59. This stream is going to be 12 hours, but I've been waiting a long time to get to talk about a Wildstorm book in the top 60. So I'm very excited. Hopefully DC
VJ Michael White agrees with you. Yes to everything Wildstorm, and thank you, Mr. Tex. Congratulations on 10 years, Omar. Thank you.
I have real mixed feelings when you compare it to Empire Records, which is one of my favorite movies ever. But I'm not.
Mine too.
Empire Records.
But, I mean, it definitely has that Gen X feel. No, and I don't mean the comic. I mean that lifestyle, right? Like that Gen X era of movies, and
there's some MTV in its DNA. Yeah.
As somebody who's only read Caitlin Fairchild and U52 material, I will attempt to get this at some point. Read it at some point.
Definitely a product of its time. There's a lot of things.
Exactly
the guy's name is Grunge, right? Like, that's his
I mean,
it feels a bit Beverly Hills 90210, but with more cheesecake.
Fair,
Well,
very
how
fair.
dare
Well, you
you.
got out of JSC.
This is
right?
more like Melrose Place, not 90210.
Okay, well, okay. That's
Gen
probably
X
better.
was 90210. How dare you?
Yeah.
Actually, this is more like the Heights, but that's another story. All right, let's keep
How
moving.
do you talk to it?
I knew you knew that shitty song.
Not
I
even
watched that
2
crappy
minutes in,
show
and we got
too.
Omar breaking the no profanity rule already. It's a family
Oh,
stream,
boy.
Omar.
Whoops. That's what happens when crappy music makes it to the stream. All right, number 58.
Okay, all right.
Friend
Yeah.
of the channel, Kelly Thompson's Birds of
Let's
Prey.
go.
Let's
First-
go.
First time on the Tigereyes poll. It wasn't even ranked last year. Wow. People really want this run. People really like Kelly Thompson,
Yes.
or people really like Birds of Prey and they just wanted it all. It wouldn't be a big Omni, but I think we put everything that you could possibly put in there. I guess she could do a wonderful, beautiful introduction and some extras in the back. But yeah, this is a big one. I really like this run. Who is the artist on this run?
We had Leo
Dom.
Romero in for the 5 issues, but a lot of the run after, because Leo went over to television to do the new Spider-Man animated series. We had Sami Basri, Juan Cabal takes over the book for 2 issues. They have a complete amalgamation of different artists, all supplying after Leo gets off.
Did you enjoy it? Has anybody else read this besides Dom? Crisis, have you read this? I know you're a Kelly
I
Thompson fan.
absolutely love this book. I mean, I'm a Kelly Thompson super fan, but I was skeptical because I'm not a Birds of Prey super fan necessarily. It's a ton of fun. It really makes good use of the relationship between Black Canary and Barbara Gordon, but it really makes use of all the other guest stars. Not all of these characters are in the whole thing, but the 2 supporting Birds of Prey that are throughout all of it are Cass as Batgirl and Big Barda as sort of like an unlikely odd couple. And some of my favorite writing for Cass I can remember, honestly, and also just really, really good use of Big Barda. It's a very charming book. The art is fantastic. And
I
Kid Crisis loves it. Kid Crisis approved.
I love this
that's
book.
wonderful.
And I love Big Barda calling Cass Small Bat. What should we do now, Small Bat?
This is the latest incarnation of the Birds of Prey. So this is
Yeah.
after
2023 is
Dawn.
when the book started with all the other Dawn
so
and DC.
this is
books.
way after Gail Simone. Oh yeah, baby! Representing the '90s is
Wow.
Superboy.
Finally get black T-shirt Connor Kent.
We need a variant cover with him yelling, "Don't call me Superboy," from his first appearance. This is the first time on the Tigereyes poll. It has, oh my gosh, it came up a lot. Previous rankings were 120 in 2025 and 159 in 2024. For the most part, this is Carl Kessel and Tom Grumet working on this book. And it went on for quite, well, never mind. I see that Crisis is already on top of how long this went on. So I don't know why I need to just come up with a random number. I really didn't think it made it past issue 75. Went all the way to 100. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And don't forget about Superboy and the Ravers adding another 19 issues. So this is the big boy.
Guess who forgot about Superboy and the Ravers? This guy. 'Cause no bueno. But it was a lot of this era was a lot of fun. It was very 90s. It knew what it was, and it was the fun Superman comic. Yeah. Omar, how do you talk to an angel? You don't sing the stupid song from the Heights. That's how, which was a spin-off of Melrose Place, which was a spin-off.
What is the Heights?
No. Superboy. That's right, J. Michael. There's lots of us that love this. That cover alone may make me buy this.
It is a good cover.
Good choice.
I mean, that's the personality, right? I mean, that's what you get this era of Connor Kent for. It's less like, oh, hey, here's a big high school jock. It's, oh my goodness, this guy's got flair. He's got an earring on his left ear. Just goes around town.
He's got 2 belts for no readily apparent reason.
Exactly.
It was the 90s, Lars.
I know. Yeah,
If
yeah.
you didn't have 2 belts,
Or 22 pockets.
you even
my age.
living right?
That was probably my
Rocking some
big
cargo
mistake.
pants, Tigereyes.
My favorite pull out of all of them, thanks to all the who work to put this together every year. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and there's some crossover issues in here too. Like I said, it knew what it was, and it was a lot of fun. And I don't think hardly any of it has been collected, even in trade paperback format. So there's none of that.
Not a lot.
Maybe once we're finished with Robin, maybe they'll focus on something like this for compendiums. That would be really cool. Yeah, that's the beauty of getting into collected editions now and you're a DC fan,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, the sky's the limit because there's so much that they're collecting and there's so much more left to collect. So
I wish I had dressed like this. This is when I was at Wizard and I was actually trying to blend in with the herd. And at the time, what that meant was blue jeans and then a denim overshirt or a plaid overshirt. That's it. You know, that's what you were allowed to wear. I showed up actually for my first day of work at Wizard, you know, fairly dressed up. And my boss took one look at me and said, I need you to dress down the next time you show up here. And I'm like, okay.
you were told to simmer down.
I was. No, because I was dressing semi-professional. He's like, you're dressing too professional. Stop it. And I'm like, okay.
And really quick, if you're reading comics now, I don't know what Connor is. He even
Kenny Porter recently wrote a Superboy book that you talked to him about, Omar. Are you telling us something?
is it out in trade?
It's been out in trade.
So
you
is
talked
Connor
to him
back
about it
in the
on your
main
interview
uni-
with him.
But is Connor back in the main universe?
Yeah.
He's there, man.
He's part
He's
of the
been
whole
there
super
since Dawn of
family.
DC.
He's like best buds with Keenan Kong. They like
He
they're-
showed
they're
the
like
art
bros.
for the first issue,
Mhm.
Omar.
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
How much have I drank already? Okay, cool. We'll move on to the next book then, which
Oh,
is
gosh.
Azrael,
Yeah.
Agent of the Batman, or Bat for the cool people, by Dennis O'Neil. First time on the Tigereyes poll, almost there in previous rankings in 2025, 65 and 102 in 2024.
You just flipped the 5 and 6 together.
And yeah, pretty much. This has a lot of stuff in here from Dennis O'Neil and Barry Kitson. Tigereyes, did you vote for this one?
I did not, but I see my initials in the corner.
Yeah. and yet you have thoughts. So
I thought you were a bigger fan of Azrael. You didn't vote for
Peter
this?
thinks you have thoughts. So go ahead.
That's fine. So, I'm just going to read from the notes since we already have a standalone deluxe order Azrael.
Okay.
This could simply begin the ongoing series, and they could split into two half exactly as the title changed. I don't know what that means.
Well, because the first half of this was
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's
just,
split.
Just
Azrael,
Azrael.
and the second half was Agent of the Bat, and yeah.
Oh man, in the second half he had a really crappy costume too. The first half though was such a killer costume.
Yeah. Well, it would be worth cutting this off. I mean, the stuff that Denny O'Neil did with Barry Kitson, the Barry Kitson issues were just outstanding. Denny was a very thoughtful writer, so like, you know, this has some sharp things to say about religiosity and well, religious oppression, and so, you know, because John Paul Valley is part of this long-running conspiracy. Doesn't he at one point find out that his mother was an ape or something like that?
No.
Yeah, it's part of a breeding program, I think. But no, it's a bit twisted. It's a bit thoughtful. Oh God, it's so good.
Yeah, another one that we've only had one trade paperback of, and then we had another trade paperback of the I think it was it Fabian Nicieza, or maybe it was the David Hine series, and that's it. That's all we've ever had of Azrael collected in trade, outside of the things that, you know, crossover.
If you have to make it shorter, you could cut it off at like number issue 28, which I think is when Kitson left or something.
Stop. We're not making it shorter. What is wrong with you? Yes, thank you so much. Azrael's outfit does slap indeed.
Yes.
Somebody was asking why Peter left out issue number 40. This isn't a mapping show.
I can tell you why though, because issue number 47 was like sort of flip book
Isn't that
style.
the beginning of Shadow of
that
the Bat?
yes, but it's the same comic as Batman Shadow of the Bat 80. So it's kind of like, I mean, it is an issue, and I'll add it to the slide, but it's kind of like not. It's kind of an issue of another series in a way.
Okay.
Yeah.
There
But it
you
should
have
be
it.
in here, and I added it.
Reason. I love Fabian Nicieza. I know that one guy. Where's he at? Has he shown up yet? That's how I summon him. So that is number 56. Moving on to number 55, Aquaman and the New 52 Omnibus, Volume 2. This would follow up Jeff Johns' run, and it's wonderful because it is Jeff Parker's era. And Dom, were you a fan of this era?
Yeah, there are moments in this book where I actually do prefer the stories and character moments over Jeff Johns and Ivan Reyes's New 52 run. I find it criminal that they haven't found a way to map this and also the later Abnett run and Kelly Sue DeConnick runs in Omnibus, considering that this was still at the time where DC was attempting to rehabilitate Aquaman's image after he came back from the dead in Blackest Night. And it would be really nice if DC could say, hey, we got cool Paul Pelletier art. We got fantastic stories, at least from Parker. I'm not really a big fan of the Cullen Bunn of it all. Man, those Jeff Parker stories hit. And again, like I said, there's just some moments in it where I do prefer his run over Johns's.
I find it criminal that we finally got a Peter David omnibus. So you got to hold on, man. Can't all be just released. We had the Jeff Johns one for so long. As a matter of fact, it was the only one we had. It took us years to finally get the Peter David omnibus.
Yeah.
Which is okay waiting on this. I'm surprised this made it this high.
Yeah, part of me really wonders if, in reality, DC needs to release this one first before they release the Abnett book. I think the Abnett book that came after this, it started in the last few issues of this, and then, of course, runs for a good portion of Rebirth. I think reads really well on its own, and it's not really split between multiple authors or multiple themes. It's one big story. So I almost wonder if they kind of pull what they pulled on Nightwing, where they skip a middle book and come back to it, not to flout the will of the voters. I mean, there's a reason this is 55, and I don't want to say that I actually really enjoy it. Maybe not quite as much as Dom. But I do think that this doesn't have to come next sequentially. And I would like to see both of them in Omnibus. I think altogether Aquaman had a really great run from New 52 all the way into Rebirth.
Can someone explain the appeal of this character to me? Do you think he just talks to fish?
No, we explained in the Johns run that he uses echolocation signals, not, I just talked to a random goldfish in the middle of the sea. And he obeys me if I talk to him.
But in terms of the character and the way they remade him in the New 52, for those of you not really familiar with the modern version, I mean, he's very much a man of two worlds, right? He's part of this heroic world. He's half human. And then there's this undersea kingdom where if he would just stay under there and do his job, he would be the king. And so there's a lot of push and pull in that. It's kind of one of the DC books that gets closest to that kind of like War of Kingdoms, kind of Game of Thrones-esque vibe at different points. And it's really about pulling him in multiple directions, because sometimes when he does the heroic thing, it's in direct opposition to him being the king. So we kind of see him deposed, we see him as a rebel, and then we see him what it means for him to retake being the king and the way that the people of Atlantis kind of respond to that. And that's over the long arc of both New 52 and Rebirth.
There was a band called Ookla the Mock that had an Aquaman song, and it was about how even Peter David couldn't make Aquaman cool. And
I think Peter David did make Aquaman cool.
yeah, because he had a freaking
Look,
had
a hook hand.
Yeah, no, the idea is, I've never really cared about Aquaman except for the Peter David version. That said, we did a book called an essay book called Chicks Dig Comics, and Colleen Doran wrote a really interesting essay in that about just a comic character she likes or inspired her, and she wrote some fairly moving stuff about Aquaman, because she said, she grew up in a lot of heroes were grim and violent and mean and nasty, and Aquaman felt safe, and he talked to fish, and he was just kind of fun. And I was like, yeah, okay, I can see it. Not me.
Totally not me.
Stop.
I know everybody thinks it's me, but it's not.
So
is that a reminder to take your meds, or
no, I have my meds with me right here.
Okay, good.
I know what time to take them.
Yeah.
Regardless, we did get the Peter David omnibus, so who knows?
For which I'm eternally grateful. Yeah.
Moving on to Superman by Johns and Busick, Volume 1. Mapped a little bit different than I think what they've done so far, like the Absolute Edition. This would be the stuff that takes place after Infinite Crisis. So where you have 1 year later where Superman has no powers and he's kind of rediscovering himself, and you, along with Superman, are rediscovering who he is and how he can handle situations without powers. Plus, it has the Jeff Johns stuff in here and with Richard Donner. So long before we did this. This is something I've wanted forever. They've released the Kurt Busiek stuff in a standard size hardcover, but I would love to see Action and Superman mapped together like what they're doing with the Green Lanterns compendiums. Even Fabian Nicias writes a story arc in here. Yes, I said it again. Dude, oh my gosh, this era was
you said that, Omar.
so good. It was such a good era of Superman, and one I've been wanting for years. Long before we started doing polls, it's one I've been pushing for. Camelot did get a deluxe edition. I'll rebuy it again though.
I think part of the appeal of seeing this maybe all in one omnibus set now is that we have an upward bound of it because of where they started the new Krypton book. And honestly, the new Krypton book being mapped pretty well. It's like obvious that if we step backwards from new Krypton, we can go to this. And we've seen DC do that a few times in the Superman line where they kind of started Triangle and then they went back for the missing pre-Triangle volume. Like they have a way of doing things where it's not always sequential. It's almost more like a DC Finest or an Epic Collection approach. And I think with Superman, it's really good because there's just so much Superman in the 2000s that's never been recollected at all, other than these little kind of deluxe slices of Johns or Buziak. And so seeing that new Krypton stuff in Omnibus, I personally think probably makes people even the more hungry to see this because now they have a stake in the ground in that area. Of course, this didn't do monstrously better than it did last year. It was 59 last year, 64 the year before. So it's always been kind of flirting with the bottom rungs of our top 60.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they've released a Superman by Kurt Busiek 2-book set. They've released the Superman by Jeff Johns and Gary Frank in absolute format. But it would be really wicked to see them together. Here, this is a really good question. Where is it? I really like this. Oh, here we go. Would it have Secret Identity? Because that was written by Kurt Busiek, but
yeah.
It's a story that takes place out of it's out of continuity because it's about a guy named Clark Kent who, kind of like reads about Superman. Hey, baby.
Just put my books up, like you say I never do.
Wow. Okay.
My books.
Okay.
I'll see that couples therapy's working out, right? Okay. Anybody got anything else?
Same spot.
I'm only doing the live stream, and DC's watching, right? Like
well, guess what? It was a DC book.
Okay. Well, at least he's DC. Of all the time she could have done this, she chose when I went live to put up the
perfect time.
Yeah. You want Oh, I love you. I may make you get me another beer soon, though. I love you. All right, let's anybody else have thoughts on this? Because I really love this era, but you may not.
No, well, some of this is out in absolute editions, but
Correct.
I would think this would sell. Absolutely.
Okay, cool. We are moving on to number 53, Batman by Tom King, Volume 3. First time appearing in the Tigereyes poll. Volume 2 was number 23 last year, and Volume 1 was number 1 in 2024. The thing about these books is that I'm sure people are like, I know it's coming. I don't care. I want DC to know how much I need it now, which is the whole reason why we do these polls too, because we're sharing this with DC and they want to know what people are excited about. So whether you voted for this or whether you're like, nah, this is a waste of a vote. That's why I always tell people to vote for the books you want. Dom, would this finish out Tom King, or do you think they would do a volume 4?
No, I've thought about this long and hard, and I think part of me wants to say that they would include, like other stories like Gotham City Year One. We got the Penguin, like other stories that aren't a part of the mainline Batman run in a fourth Omni. I think the fourth Omni is just going to collect. We got the Fall and the Fallen, the City of Bane, a story arc, and maybe a little bit of Batman Catwoman. And then on the volume 4, they'll collect everything else that just wasn't a part of whatever Tom King's main line stories are, and let people get it that way.
Would you maybe, I don't know, add a certain crossover to this mapping?
No, because that was in volume 2.
Okay, just making sure we got everything covered.
I knew you were going to throw that alley up at me. No, that would only be in volume 2 because volume 2 is the Heroes in Crisis.
Putting this into a volume 4 might be hard. It might shortchange.
Absolutely not. There's enough material.
You got $100 book collecting like.
Yep, there's enough material, brother.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That cover right there.
Oh yeah.
Got so much hate online. They were like, I don't understand where Batman legs are his legs really super short? Or like
It's art.
They could not figure out how Catwoman
People, it's art. It's not real.
What?
It's art.
Jim Balance.
Breaking news.
Dun, dun,
Okay.
dun, dun, dun.
Somebody should get that comment to Bleeding Cool.
Why would you say that? Oh my God!
Hey!
Wow.
Whoa.
More popular than Tom King Batman. It's Amethyst, Princess of Gemworld, everybody.
Wow.
You can tell how many Gen Xers are voting.
Yeah.
Did you vote for these lords?
Oh God, no. But I will say, I often watch a lot of sci-fi stuff with a friend of mine who has a master's degree in gemology, because these are the sort of people that I hang out with. And she's the sort of person who, like, when mention of minerals or metals is mentioned on the TV, she'll literally scream no at it. And I mentioned this comic. I mentioned, there's a comic, Amethyst, Princess of Gemworld, and she fell quiet and she says, I would read the fuck out of that. So
with Steven Universe, like her Roman
Yeah.
Empire.
Yes, no, she's watched
Yeah.
all of Steven Universe. She keeps trying to convince
is
me
so
we
cool.
have to watch Steven Universe. I'm like, okay. So yes, this has the gemologist vote locked up.
You know, I'm surprised you're not a bigger fan, you and Jess, of
Yeah.
this character. Because you know where she made her first appearance.
Well, yeah, no, she has some. Yes,
Jess, where
I
I'm not saying what issue, but if you were to guess, what comic did Amethyst first make her first
Or
appearance?
if you were to read the slide.
yeah.
Conan the Barbarian,
Side.
obviously.
Don't tell
Thank
him.
you.
Don't tell him.
I'm guessing Legion of Superheroes.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, you
don't-
really know your comic book history, buddy.
I don't think I've read a single issue of her. This was when I took time off from comics, so I never picked up on her, but people really like it, so I would try this for sure.
Well, eventually it's revealed that the gem world is the same as the sorcerer's world from Legion. But yeah, I mean,
I'm out. I'm out.
No, hold on.
Spoiler.
DC was in the habit of, like, yeah, they would do like these. They would debut characters in these mini adventures in like the middle of comics, to which they were otherwise completely unrelated. Because New Teen Titan, or the Perez New Teen Titans debuts in like DC Comics Presents.
Yep.
So yeah, no, it's Legion of Superheroes 298. Yeah.
Some people in the chat are mentioning that there was a black and white showcase volume of this, but the showcase volume only collected through Amethyst number 11. So it didn't even get through her whole 1983
Weird
miniseries. Then she has a post-crisis miniseries. After that, she doesn't really appear especially much after that. So we're mostly looking at an 80s book, but it's a relatively short book. So if they wanted to include her New 52 material, which was in Sword of Sorcery in 2012, they certainly could. But we'd have a perfectly fine 80s omnibus just with her original 2 series and the 1987 series as well, although I think there's a mistake in there, but I won't point it out because nobody else caught it.
I'm
Are you all
totally
not
interested in this
current
material. There
comics?
was
Gem World was featured in the Titans tie-in. Surely some of you heard about Gem World and Amethyst in that.
I got far sender, if I may. I got into Amethyst because Amy Reeder, I thought, had a pretty fun 6-issue limited series as a part of Bendis's Wonder Comics line that I thought would have gotten extended after 6 issues, just like Wonder Twins and Dial H for Hero did, but it didn't get enough traction, so it never got pushed through the 6. And yeah, we saw the current Gem World in the DC KO tie-ins written by John Layman. I'm totally interested in this material. It's got Keith Giffen, I think, writing for some of it. I've never read it, but this is totally something I think that would be up my alley.
Yeah, I'll take this. Thank you, baby. Okay.
Keep them coming.
We're going to keep them coming. Okay. With number 51, which tied with Amethyst. This is the New 52. And this is something that was not previously collected in the Green Lantern Corps nor the Red Lanterns. This would be basically Tony Bedard's era of Green Lanterns, right, Dom?
This is mostly Justin Jordan. You've got, again, like a brand new sort of like status quo without Jeff Johns. What do you do with the Green Lanterns and Australia? Kind of like move them towards a brand new direction in the midst of, well, we just ended a 9-year era where we had one guy pretty much running the show and everybody else trying to come along with that. But you got the New Guardians, all of which are led by, this was essentially the Kyle Rayner book of the New 52. The most infamous thing that I can remember reading it as a teenager was a kiss between Kyle Rayner and a love interest from Hal Jordan that got me a little bit off surprise.
Somebody got really excited over that.
Infidelity.
Infidelity indeed. So but you have a whole lot of brand new sort of roles for some of these characters, like Archaea, who used to be the right-hand man of Sinestro, being a part of this sort of little team in the cosmos, making sure that everybody is okay. But yes, I mean, Tony Bedard, Justin Jordan, they do their thing, and infamous moments in this book indeed.
I do legit know one poor soul who his girlfriend did go off with his best friend twice.
They got back together and she did it again with another best friend?
No. Two different girlfriends, two different best friends.
Were they both in the Lantern Corps?
Yes.
I think
they were in the Sinestro Corps.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's just the universe trying to give him a hint.
Yeah.
That he shouldn't be friends with such attractive men. Like, I don't understand. One of the funny things that happened with this is during the public consultation, a lot of people very vociferously, but also astutely pointed out, could this be combined with some of the pre-New 52 stuff, like that kind of sets up the New Guardians? It's also written by Bedard. Does it thematically link? And we used one of our limited phone a friends directly to the DC Home Office and said, is that really the way that it would go? And they were like, no, generally this would be a New 52 book and that would be kind of separate. So I know many of you want that material in the same book as this. We did not put our thumb on the scale at all. We went to the people who make the scale and we got the official weights and measure. And that is why this book is mapped the way that it is.
He does need better friends, or just don't have any. Don't. Almost not worth it.
It's true. I should advise him, you just shouldn't have any friends, including me. This is the last advice I will give you.
Okay. Let's move on to number 50 with Red Hood Outlaw, the Rebirth Omnibus.
Ooh.
Now, if you're thinking this is going to be the follow-up to the New 52, no. This is what would be considered volume. Oh, wait. No, hold on. This has material from
clouds of math surrounding Omar's head equations.
This is where Red Hood dropped the Outlaw's name and just became a solo Red Hood book, still written all by Scott Lobdell, but this time he is operating on his lonesome without the attracted guidance of Bizarro and Artemis. This is, I'm going to tell you, man, I know at least 4. They were like young adults then. I guess they're older adults now. 4 people who have wanted this material all cooped up in a larger collection because they are super, super big Red Hood fans. That was the only book that they wanted on the comic book stands. And I am not surprised that those and of their sort of the same ilk have pushed this within the top 50.
Wow, he's calling you ilk. So look, I would say about this is that it's it was a little bit lower in the poll and then went a little higher. I guess the Red Hood Outlaw Jason Todd fans showed up this year. But the thing that's significant about this part of the run, and maybe why it's more attractive than the beginning of Rebirth or even the end of New 52, is he finally is more or less solo here. And although he kind of surrounds himself with like a little bit of a crew and a team at different points, so much of Red Hood's material is so defined by Red Hood and the Outlaws, plural, up until this point. And issue 26 here, even though Lobdell still writes it, there is like a hard cut at issue 26 where like it is Pete Woods on art in a very different art style. The lettering style changes. Everything about the book, it really could have been a relaunch if we were at a company called, I don't know, something like Carvel or something like that carves up all their runs into 10 issues each. But DC let it keep running. But really the issue number 26 was a whole new beast. And so I think the reason we're seeing this rise in the poll is that it's really the one Jason Todd solo book, true solo book. that you can get if you're a Jason Todd fan. What are they called? Toddies? Hot toddies? Is that what his fans
Well,
are
let's
called?
Hot toddies?
No,
What?
God, no.
What the hell is going on?
So I'm not a fan of Scott Lobdell at all. I've never been a fan of his X-Men, and I thought his Red Hood and the Outlaws New 52 was awful.
But
But there was a shift when he started writing that Rebirth era that I was like, this is Fabian Nicieza ghostwriting. That's Scott Lobdell. There's no way that this is the same guy. And it worked. Like it was solid.
Well,
I
it used to be
really like that.
It used to be a running joke on the DC Comics subreddit that Jeff Johns shadow wrote Red Hood and the Outlaws for the first 25 issues. That ship has pretty much sailed over in the last couple of years, but when this book was coming out, man, I swear to God, there were so many people saying, yeah, Scott Lobdell did not write these first 25 issues.
they were so good. I loved them.
Right? Like, okay, I don't know. Jess, did you like the New 52 Red Hood and the Outlaws?
I wasn't as
Had
Chris
great art.
Alga says, it wasn't my cup of tea.
Was not your cup of tea.
No trucker hat arsenal for Jess.
No.
But somebody was saying that this book would sell minus copies. But that Red Hood and the Outlaws Volume 1, it went out of print. It got a reprint.
From New 52, right? Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So obviously people buy it, and it's Red Hood. That character is so freaking popular. Probably for all the wrong reasons.
Well, I've always wondered, is there a heavy overlap between Red Hood fans and Punisher fans? I mean, I don't know.
No,
No,
Dom.
I would absolutely say not.
Who's the demographic that you said that reads Red Hood?
From all the people that have met online and also the people at my comic shop, they are older teenagers, young adult women who love this character.
Oh yeah,
Jason's
it's a fem-heavy fandom. Yeah,
absolutely. There is like little to no overlap.
Is there a heavy overlap between this and Supernatural fandom? Then I wonder.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Lars.
Yeah. Because I would go to family gatherings, and we'd have younger family members there, and one of the things I would talk, and they would be into Supernatural, and I would say to them, "Is this because of the hot boys?" And they would sit there and go, "Yes, it is because of the hot
Listen,
boys."
man, you look at that white streak of Jason Todd's hair, and you go, "Oh my gosh, this guy has to be one of the hottest dudes in the planet."
Well, Omar, you've got me.
I got approval.
Yeah.
In the comments, Omar.
I'm not doubting you. I know it's the I can fix him crowd.
I got approval.
Well, Omar, you've got me kind of wanting to read this. I'm like you. I find Scott Lobdell relentlessly mid, but now I kind of want to try this out.
No, legit, it's good. Like, I don't know what happened. Maybe the rumors are true, what Dom was saying, but yeah, I just remember there was definitely a change. All right, let's move on to the top 49. With my god, Legion of Superheroes by Paul Levitz, Volume 3.
Let's go.
Okay. I'm getting the vapors. I do have my Legion ring on.
First time making it on the poll. Previous rankings 87 in 2025 and 103 in 2024.
Again, I assume this poll's a little lower because there's sort of an assumption that the Volume 2 would come out first. So
I mean, there are assumptions. Yes. What is this?
It's highly unlikely you would publish this before the Volume 2. There's some great stuff in here. This turns a corner with the death of Superboy, which was, of course, tied into John Byrne's revamp of Superman. The Legion is just not quite the same after Superboy, and of course that leads into the conspiracy storyline and the trial of Brainiac 5, and there's just a ton of great stuff in here. Covers by Steve Lytle, who's just super.
Thank you, Nick. I didn't know you were a Legion fan. So
I would just like to continue our dementia watch here to point out the reason that we have this as a volume 3 is because Lars said it could be marketed on its own and gave it the attractive title, The Greatest Hero of Them All, when he was consulted last year.
Yeah. If you want to dispense with the volume numbers, you could easily retitle this. Yeah, it's really, really good. But still, it wouldn't make a huge amount of sense to put this out first. You'd want to put the other one out first. Yeah.
Where does this fit into the reading order of Legion, or Jess?
No,
Where was
I'm
Rucka?
gonna. Lars speaks for me on everything Legion.
What? Again,
I can't put it into words like Lars can.
Well,
Okay,
Contest
Lars,
won't see the first
where
one.
was this fit in?
Even if I'm
as the slide indicates, this goes right before 5 years later.
Okay, so
you know.
after this, the line gets canceled, and 5 years later starts. Okay.
Yeah, almost immediately. Who's Who in the Legion of Superheroes? That would be double dipping because it's appeared in the Who's Who Omnibus, which like I have, but I sort of assume Legion fans would want it in there anyway, even if they're paying for $7.
Oh, absolutely.
Again. Yeah.
Not everybody buys those handbook and Who's Who Omnis, right?
No.
And as a Legion fan, you would want it. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, congratulations, guys.
And the shocking thing is, and I suppose I am showing off this, but back when it was first coming out, I didn't actually buy Who's Who in the Legion of Superheroes because I actually knew everything that was in there. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to learn anything. So.
Wow, you and Mark Waid are like,
I know it's
friends
disgusting.
in another lifetime.
It's disgusting. Yeah.
Or Paul Levitz in this lifetime, Omar.
Yeah.
Or you and Paul Levitz could still hang out. I guess. Yeah, that's great, man. Or you and Jess, more realistically, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm following Crisis in the chat. He's like hitting on all cylinders in the chat, even arguing with Omar. It's great. Sorry, what were we talking about?
I don't know how he's talking and chatting at the same time.
It's amazing.
One of these days, I'm gonna find out he's using Chat GPT, and I'm gonna kick him off.
Oh,
All right,
Omar.
let's move on to 48.
The break here is pretty strong. Oh, yeah, I'm still going on about this. Right before the last time I reread this series, you realize that right before this last time that the Legion is truly on the same page and the Legion is truly all together, standing as heroes. Once Superboy dies, not half. There's a small group of Legionnaires who are like, we need to find the person who killed Superboy and kill them. And
that sounds a little extra dark for the Legion to me as a Legion neophyte. Is that the case that it goes a little dark?
It morally it does. I mean, it's that they've decided you've killed Superboy. There is only one punishment that's appropriate for you. But of course, it has to be a conspiracy because most of the Legion's not going to have any time for this. It's compelling stuff, and then it ultimately ends in the Magic Wars, which brings the whole universe or brings their world crashing down and leads into 5 years later.
Absorbency.
True.
Dom, when does the Mark Waid Omni of this come out? The Legion?
The Mark Waid Barry Kitson Omni comes out in the third week of December as of today.
Excellent.
Just in time for Christmas.
Just in time for
literally
Christmas.
just in time for the holidays.
Now, can I move on, Legion nerds?
You may move on, Mr. Brainy 5.
I was not talking to you. I was talking to Jess and Lars, since they are the two Legion of Superhero guys.
I think of Omar more as a triplicate girl sort of person.
How have you guys not gotten a tattoo on your fingers of the Legion ring? Next time we go to a convention, guess what we're doing?
I don't have any tattoos, but those.
Guess what we're doing, Lars?
I've thought about getting a Legion one. But
what? Really? Where?
Well, here's the thing. There's nothing I want out of sight, out of mind. There's nothing I would want in my body that would be there all the time, no matter how into it I was. So, yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
If we get you a tattoo and then get you really drunk, you might think you can fly.
And then get me really drunk. Interesting.
Yes.
So, okay.
All right. That sounds like a fun journey. Batman the White Knight Universe by Sean Murphy. It first appeared in the poll in 2024, and then it dipped down to 61 in 2025. And we know we have an absolute White Knight coming out, but this is the Omnibus. So people don't.
I love this run. This whole universe.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
So just for somebody who doesn't know it at all, which I actually don't, what makes the White Knight universe unique from mainline DC continuity?
Well, Sean Gordon Murphy completely he creates a whole different universe where Jack Napier is actually popular and not doing evil things like the Joker. Bruce Wayne ends up going to jail. Harley Quinn does have that might be a spoiler. Generation Joker. So Harley has his kids, but Bruce helps raise them because I feel like maybe he escapes from jail whenever he wants to go visit Harley, but Harley has real agency in this book, like interesting, not goofy. It's actually like she's a real fully formed character, and I really enjoyed it. And other people are different things in this universe, but it seems to really make a lot of sense somehow. It's with great art.
Yeah.
And it should be a really agreeable size. And I don't know if they formally said that it's over and done, but they haven't done it in a couple years. So, it's like, here it is, all in one go, enjoy. I read this at the library of all things. Just for
Not the wine bar.
Not the wine bar. well, no, hold on. That's not true. I may have checked them out of the library and then gone to the wine bar. I think at least once that happened.
Would you pair this with a white wine?
I told you I can't drink white wine. So
oh,
yeah.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
How dare I forget that one little fact about you? I will say, as having interviewed Sean Murphy, he does have an idea for a White Knight Returns type of story.
Okay, yeah, you could do more easily. Yeah.
So I think that would be the final one, right? Like, he said he's humored the idea of like teaming him up with Batman for like a World's Finest, but he really likes Frank Miller's Dark Knight, and he kind of saw like, oh, maybe I can end up with something like that. So there's still more.
Batman going even more insane in the White Knight Returns book.
Yeah, it's just an interesting exploration of an idea. I mean, there's all sorts of take on Batman's, and this is Sean Murphy's, but oh god, it's good.
Which ones have been released in deluxe edition? Dom, just the first two, right?
White Knight, Curse of the White Knight. I think that's it. Everything else
Harley Quinn and Generation Joker.
That's a deluxe.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Did I know that and Dom didn't? Somebody mark that down.
I think he's right.
Oh my gosh, please mark that down. It doesn't happen ever. Thank you, Dom, for throwing me that.
Okay, give him his 5 minutes. He'll forget.
That's it.
All right, let's move on to 47.
Wow.
Voted for
Yes. Heaven.
Yes.
Wow.
Huge surprise. Zatanna, the early years. It is the first time making it in the top 60, coming in all the way at 47. 94 in 2025 and 214 in 2024. Wow. Sort of early appearances by her, because this is a character that didn't really have her own book. So it always surprises me when a character doesn't have their own book that they still make it in the top 60.
Yeah.
But the 4-issue miniseries from 1993 would be included in here. Just out of curiosity, Crisis, who mapped this one?
I want to say, due to the level of specificity, that it's very likely this came from Brand XK, who really will go down to the story level. Can't say for sure. But I think what's interesting to point out here is part of why this is in the top 60 this year is because of how well DC mapped the Zatanna by Paul Dini omnibus that we just got. Right? Not because they didn't just do the Paul Dini series. They reached back a bit, not all the way to the beginning of Post-Crisis, but to earlier in the 2000s, which makes this kind of have a perfect amount of material to collect everything that happened before then to create a 2 omnibus set. Now, realistically, they probably could just do a deluxe that captures her special from 1987 and then the miniseries from 1993, because everything else that is in here is kind of like guest appearances elsewhere, and so it would double dip other books. So it could be that maybe seeing this high in the poll is a signal to DC to at least do a deluxe of the specific Zatanna stories that they could. But this also could kind of give you her whole journey from being introduced in the Silver Age, pretty much every single significant appearance she makes outside of a crowd, all the way to the beginning of the next omnibus. And then you would have 2 Zatanna books in yourselves. Honestly, seeing this mapped like this and how it could be done makes me think I probably want the other one on my shelf, because I love an omnibus line that's like a 2 and done line of a whole character. That is very attractive to me.
I think it's so interesting that a character like that shows up here in the top 60. I want to highlight this comment really quick. Anyway, what's number 46? You realize your username is "I've seen the future."
Right.
3000.
See the irony, right?
Too far ahead.
Go on.
Yeah. Again, a DC finest of this would be really terrific as well.
Ooh.
I wonder is that the
Hey, Lars, stop. We're talking about Omnis. Come on.
Well,
Get it together, man.
How do you know Kuth?
Zatanna's getting so popular that, like, I wonder if they should get Paul Dini. It felt like left a number of threads on the table. I wonder if they should hire Paul Dini to finish his Zatanna run. But
Well, Jamal Campbell is like on fire.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Have you read it?
Yes.
Lars.
I've read that one. I'm not read that
Excellent.
one.
Oh, we should get some old reader, new reader on Zatanna with you.
I
It's
love
really
that.
cool.
So yeah, Melanie liked it so much she started getting the singles of the next. What's the new series that's out right now?
It's just regular Zatanna. They just relaunched the book.
Is it Anna or Anna? Teach me how to say words correctly.
Jess. Jess, how do you pronounce this lady's name, Jess?
Zatanna.
Zatanna.
Is it?
Yeah.
They
Lars,
say
how
it
do you
differently
pronounce
in the Injustice video game.
I pronounce
the
it
announcement.
Zatanna, but
Yeah.
I'm probably wrong.
Okay.
Zatanna.
Tigereyes, what about you, buddy? How do you pronounce it?
I would say Zatanna, like Satana from Marvel. Like,
I missed an opportunity to go Anataz. Damn it.
You did.
Wait, hold on, Omar. We've interviewed Kelly Thompson. How does she say it?
Oh, her and I had a really deep conversation about how we both mispronounce things all the time. So I don't think we count.
Gosh dang
it. That's I don't know. I try like Tigereyes said, like that character from Marvel, the Satana. But I think that one is also different
But
too.
it's also one N.
Yeah. Is it a real name?
All right.
Does anyone
We're
know?
deep in the weeds now. Let's get to number 46.
Yes!
Oh, I am killing on the first half of the show.
Did I miss one? Did I miss one?
Zatanna.
No.
No, because it's a tie.
Okay.
The best.
Number
run.
45, Robert Venditti's Hawkman with Brian Hitch on artwork.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of interviewing Brian Hitch, and he talked about how it was a difficult task to do this monthly, but he still managed to just crank him out. So, yeah, Hawkman, it's a big one. And honestly, Hawkman doesn't get a lot of love in omnibus format.
No.
One.
There's one.
Yeah,
One omnibus with Hawkman.
So I brought this to our first ever DC Evergreen show, and I almost got laughed off the show because it was so new at that point. People did not realize the genius of how good, especially the first 12 issues of this are. The way I always explain it to people is that Robert Venditti kind of took everything that had been done with Hawkman. He had just been lost, then he was found, he had died, and he said, instead of trying to start something all new and make an all new origin, what if I just tell a story that's true about everything? He's been lost, he's found, he's died, he's every Hawkman, in the words of Hawkakan, and he makes that work as if it is one giant event. It's just one of those books, a lot like James Tynion's Justice League Dark, that it's like, is this really just Hawkman? It feels like it's a line-wide event. The story's so big, it encompasses so much of the DC universe. And of course, Hitch doing monthly art hot off of his own run on Justice League, he kind of goes shortly after this. It's just a great run. And I went in knowing nothing about Hawkman at all, and I came out of it with him as one of my favorite DC characters.
That usually makes for better stories when, like, it wasn't like Robert Venditti also had this masters in Hawkman history, right? He was writing the character fresh, and it really helps when writing a story like this because it's got such a convoluted history between Hawkman and oh my gosh. I mean, even editors couldn't keep up with that nonsense.
So much to the point that TV Tropes has an entire page on Hawkman is confusing. Like that's literally the entry point for the Wikipedia article.
His Hawkman is confusing.
Yep, that's just
and also very important to note, all the trade paperbacks are completely out of print
for this.
Yeah,
wow.
And some of them go for stupid amounts of money.
Somebody said that the early Silver Age trade paperback for Zatanna is out. Like I think it's called because she's searching for her father. It's pretty thin.
Is that what you're doing? I thought you were just trying to get your steps in. You're just checking to see if you're if you have your book.
I'm checking books, man.
Okay.
It's like he's got books squirreled away in the insulation of his walls, and he has to go.
That's where I keep all the stuff so upper management doesn't find it.
So it tied with Swamp Thing by Rick Beach.
Okay.
Doug Wheeler.
Oh, gee. Okay.
Hold on, keep the book, Jess. Hold on.
No, it's fine. I was
I
just
didn't know if we
saying.
should wait. It would have been dead air just watching you walk to your other room.
This
Um,
book. Got the
okay.
go-go checks and everything, man. This is boss.
Keep the book with you, and I'll highlight you here in a second.
Whoop.
Does
Okay.
DC ever reprint trade paperbacks? Ironically enough, yes.
Yeah,
Well, I say ironically because Satana by Paul Dini was reprinted.
Yeah,
just
it was.
like 2 years ago.
Yep.
So they do reprint trades from time to time. They're
Yeah,
going
and they
through, like,
most
Tom
recently
Cain.
put out a brand new solicit for reeditions of Green Lantern Earth 1 and Green Lantern Secret Origin by
Yeah.
Tigereyes.
Yeah.
So this is Swamp Thing by Rick Veitch and Doug Wheeler, and this would be a continuation of Swamp Thing that got kicked off. Well, it would take place after Alan Moore's run, plus have the special things that were never actually printed, which is called Swamp Thing 1989. And they are going to be collected in the trade paperback. So one can assume that if they ever do an omnibus, they will be collected in there. And I can't wait for something like this to finally come out.
Mm.
Now with more Jesus. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. The overlap with Hellblazer Omni has made me avoid the trades for this Swamp Thing so far.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of an overlap, yeah. Yeah, but I mean that's what's going to happen, right? Whenever you start getting so many books, when DC starts bringing out more and more material, there is going to be double, triple, quadruple dipping. It just depends on what you enjoy.
I mean, John and Alec Holland both are completely intertwined with each other. So it's like no mistake that a lot of these are going to be double dipping into their own areas.
You make it sound like they're lovers. Goodness me.
I think,
Intertwined.
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. What are you saying, Lars?
What are you trying to say?
No judgment.
What do you have against plants, Lars?
Is this finally when we cancel Lars? Is that happening?
Yeah.
No judgment.
You know, we've seen the comments, both in the comments here and previously as the poll was running, of like, wouldn't the how do you say his name? Veitch or Vetch?
Veitch, right?
Veitch. Wouldn't the Rick Veitch run be enough on its own? It's pretty substantial. It's over 20 issues on its own. And that's the thing. They're kind of both in that 20 issue zone. DC certainly does omnibuses of that size, and especially for Swamp Thing, we'll do like a slimmer omnibus just to get it in an oversized format. So like, could they be two separate omnibuses, or one as an omnibus and one as a deluxe? Yes, of course they could. But for efficiency of putting them on the poll and without knowing what way DC would go, we put them together. And if one of them gets made and the other one doesn't, then the other one will appear on its own in the poll in the subsequent year.
Has anybody read this? Like, Tigereyes, have you read any? Oh, you haven't read any Swamp Thing. Yeah, look at your face. See you.
Guilty.
I'm surprised your initials aren't in the corner. Yeah.
Dom, wow. Dom, what about you? Have you read this run?
I have read the 2026 Black Label book, but I have not read the original run yet.
Oh, okay. So you haven't read the original run. Got it. Well, they're finally out in trade, so that's good. And the third one coming out. So hopefully, yeah.
It's going to be
the third one's going to be 1 through 4, right?
It will be the 2020. It'll contain the 2026 stuff.
Yeah.
The lost issues.
Right.
Man, they have been doing such an amazing job collecting Swamp Thing, by the way.
Yeah.
In this format. It is insane how much Swamp Thing we have. That's just, as a kid, I never thought he was such a popular character, even with Alan Moore, right? Because when you think of Alan Moore's Swamp Thing, as a kid, I thought, well, that's where it ends. Like, nobody cares about anybody else's run, like Nancy Collins or Brian K. Bonds or whatever.
Well, Swampy's the Daredevil of DC.
Yeah.
I think
No.
Oh, yeah. He's completely right. All great writers.
Come on, Lars.
Hold on. Let's get real here.
Right.
Dom, get rid of ours. Dom, just take him out. Boom.
I've always find it hard to really get up much enthusiasm for Swamp Thing when Alan Moore is not writing it. Now, I did read the pre-Alan.
That's unfair, though, man. Like,
hold on. I'm speaking only for myself. I think it's completely fair. But I did read the pre-Alan Moore stuff, and I was like, oh, I can see why people really are into this. Yeah. The original Len Wein, Bernie Wrightson stuff. It actually is quite strong, quite good. But yeah, and Alan Moore's Alan Moore. I might even get the bigger collected editions, but I have a hard time carrying beyond that.
Wow, Lars.
But people love it.
You could have.
So you don't feel the same about Daredevil because you love Frank Miller's Daredevil, and you also liked runs by Brian Michael Bendis and Ed Brubaker.
Yeah.
Is that what?
Yeah. I mean, Daredevil's had a number of strong hits. I mean, Bendis and Brubaker. I think Mark Waid's Daredevil is potentially the best thing Mark Waid ever wrote, and he's written a lot of great stuff. So yeah, it's been hit after hit after hit. But yeah,
I'm just really surprised that you think like that. Like,
hold on. You can't. There's certain characters you cannot be into them unilaterally. I mean, you
like
just
the Legion
can't.
of Superheroes.
well,
I'm into Daredevil. And
hold on. No, there's parts of Legion that if they collected them, I wouldn't buy those either.
Look, you see how his tone shifted? Like he got serious.
He did. No, shit's getting real now.
He was like, "I'm not joking around anymore. You're talking about the Legion."
You cannot be expected to be all in on every single character.
It's DC all in. That's what it's called.
No, that's ridiculous. But I can get there with because Alan Moore's Alan Moore. It takes Alan Moore's strong writing to actually get me to
you know what, Lars,
otherwise I don't care.
I respect your opinion.
I
there
don't,
I'm sure a lot of people like you.
Lars hasn't read anything past Alan Moore, have you?
No, he said he did, but he just doesn't agree.
Have you read Nancy Collins' run?
I read like the Scott Snyder run, and I was like, yeah, this is Byrne material all over again, you know.
Dude,
I mean,
I'm gonna make a show specifically for you, all about how great the writing's been on Swamp Thing since I was a teenager.
I think it's honestly conceptually, I'm like, well, he's a swamp monster and this and this and this. I'm like, okay, I only have so much enthusiasm for it,
dude. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I hate the Legion.
I love how passionate people are about Swamp Thing.
Well, yeah. So.
Lars is very entitled to his opinion.
Well, again, you're sort of arguing you have to be into every character.
No one is arguing.
No one said that.
Those are voices in your head.
I just think when it comes to things, Lars just like man things better than he likes swamp things. Like,
right?
Clearly.
You know?
I just think it's odd for you to go on such a tirade when you haven't read it all and seen how great the writers are.
I have read quite a bit of it afterward. I haven't read all of it because I'm just not that into it, but I've read quite a bit of it. Yeah,
I think there are characters that click with people.
I read some of the Nancy Collins stuff. Nancy Collins is a very good writer. But yeah,
I've never read a single issue. In case anybody wanted to know how I felt.
Wow.
Have you not read the Alan Moore stuff?
No.
Okay.
So you and Tigereyes.
I'm waiting for an original colors.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I would have sent.
Well, let's get those votes in there, then, people. Oh wait, it's too late. The polls are closed.
Polls are closed.
All right, let's move on to number 44. And oh my gosh, Infinity Incorporated. This is the spin-off of All-Star Squadron with the kids, the next generation, the legacy characters. And some of these characters would later be featured in the pages of Sandman, of all places.
Yes,
right.
It is incredible fodder for Sandman. It's true,
and play important roles in that whole world. They did release. Dom, was it 2 hardcovers or just 1?
I want to say 2.
I think they released just the 1. They solicited.
They solicited 2. I can't remember if that ever came out or not,
which was shocking. So this is a really interesting series.
And those were standard size, by the way. They weren't oversized.
Right. Yeah. Roy Thomas, who's, came of age in the golden age. This is kind of his love letter to it. It was meant to be Justice Society, the new generation, the sons and daughters of the JSA. It's quite a bit of interesting stuff. The art is really good. And it features this young whippersnapper named Todd McFarlane. And I always felt like through this series, I was into Todd McFarlane before he was cool, because even
look at you hipster.
Yeah, well, and Todd's art here is nowhere near what it's going to become. But even at the time, I was like, man, this Todd McFarlane guy is really good. His art felt very fresh and kind of warm and organic and playful compared to some of the bit more static artists around him, even if they were really good. So Yeah, this is interesting. I do think the biggest mistake here is maybe they shouldn't have called it Infinity Incorporated. Maybe they should have called it like Justice Society, the New Generation, or something like that. I've always wondered if it's been.
It went on 53 issues, so I think
No, it did, yeah. But I was wondering, but it doesn't. Certainly after this, it doesn't sell that great.
You're talking about the name itself.
The name, no, I'm purely talking about the name. I'm purely talking about the name.
During post Infinite Crisis, there was a relaunch of Infinity Incorporated with characters like what is her name? Natasha Irons.
Irons.
Yeah. So I agree. That name never really clicked with me because it sounded like I was reading a comic book about a corporation.
Well, exactly.
Day to day in HR.
It's kind of irrelevant to the fact that they are the sons and daughters of the JSA, and it does make it feel a bit stiff and corporate. But the characters are great. The art was great. I think Jerry Ordway does some art in here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Jess, have you read any of this?
No, and that's why I'm not going to do a whole monologue on it.
Okay.
I just never read it.
Has anybody else read this?
I've read the whole thing.
You read all this. You read you read it. Oh my gosh, I'm shocked. You read Infinity Incorporated, but I've never read Swamp Thing. This is awesome. Tell me about it, Tigereyes.
It's fun. It's and it's of its time, I will say. But it's something I was a little too young to read, and pulled them out of the 50-cent bins or whatever it was, and got the whole run. I was more of a Michael Bayer fan than a Todd McFarlane fan, but it's good stuff.
I will get this.
You will get this? Oh,
yes.
Awesome. That means you
Tigereyes said nice things about it, and Tigereyes hardly ever talks, so it has to be great.
It's only because I'm so loud that I keep interrupting him. Otherwise, he would take the show, man. That's why.
I'd like to hear more from him.
It's all me. I'm sorry about that, Tigereyes.
Well, I like hearing you too. So.
Oh well, thank you, Jess. Anybody else have thoughts, opinions on Infinity Incorporated?
If you are enjoying Jeff Lemire's current run on JSA, it's clear that he's taking a lot of inspiration from this. So if you are a big Lemire fan, I would definitely, if they ever make an Omni of the 84 run, or you're like, oh, I want to read this digitally, I would definitely check this out.
I saw comment.
Roy Thomas clearly wanted to establish we're not our parents, we're of our parents, but we're going to do things differently. When Jeff Johns does his JSA run, he kind of folds.
No, I don't. Not everybody. See what I did there? I just interviewed. You ain't never been to a Latino cookout, man? You can't get a word in. Go ahead, Lars.
Jeff Johns, quite sensibly kind of folds it in there and just makes it the Justice Society, some of whom are the original members and some of whom are the successors. So, but this is meant to be really, kind of the first thing they do is tell the older ones to piss off. So yeah, it's quite fun.
Well, let me just ask a quick question.
Go ahead.
I recognize pretty much everybody on the cover, but I'm not picking up on who Mohawk in the red Mohawk is.
Mohawk, his name is Nucleon.
Who's he the son of?
Well, he's a sort of, you might say, adopted son of the Atom.
He ended up joining the Justice League, right? Like in the 90s, I think.
Well, doesn't he later become Atom Smasher?
He does.
Yeah.
The Atom Smasher.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
there was a lot of Mohawks in the 80s.
He was cool, dude.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Jeff
Johns
Johns gets a hold of him and immediately starts sullying the character, but still.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
All right. We're moving. Oh man.
Wow.
Hey.
This was Wonder Maddie's number one choice. I also am a huge fan of this book. Outsiders by Judd Winnick. Tigereyes, I think you and I probably voted for this book, right? Top 10?
No,
What is going on? Do I even know you?
This is kind of set me up today. This is my least favorite of the Outsiders run. Nothing against it, but I don't like Mike Barr.
But see, you have something to say about it contextually. Is
This is why we don't let Tigereyes talk, because he just said he didn't like this run.
That was
what is it about this one you didn't like?
I guess because I'm so used to the other, it didn't feel like my Outsiders. Probably old man, get off my lawn type.
No, that's
Yeah,
okay.
it didn't have Geoforce in it, and I think that's a fair assessment from Tigereyes.
No,
Geoforce shows up in the Dan
McConnell.
Video era, though. He comes back.
He does, but not this era.
This era was so cool, man.
So Omar, what makes it cool? We all know I famously do not know 2000s DC at all, really. What is so cool? But I know the 80s Outsiders. So much like Tigereyes, I look at this kind of skeptically. What is the pitch for this book?
So I always think that Judd Winnick went to the Chris Claremont School of Writing when it comes to getting to know these characters, and he does it really well with this series. I was a big fan of the series. So it started off with, yes, the edginess of let's kill off a bunch of Titans with that graduation day, and then let's kick off a new series called Teen Titans, and then the more adult Titans that aren't quite ready to become the Batman or Green Arrow can have their own series, and they become the Outsiders. Plus, you throw in a couple of new characters, legacy characters, and maybe a robot that could be the person guilty for killing like a couple of your friends. But I don't know. It was just real, dude. I really think he understood the characters. There was an edginess to it. There's I dare say a sexiness to it that attracts a lot of people to this run.
Jandal.
Yeah, seriously, the way he wrote these characters, it was like, I think it was the perfect time to read it. Was in my early 20s, coming back to comics, because the way he wrote was the way that we talked and thinked. Like, I don't know, there was just something special about this run that I really enjoyed, and I would love to own this. Plus, you have Teen Titans by Jeff Johns, and this is kind of like,
it's the
it's like X-Men and Uncanny X-Men. They kind of go hand in hand almost, written by two different people.
Yeah, it's yet another MTV flavored book from Judd Winnick, who was on MTV The Real World.
You can't do that. It's not like you walk around going, "Oh man, Black Panther by Reggie Hudlin. That's the guy that wrote House Party." You don't say that.
I mean, he did just
say on MTV The Real World.
Yes, he was, but it doesn't mean that he had to write it like an MTV show. I get it. I get Gen 13. This was I don't know. I really enjoyed this run. I think he understood the characters. I'm so sorry that Tigereyes did not like it. I thought you were on Team Outsiders, dude. Dom, did you like this? You've read it, right?
I did like this run. This was recommended to me by you when I started watching the channel like 7 years ago.
You're on his payroll, though.
Oh, okay. What are we doing here? Wow, this is why we don't let Tigereyes talk. You say
Dom, would you say that you grew up watching this channel?
I did indeed, Crisis. And I remember Omar talking in random last year. Oh, this is a really cool run. Not only read the Jeff Johns run, I didn't know that there was another cool title alongside of it. So 18-year-old me wants to thank you for that, Omar.
Well, you're so welcome.
But yeah, to add, it's I think a perfect mix of like new breed team building on top of, hey, let's throw in legacy characters like Dick Grayson and like Roy Harper in the fold, and you get a really cool book out of it. Getting to see Jenny Lynn Hayden operate with other characters like Dick Grayson, like Rex, Metamorpho, I think that is one of the highlights, specifically of the run.
Yeah, now we need to get Crisis to read this.
As soon as I read something, apparently.
Be like, man, this was awful.
Maybe I'll finally learn how to spell Winnick. The number one mistake I make across both the Marvel poll and the DC poll is every time Judd Winnick's name is in, I misspell Judd Winnick's name.
You put
every single time.
Yep.
Oh, I thought it had two N's. Okay.
Got two D's is the way I remember it.
Oh.
2 D's, 1 N.
Yep.
Got it.
All right, Omar.
We are going to move on to Animal Man, the Vertigo Gear Volume 3, or the Jamie Delano run. Now, this would follow up the most recently released Animal Man Omnibus and finish out this particular era. But it's not just Jamie Delano. Jerry Prozer's run is also added here just to wrap it up, because we know that DC has done that in the past, and it would be a sin to leave out 10 issues. That would just, ouch, right?
But it could be
we
a
already
deluxe
don't like
on
orphan
its own.
issues. I mean,
We've seen them do that on Flash. Like it's a thing.
Yeah,
They
but
could
this
just
is
put that
I mean,
one
there is
thing
a
out.
difference between Flash by Grant Morrison and Mark Miller and Animal Man by Jerry Prosser.
Prosser. That's fair.
Right?
That's a fair
You know?
assessment.
Yeah.
Well, I think what's been really cool, I think specifically about the Animal Man books, is that we obviously saw Grant Morrison's run get into an omnibus, and it's hailed as one of the most important 80s runs, if not comic runs, overall of all time. But we also saw that the following Omni that just got released a couple of weeks ago or months ago, that was supposed to be a compendium. And that got the bump up to an Omni, so we didn't know, like, if they were going to continue.
I remember that, yeah.
The line like this, or if it was, hey, we finally got it all in oversized. And I think it's a pretty cool indicator, maybe a nice indicator to see that, DC might be completely willing to go all the way in oversized format and push the boundaries on this instead of doing it in two separate formats like they did before they switched it.
I would love to hear the behind the scenes as to why they decided to change that. Or it could have just been a fluke, as we've seen in the past. Sometimes things that they put into the catalog, there's miscommunication, and it shows up as a soft cover when it was supposed to be a hardcover all along. But I would love to know that. Can you imagine if they had released that as a compendium and then they released this as an omnibus edition?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, people would have lost their minds, man.
You'd have to think that just about every warm body that bought Volume 2 would buy Volume 3. Some of this has never been collected.
I think some people have, like, what is it called? Logic and
What?
Logic?
yeah, dude. I don't know who where they live, but they don't live in. Not me. I don't have any of that. Like,
No, we know. You
I don't know. I don't know how to stop, Lars.
Yeah, no. Some of this has never been collected,
The
and
no
what
Wolverine era. I hate that book.
And what has been collected of this is largely been collected in trade paperbacks with very crappy paper. So a really nice.
Wait, has Jerry Prosser's run been collected in trade?
No, that one hasn't, but some of the Delano run has.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, in a lot of the Vertigo stuff got collected in very cheap softcover.
I used to have a lot of those cheap hardcovers for Vertigo because I was a huge fan, and I could never find like all of it. That's awesome. Okay.
Hang on. Oh, yeah, he's right.
I'm loving this angle of Jess just going to check his books to see.
Here's some of the Jamie Delano stuff, but yeah, he's right.
Has anyone told Jess that we're not announcing Omnis? These are just
I know.
Okay.
I'm just showing so people know.
Okay. Yeah, so that's been collected in omnibus format. What's going on, Jess?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You need those trades replaced, buddy.
I sure do. You're right.
Yes, that's right. Maybe you to share with the world your wall of Spider-Man there. That's
we need to fix
you want to see that?
Let's keep it DC. Let's stay on
right.
brand.
Yeah, it is supposed to be DC.
Thanks, Lars. All right, let's move on to number 41.
Yes.
With Shazam.
Okay.
Power
Yeah.
of Shazam. We're looking at the 90s Shazam, Jerry Ordway.
Yeah.
And reintroducing us to this character. I think this is the era where they could not legally call him on the title Captain Marvel, but within the book, he was still Captain Marvel. But it is the power of Shazam.
It is funny that you mentioned that, though, Omar, because the Captain Marvel naming convention has alleviated a little bit in light of the crossovers between DC and Marvel.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So what are we calling him now? Is he still the captain?
He's Captain. You can call him Captain Marvel now.
Wow.
Within the books, he's called Captain Marvel?
Just not in titles, not in marketing.
Not in titles, but obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
to me,
that's
the
awesome.
captain is Captain Morgan, so that gets confusing.
That's right. Exactly.
But
now
this
imagine
one,
Billy getting his bottle of Captain Morgan in one of these.
the captain for the captain. So this
Exactly.
hadn't even cracked the top 100 previously, and it's not like there's a huge precursor run or anything that came out. He doesn't have a currently running series right now. The movies are in our rear view. I think there's just been like a slowly mounting, beating dramas. Some people maybe get a hold of the trade that just collected the very beginning of this and realize that this series was actually incredible. Like it was really, really good.
Yeah.
90s comic books, one of the best superhero ongoings that DC had in the middle of the 90s. At 47 issues, an annual and a 1 million, it's kind of a perfect size for a one and done 90s size omnibus. There was some Shazam material that came before that, but what's interesting is that DC took a few tries to really get him right post-Crisis and really get his lore right, because at the beginning, if you remember in Legends, when he's first introduced to everybody before he joins Justice League International, he's kind of like the Superman, because DC hasn't given anybody access to Superman yet, because John Byrne is still like redoing Superman's origin and kind of setting him on his own path in the same way that George Perez was doing with Wonder Woman. And so then Shazam gets his own miniseries in 1987. Then he's briefly in Action Comics Weekly, and then he gets his own OGN, all of which kind of lightly contradicts the continuity in this ongoing series. So this is one of those times that even me, total whore for getting everything all in one book all at once, I might rather have all that stuff that's in the notes in its own deluxe or trade paperback and just stick with the main Power of Shazam series being collected all together, in which case it probably wouldn't even need to be a volume 1. It probably could just be a one and done at that point.
And to echo Crisis's praise for the title, I think it should be noted that Jerry Ordway might be the most underrated 90s creator. I don't think anybody talks about him in that same light of Dan Jurgens or any of the Image guys. I think he gets lost under the mud of a lot of creators who were popping up at the time. And I think all of the writing, penciling, it's a marvel to see how much Jerry Ordway was kicking butt in the 90s.
Absolutely. His art is just beautiful.
There you are. You woke up, Lars. Go on.
Excuse me. I let other people talk. Yeah. His art is always beautiful and elegant. I would probably.
He's really one of my favorite artists. Like full stop. No disclaimer. No decade. He's just one of my favorite artists.
Yeah. He's got a classic flair to his art. Now I've always been a big fan of his, but you're right, Dom. I think when I think of the 90s, especially like in the Superman office, it's always, of course, Dan Jurgens and John Byrne, Roger Stern, Louis Simonson, even John Bogdanove.
Yeah,
and nobody really mentions like Jerry Ordway at all. And he's solid. This has been collected in one standard size hardcover, and then the second standard size hardcover was canceled and they made it into a trade paperback, but it did come out. But that's before the new DC regime. Top 40. Here we go. It is a tie.
Hey,
nothing is ever that easy.
I am an Arrow.
With Green Arrow, the Rebirth Omnibus by Benjamin Percy. First time in the Tigereyes poll, it was 72 in 2025 and 105 in 2024. This has been collected in trades. There's only been one deluxe edition, but it would be nice to have it all in a deluxe hardcover format or omnibus format.
Now, if you think you know Benjamin Percy from reading him at Marvel, I honestly, you could tell me that it's two different Benjamin Percys and I would believe you. For all of the kind of grimness and violence that his runs have at Marvel, I find this run incredibly, it's an adventure comic. It's optimistic. It feels just like a constantly running cartoon that just has like episodes roll into other episodes as he's like, he's on a train and then he's through a city and then he's fighting. It just kind of like goes and goes and goes in such a pleasing way. The art on all of it was excellent. This was one of my favorite weekly titles to pull during Rebirth. If you've never read Green Arrow before, it's not a re-origin, but it also kind of brings you along very easily. So it'd be a really great place to just start reading some Green Arrow. There's really no reason you couldn't. I'm a tremendous fan of this run. You know, Ben Percy writes the majority of it, and then he drops off, and the last year is written by a combination of Lansing and Kelly, the Hive Mind, who I know Dom always likes to have something to say about, and also Julie Benson. I liked that last year just fine. I think this was actually a good book from start to finish. No objections from me at all here, but I just this Benjamin Percy part, I mean, I would say Green Arrow is the Daredevil of DC if we're putting that out there, but really good. And also some fantastic artwork. Otto Schmidt, who really gives you a true kind of like Batman animated series vibe on interior art. Really, really great. And I want to say maybe some Juan Ferreira in there as well. And Eleonoria Carlini. I mean, this is a true favorite of mine. This is not just me pumping it up like to get you excited. Like I legit love this run a lot.
I also, I agree with everything Crisis said. We only have to sort of bring the Omar into this. The blue oversized hardcover for the
Yeah.
run, and that's it.
Stood out like a sore thumb because all the other ones
You see all the other, yeah, they're white.
Yeah. And then it was canceled, or so were the other ones, like Aquaman was canceled, and what was it, Flash volumes 4. Yeah, it was a weird era for collected editions when DC shifted, but now, it'd be great to have this back. I didn't know you were such a fan, Crisis. That's cool.
Yeah, I was while I was doing my stay-at-home
did you
parent
also
thing.
like Wolverine though?
No, it was while I was doing my stay-at-home parent thing, and I kind of was like so over Marvel at that point, and I was just like, what if I just start reading Rebirth digitally? I mean, it couldn't possibly be as bad as New 52, right? Like, ha ha ha. And then pretty much, I think I liked every single Rebirth title. Like, I was pulling the whole line, and that's what really turned me into the creature that today, where I try to read everything from all publishers. I had never liked DC's whole line before, and during Rebirth, I was like hungry every week for whatever was coming out.
I want to quickly get to this question. This is a character I want to get into, and I love the show. I think that might actually be the New 52 is what you're looking for. If you're looking for something that's more like the show.
Probably.
I would say new, and Dom, back me up or argue. I would love either way. Sure. I would say New 52 Green Arrow feels more like the show. To me, this really feels as though Green Arrow had his own Batman animated series spinoff. That's what this run feels like to me.
I think I can agree. If you're looking for Grell, get the Condon run. If you're looking for
so
good. If you're looking for a sort of like different tone to your Green Arrow, like not 100% Grell, but still want to keep it in that same realm and vibe, get the Ben Percy Rebirth run. If you're looking for something like the animated show, check out any of the Arrowverse tie-ins or just the overall New 52 run that they've put out.
Yeah,
this is a good answer too. I was going to say that.
I was going to say this.
Yeah. As good as the Grell stuff is, and I love it, it doesn't really match up with the Arrowverse. So,
well, no, because the Arrowverse was a young Ollie, right?
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking of.
Certainly.
There was another question here, but I cannot find it. So we're going to move on to number 39. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Nice. The taste is jumping out this year on the bottom half of the poll.
Wow. Okay. Green Lantern by Grant Morrison and Liam Sharp. I know it's only up a few slots, but this was previously ranked at 44 in 2025, 57 in 2024. For anybody that hasn't read this,
sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. It's Green Lantern, but it's also Grant Morrison.
You gotta
just it gets nuts, is all I will say without going into spoilers. Liam Sharp's artwork though is phenomenal throughout the whole thing. It would be on the thinner side of an omnibus, but still one that is it would be great to have an oversized format.
I mean, I have the hardcovers of this. I'd buy an omnibus and upgrade.
So you heard it was terrible? If you're not a fan of Morrison going nuts, I can see why people didn't like it.
I mean, well, there are people who don't like Grant Morrison Batman. They
there are
need
people
their
who don't like Swamp Thing.
Wait, people who don't like all Swamp Thing.
Sorry. Lars, I'm on your side with this. I'm obsessed with this. Let's go. Lars, we haven't had our moment. Let's lock in, Lars. Let's talk about how great this is.
I mean, it is Grant Morrison. It's sort of an acquired taste in that, you have to kind of, again, you're not going to understand all of it, but, Morrison is always interesting. Always. So, go ahead, Peter.
The thing I love about this is, look, Morrison doesn't always click with me. Sometimes I get them, sometimes I don't. I always try. I love this because it's them in like super funny mode. Like he right at this top is like, Green Lantern's a space cop, but he's not a cop. But the system needs a cop, but the system's in chaos. Like the whole pitch of this whole book is a study in contradictions. Like, is he a cop or is he not a cop? Is the universe in order or is it in chaos? What is Hal Jordan himself a representation of order by virtue of having the lantern ring? What happens if he has to go and collaborate with people who are chaotic in nature? And then pile all the typical Grant Morrison insanity on top of that, and then pile Liam Sharp doing space art on top of that. I mean, it's weird. It is one of the most deeply weird Morrison runs I have read. But even for me, who does not always love Morrison, I just found this run absolutely fascinating.
It is sort of like they're trying to tell every Green Lantern story all at once.
Yeah,
it's like it's like Morrison has poured through Green Lantern's history and gone, well, there was this type of story and 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 this type of story. And I'm going to tell them all in the same miniseries. Which is why it can feel kind of disjointing, but compelling, very compelling.
And on the Liam Sharp note, because his art in here is absolutely spectacular. I got a chance to meet Liam. One of the first signings that I've ever been in person. Just graduated high school. Finally got my own car. Said, hey, they're doing a signing at my shop with the Green Lantern artist. Let me go ahead and see what's up. Liam told me the story of how he pitched this run with Grant to Dan Didio in Glasgow, England. I think Dan flew out to England.
So got him drunk.
Said, "Hey, I got a story that I want to tell," and Liam and Grant and Dan had a bunch of drinks, and the premise was so well that it was green lighted day one.
Yeah, I didn't care for it when Liam took over Hulk, just because it was such a shock to the system from Gary Frank's art. But here he's just really good. Really
Liam's
good.
art. I've been a huge fan of him since Death's Head 2.
Yeah.
So it was perfect for Hulk.
Yes, baby. Marvel UK.
Yes, give me that. Oh my God, give me Death's Head 2 one day. But I mean, even look at the way Hal looks. Look at those arms. He's always drawn big dudes. Everybody's a big dude. Everybody looks like they skip leg days sometimes, and it worked for Hulk. Like I'm surprised you didn't dig it. I thought it was.
I also didn't dig the story shift at the time because they'd finished up the Pantheon storyline. They moved on to something else. I think there's a sense that the series is kind of fumbling around in the dark for a while. But here it's also great that Liam's art is really great, and he does all of it. Because Morrison,
except for the Black Stars miniseries.
Yeah, he takes a little break in Black Stars and he's right back.
But yeah, you're right. But of the main title, he does all of it. And Morrison works with a lot of people where like he winds up working with 87 artists on Invisibles, or so it feels like. So no, Liam Sharp's really good here.
Morrison also throws 3 big DC writers at the time under the bus in Black Star. So if you're looking for metatextual,
wow, no. What are we doing?
Only 3.
Only 3.
Well, Omar, you already gave them a peek at the next one. We might as well unveil.
Yes.
There we go. It's the Red Hood and the Outlaws Volume 2.
Nice.
This is really confusing with the title. Sorry about that.
I buy 3 of these.
So this would be a follow-up to the. Oh my God. Okay, so it goes Volume 1. Then we would need a Volume 2 of the New 52 era, and then this era. Is that no? This would be New 52 and Rebirth, but still the same writer, believe it or not. Even though it takes it changes so much, it almost becomes this is what I was talking about. This becomes a different book, especially with the supporting cast.
They're the best. Artemis and Bizarro.
I hate reading Bizarro's script, but this was actually tolerable.
Yeah, because Lobdell doesn't do Bizarro speak.
Yeah, he doesn't play by all the rules.
Yeah, because that's why it's tolerable.
What a back cover endorsement that would be. Almost tolerable.
For Bizarro, yes.
Some people had some complaints about how this was broken up or mapped on the poll, but actually we were trying to follow a little bit of an Occam's razor path of least resistance here, which is that for the remaining Red Hood that we've got, which is the remainder of New 52, the beginning of Rebirth and the end of Rebirth, it's kind of breaks into Red Hood teaming up with other people and Red Hood not teaming up with other people. So the book that you saw earlier on the poll was kind of Red Hood going alone. That was Outlaw singular. This is Outlaws Volume 2. Really, it contains 3 different runs, right? It has the last 13, 14 issues of Red Hood and the Outlaws that are not in that initial omnibus. Then you could put in there all of Red Hood Arsenal, which really could get its own deluxe edition, but it was happening at the same time. And then there's also the relaunch of him into Rebirth, the first 26 issues of that, 1 through 25 in annual 1. And you could kind of mix and match and put any two of these things together and it would make sense. You could put the New 52 Remainder and Red Hood Arsenal together because that's also New 52. You could put the New 52 and the Rebirth and leave Arsenal out. You could do all three. It's hard to predict with DC's collecting patterns what they will do. We have seen a few times that they will put some New 52 stuff and Rebirth stuff together, but these are kind of the three puppies still waiting to be adopted in terms of Red Hood from this period, and whether this book would have one of them, two of them, or take all three puppies home, that is what's available to be in this map.
And to also counter Omar, because he did say that one person writes this isn't true, at least especially in this mapping. We have the earliest portion of this stuff done by James Tynion and Will Pfeiffer, and the only reason I remember that is because I remember going online back on the DC subreddit and getting into an argument with someone over who the better detective was. Was it Tim Drake or Jason Todd? Oh, you know what? I bring up, hey, like, you know, Roz called him detective.
Wait,
Robin Run and all this.
Were
blah,
you
blah,
team
blah.
Tim Drake or Jason Todd?
Well, here's the thing. He brought up
Answer the question, Dom.
He's trying to get to it.
I said that I was arguing for Tim Drake being the better one, that's when he brought up a panel from the James Tynion written portions of it, which is in this omnibus, of Ra's al Ghul telling Jason Todd or calling him detective. He's like, oh yeah, Tim Drake, he's not special, man. Jason's on that same level too. So that's where we had the back and forth. And that's why I remember, oh wait, that's right. Scott Lobdell didn't write all of this.
I never thought that James Tynion would be so off. Okay. But that's okay. Any other thoughts on Red Hood and the Outlaws Volume 2?
I love 1 through 25, that's for sure.
The Rebirth era?
The Rebirth era, yeah. This is so great, so solid, super fun.
All right.
Anybody, wait, hang on a sec. Anybody that hasn't read this and is already criticizing who wrote it, you need to read it. Then you can criticize it or whatever you want to do. But don't just say.
Yeah, then you can dump on it properly. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't just say, and Scott Lobdell, I'm never getting it. Just read this.
I mean, people can not support whomever, right?
Hey, I'm talking here, buddy.
Just
go ahead.
Jess Bragg does not represent the thoughts and opinions of to get that out there real quick. Go ahead.
Well, okay. I don't get why it's okay for people to just blow off runs and say I don't like everything when we've made a special point of we're not big fans of his earlier writing, but this Outlaws thing is really special. So I'm just saying. Whatever.
I think you're right. Here's the thing. I did try this series with the New 52 relaunch, and I didn't make it to issue 28. Now, you could be right. Maybe this later stuff is better. But I did give the series a try, and those early issues just put me off too much.
On this Rebirth Outlaws one? You didn't dig, or is it the New 52?
I'm sorry. This is
He's talking about the Arsenal and Starfire era New 52, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, this does have the
New 52
this is 2014 and Rebirth. Yeah, it has both.
This is a continuation of the New 52.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah. No, I tried the New
beginning.
52 stuff, and I just couldn't make it this far. I accept what Omar is saying, that maybe when he becomes more of a solo series, it gets better. Sure. Yeah.
No, this was good. I like this stuff. All right, I'm going to move on from Red Hood and go to Green Arrow by Chuck Dixon.
Hey, yes.
This would follow up the Mike Grell run, so issues 81 through 137. This is otherwise known as the Connor Hawk era after something ends up happening to Ollie, or he decides to leave for a while. But if you've read anything, I don't know, since Green Arrow by Kevin Smith, you probably know what happens to him. But anyway, this is something that has 0 trade paperbacks. I think there might be one old trade paperback of Connor Hawk and the Connor Hawk miniseries, but that is it.
Wow.
None of this has been collected. But it was solid. I love this era. This is if you liked Green Lantern by Ron Mars, this has that very similar feel where both of these guys feel like they don't really belong in this role of like the mantle that they've taken over. They feel like, as the kids call them these days, LARPers. Like they don't really.
You did not just say that word.
I did, man. You got to keep up, Dom. Do you know what?
And
it means?
LARPers, of course, are the Lars Pearson fan club. LARPers.
It's true.
Right.
It's true. There might be at least two.
No, it
people
is
in
not.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And they're both Scandinavian, of course. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, am I the only one that does this run, or anyone else?
My friend had this #1 on his poll. He actually called me before the stream and he said, "Dom, I better see Green Arrow by Chuck Dixon on the top at some point." He's a super big fan of the run.
Was he threatening you?
Yeah, he always
threat.
Yeah, he always threatens me every single time he calls me.
What was going to happen to you if it wasn't high on the list?
No burger for me.
Oh.
That's or maybe it was some kind of insider trading scheme. I mean, are people betting on the poll results on Polymarket now?
Right. Is this on the predictive markets?
Yeah.
Thing?
Yes, on Kalshi, if you put in $2, if this eventually becomes an Omni, you get $15 out of it. So just not sponsored by Kalshi.com, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Wait a second. LARPer is officially dead as a term. Is that because old people used it? Is that
people on
the definition has changed.
Yeah.
And Dom's going to tell you what it is now.
I've got kids that are younger than Dom that are still using it. Maybe it's because we live in
LARPing has been around forever. No generation owns LARPing.
I know what you're saying, but the definition has changed.
Look at Jess teaching all of us what LARPing is. Go ahead, Jess.
I'm just saying.
Jess, tell us.
No.
Jess is LARPing right now.
Whoa!
You could still. I think it's the person that said that is right, that the vernacular is changed to where it's derogatory now. Correct. A little bit.
Right, because it has like a double meaning now. It's not.
Yeah.
Understood.
Right. It's not the fun live action thing.
My daughter used it in a sentence talking about a YouTuber going, "Oh, that guy's a LARPer, not like you, Dad." And I'm like,
"Oh,
what?
Dude. Oh, man. No, they've done it. It's used all the time in Instagram GIFs, in Instagram comment sections. If somebody says something quite odd about another person and being in love with them, the person usually gets ratioed and is called a LARPer. So Jess is right 100% to the point that unfortunately my generation after me has completely twisted the word.
Well, what sort of insult do they think they're slinging?
My understanding is that people are using it as a derogatory term for, oh wait, you're in love with this random person that's in the game.
It's like you're a faker, you're a pretender, you're kind of putting on a show that you're interested in this thing.
Wow. Okay, we spent way too much time on LARPing. Let's move on to
the Chuck. Wait, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Justice League of America. Meltzer and McDuffie, man, I love this era with beautiful Ed Benes on artwork at first, and then people like Joe Benitez later on joining in on the fun.
And then it gets back to Ed Benes when McDuffie gets on.
This legit has my all-time favorite Justice League story, and that is the Injustice League. I love that story.
I thought you were going to talk about the Gene Ha drawn issue that features Arsenal and Vixen.
Yeah, that was pretty hot, but the freaking Injustice League. Oh my God, I love that story, man. That was Dwayne McDuffie just showing you what he's capable of doing. He's such that guy was an underrated writer. I love that guy, man. He understood the characters and he understood the assignment. He was good.
I'd be torn on this one. I really love McDuffie. I'm not too keen on Meltzer as a comic book writer. I think he's a better novel writer.
Novelist.
Hey,
you know how much I hate Identity Crisis, and I still
thought just it. And
I thought this was fun.
Yeah.
But taking place after the events of Infinite Crisis, right? No.
I don't know.
Yes,
You are correct. Yeah, this is literally one of the
1 year
two
later.
books
Yeah.
of America that got relaunched after Infinite Crisis.
I never felt he transitioned to comics all that well. He did write a pretty good story, a pretty good Buffy comics, but those are being heavily filtered, so I don't know.
And I like the actual something that both Peter and I have talked about when the X-Men, whenever you have a New Mutant or one of the characters like Surge join the main team. I like when that happens because it shows growth. So we finally got a Red Arrow. That was nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I don't think I voted for this one this year. I think I voted for it last year, but I would be all over this one. Plus, yeah, like I mentioned, beautiful artwork. Beautiful artwork. If you're a fan of Ed Benes, he's not for everybody, but yeah. Anybody else like this run?
I will buy it when it comes in Omnibus. And
Okay.
give somebody my deluxe. I don't know who yet.
Oh my gosh! This
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Every year, this surprises me how high it ranks. Booster Gold by Jeff Johns and Keith Giffen and Dan.
We finally got
Jurgens.
another Green Lantern omnibus on the board. Woo, let's go.
Volume 1. This is number
nobody understood the
26 in 2025 and 27 in 2024. Slipped a little bit in 2026 with number 35 and collecting the post Infinite Crisis. So this would be the things that kicked off with the 52 weekly series.
52
crap,
pickup.
that's been your avatar? That's awesome. Wait, did you vote for this? This is your number one? I voted for this year. I'm a huge fan of this run. I love it from beginning to end. Plus blue and gold. Oh my gosh, this was such a good era.
I need to properly read this. I read it.
You've read it, right, Lars?
I've read it. I've read it choppily. I've not read it start to finish, and I should. I've got DC Infinite. Yeah,
that issue with Barbara Gordon. Oh my god, I love that issue. Yeah,
it's funny how in popularity this has surpassed the original series. The first one didn't last all that long. Yeah,
I think I would say it's better. I like the original.
Well, I think it probably is better in absolute terms. Yeah,
you don't have to read the original one. Go ahead, Crisis.
This is one that the consultation really kind of shifted us a little bit on. We used to sort of gang everything together between the pre-Flashpoint and post-Flashpoint stuff, and folks really pointed out, that this really could be a home for Time Master's Vanishing Points, which does kind of push it into that 50 issues range, which means trying to include more post-Flashpoint stuff wouldn't be so a great idea. And then some other folks also pointed out that in terms of a post-Flashpoint Booster Gold book, there's actually plenty of stuff, and you could have all of Justice League International in there, which is only 13 issues, and otherwise would get orphaned in Omnibus. And so in that smaller text down there, if you want to get out your magnifying lens or magnify on screen, it turns out that there's actually probably enough material for a post-Flashpoint booster book, even if you just take Justice League International, his Convergent stuff, which like weirdly kind of is continuity because it's booster, and also Blue and Gold, which Omar mentioned. So just those three together would easily make another omnibus volume.
Shout out to Ryan Sook.
Okay, I'll put this on my to-do list. Because of the show, I've been reading Matt Fraction's Iron Man. Yes, I know it's a DC show, but there's quite a lot I read because of what's mentioned here.
Oh, are you writing things down?
Yes.
Whoa! Look at
I
you.
know. I pay attention, Omar.
We will see.
Jesus!
Jim's here.
Wow.
Lars.
Oh my.
Take it away.
Oh my. Yeah. Okay. Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, Volume 1. This takes us. This stuff has already been collected, but in various hardcovers that aren't available anymore. It's basically the Legion of Superheroes, the Bronze Age, if you also want to call it that. Some great stuff in here by Mike Grell. Yes. Great stuff in here by Mike Grell. There's some great Dave Cocker material in here. I think, it's a key
Jim
part.
Shooter.
And of course, Jim Shooter comes back to write some stuff. Paul Levitz. Wait a minute. I'm looking at Paul Levitz does his early stuff here. The Earth War Saga's in here, and Karate Kid, which is not based on the motion picture. Absolutely.
Was this in your top 10, Mr. Pearson?
It wasn't, because I sort of assume I can see the reasons why DC would feel motivated to make this one. So I just felt, use my votes for things that they otherwise might not make.
You think they're wanting to do this?
Well, I mean, a lot of people have been twitching for it because it's a natural continuation. They finished off the Silver Age.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking at the Silver Age omnibuses, what comes next? This comes next. Yeah, some great stuff here.
Isn't for it? I agree. What a fake fan.
Are there
So this basically continues directly off of the Silver Age Omnis, and it, as you can see from what's in it, it's another one that would probably, at the size that DC does Bronze Age Omnis, at least 3. In the beginning of Superboy, those scattered issues at the beginning of the map, they're the backup feature. And so there are usually 10 to 12 pages each in those. But then starting from 197, they share the title with Superboy. Sometimes there's still 2 features per issue, but at that point, Superboy is full on a member of the Legion. So there's quite a bit of material to cover here before. And then what comes directly after this, Lars? Is it Conway and then Levitz?
So this includes... This is quite a big expanse of it. It goes up to issue 258. We've gotten through the first Levitz era. Conway has already taken over, and then we continue with Conway.
Right, into the more known stuff.
Yeah. There's different ways you can break this up. I mean, this is clearly not all going to go in volume 1.
Oh no, this is at least 3 books.
So I mean, a logical place would be to break off the Jerry Conway stuff. Yeah.
I don't think I said anything. Did I? I'm sorry. Did I say something, or am I just catching strays here, Dom? What did you?
Well,
heard that Omnidog completed this whole poll and spreadsheet by himself. Seems like we should all be thanking him and no one.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is actually just Omnidog's top 60.
I was gonna say, how many burner accounts do you have, Omnidog?
Several, and that's $5 that I really appreciate, because Omar sends the money to the people that are in the comments, so I need that $5. Thank you.
And that $5 is used to train the Russian AI bot that appears every single stream.
Rigged.
One thing possibly holding us back is that it has all been collected. Now that would include Legion of Superheroes Archives number 13, which will set you back about $400 at this point.
Yeah.
But
do you think it's weird that volume 3 and now volume 1 were voted without a volume 2?
Well, no, this is not volume 1 of that. This is volume 1 of Bronze Age.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are there more than? No. Sorry. Does this exist just in standard hardcover right now?
Correct. Correct. You've got the DC
Right.
Archives, and then they had 4 standard size hardcovers.
Okay, right.
So all of it's like I have all of this on the shelf. But a lot of people do want that omnibus, sure.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the Bronze Age. I really love this era.
Yeah. I guess again, Karate Kid has not been collected. Only issue 1's been collected. But
well, we'll fix that for you, Lars.
Thank you.
Let's move on to 33 with Hellblazer, John
Okay.
or Constantine, depending on where you're from. This would be the Ellis and Azzarello era.
Yeah.
So we know that they collect Hellblazer by creators. So that's why we put both of them there. Shout out to Chubby Ray in the house. Chubby Ray was yelling at me. This is Legion Archives, but I need to for. I don't even know what I did. I was letting Lars talk. So this is the stuff that would follow up those issues by Garth Ennis, of course, and the Paul Jenkins. So I would love to see this. I would love to see all 300 issues, plus the one shots and the miniseries of Hellblazer collected finally in an oversized format. They did a phenomenal job with those thick trades a few years back. Then some of those are out of print.
They've been kind of killing it on the Hellblazer omnibuses. So again, you sort of assume it'll continue, but I do like that Azzarello run. I know it's a bit.
I've stated this before, and so this is and I'm not calling you out. I just wanted to grab your comment.
Yeah,
where you're saying the Ellis issues are terrific and the Azzarello ones less so. my least favorite Hellblazer run is the Paul Jenkins era.
Yeah.
And that is still some damn good comic books.
I love
That's
that
how
one.
good Hellblazer is.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I mean, I'm struggling to recall reading Hellblazer and going, well, this is crap. It's pretty much always, readable. It's a somewhat
when it's classic Hellblazer, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's a somewhat bulletproof series.
Now, Tigereyes, you have not read Swamp Thing, but have you read any Hellblazer?
I have read the first 4 issues since the last time we spoke.
Oh, look
well done.
Progress. Okay. Are you hooked or?
I'm into it. I didn't realize he was such a
scumbag.
Yeah, I was gonna say a 4-letter word.
There's a reason why.
Devious blonde wanker. I mean,
there you go.
Okay.
Whoa, Lars, it's a family-friendly show.
Oh, is it?
Oh no, you messed that up earlier.
No.
Okay, moving on to number 32.
Oh man.
God,
man. God.
Starman.
Whew.
By James Robinson, one of my most wanted. I don't care if it's in compendium format. I would buy it all over again in a proper omnibus format. This has been released in a 6-volume Omni, but they were standard size, old school DC Omnis. Oh my God. Yeah, this series is so important to me. I love this series.
Yeah, I agree.
I used to, at my dad's funeral, I actually quoted the final issue because it's perfection. I love it. Yeah, it's one of my favorite series. It means so much to me. And then it's funny because it's the one strike my wife has against her that she did not enjoy this. But I love her because she read the entire 6-volume omnibus in a matter of a month for my Christmas gift, and we both reviewed it. And she did not dig it, but she understood why people liked it.
Love is overlooking someone's flaws like that. No, I mean, I've bonded with a number of geek friends over this specific series. I think it's because it actually has some very interesting things to say about masculinity. And
absolutely, it's a good way of putting it.
The people in my orbit, we've really had some really meaningful discussions about it through this comic.
Crisis, I'm curious, have you read any of this? Have you read any of
James actually in my IST cart right now that I'm kind of getting into the compendiums a little bit more, but I've never read it.
Well,
there you go. Tigereyes, it's here. It's like Home Shopping Network. Tigereyes, what have you got there for us?
And Compendium Volume 2 has the Shade series that was never collected in the Omnis, like in these formats over here.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I will say my wife, out of everything, she understood why people love Starman, but she really loved the Shade.
That's
like pros.
Oh yeah.
There's pros in between some issues, Crisis, just as a heads up. And it's kind of like the journal of the Shade. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
It's one of those series that might actually benefit from reading month to month. I mean, it was meant to be kind of a generational story. It's about father, 2 sons, and their slow living together, progression over time. You can read it all in one go, and it's probably enjoyable. But yeah, there was something about those years of reading it that really made it meaningful.
What the hell? Starman sounds even more pathetic than Aquaman. He comes to your house and takes your lady out for the night while you sit there and watch and cries. That's what he does. Wow. All right, are we ready to move on? Sorry about that little outburst.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Moving on to 31, guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, 31, Spectre.
You, Omar.
Jordan.
Yes.
Wow.
Hal Jordan by J.M. DeMatteis. Hal Jordan is who the Spectre is during this time. So this is another run that has never been collected in any kind of format. And huge fan of this stuff. Ryan Sook. I think this is the first time I ever saw Ryan Sook's artwork. Some solid stuff in here if you haven't had a chance to read. It's a weird era for the Spectre.
It's really weird.
Yeah. It's so good. Yeah, it's so good. Did anybody here vote for this? I know it's one of my most wanted, but I was curious if anybody on the panel voted for it.
It ended in my A tier, I think, for my video.
So you didn't vote for it.
I didn't
make
vote
it
for it.
quite
But it was
top
very
10.
high. It was very high
Mhm.
in the list.
What about you, Omnidog? You're a fan of the Spectre, Hal Jordan, and J.M. DeMatteis. Any love for you?
This is me at my most childlike in it, not in a good way. Because I threw a temper tantrum when, and I was like 50 years old. So,
when you were a wee baby,
they did Hal Jordan dirty. Is that what?
Yeah, I thought so, and I am the first person to say if you don't like what a writer did with your favorite character, just forget about it and move on to the next run or a run you like. But yeah, I pitched a fit inside my head with all the parallax and drunk driving, other stuff that they did to Hal. It just seemed like he was in for a beating for 10 years straight. So
did you like Kyle Rayner at first, or were you upset that someone else was the new Green Lantern?
Oh no, that doesn't bother me when a new Lantern. I like new Lanterns to learn about them.
Okay.
Yeah, it just wasn't for me, but I'd read it. I'd buy this and read it because I just love all things Spectre, and I'll try and not pitch a fit like a really immature.
Well, spoilers. Hal comes back as a Green Lantern.
Yes, he comes back to life.
Don't know if you would have, if that changes your mind or not.
I did know that.
It's kind of incredible that they did this book in the first place, because if you're a Spectre fan, you must find it very off-putting. If you're a Green Lantern fan, you must find it very off-putting. But J.M.
Right, it is a really weird book, but it worked. It was good.
J.M. DeMatteis is very talented. They gave it to the right person.
Let me see here. How Jess described hating what happened to Hal is how I felt about what DC did to Wally West.
Sure.
Tom King.
Yeah, understood.
Omnidog likes Simone Boss, Jessica Cruz, and Far Sector. So yes, he loves the new Green Lanterns. I don't see Kyle Rayner on that list though. All right, moving on to number 30.
Top half of the poll.
Oh, where's my dude that was calling out Starman? Was that John? Was that who it was? He was like Rebirth Omnibus Volume 1. There was a deluxe edition that was not solicited. It was in the catalog. Canceled. Didn't happen. But this is the kickoff to the Rebirth era. But much like Justice League, like you need those first few issues. Are you looking for something to read, baby? Dom, what do you think about this? Oh no, Crisis. What do you think about this?
I already kind of teased earlier, and I bit my tongue because I realized I almost gave away that we'd be seeing the rest of the run later on the poll. I absolutely love this. I do think for context, it's good to just start right from the beginning of New 52 with Jeff Johns and read all the way through this. But this is just like a little bit more nuanced and darker for me. And I guess I kind of just like seeing Arthur Curry kind of on the outskirts. I love the whole middle portion of this run where he's basically a terrorist in his own country because he's trying to take it back from the people who have usurped it from him. There's some fantastic artwork pretty much throughout this whole series, but especially in the 20s which was almost a deluxe by the person whose name I never say correctly is the artist of Sunstone. His name is Jess.
Stepan Shayek.
Exactly. I love this run. Again, DC Rebirth, you can hardly go wrong, but this would probably be in my top 5 of Rebirth.
Okay.
Dom, I know you also really love.
I also really do love this run. I'm going to echo the same things as you. It's also got fantastic Mara characterization.
Yeah, really good Mara.
I really, really adore Mara in this particular era of DC. And if you are a big fan of that character, I would definitely suggest getting it.
All right. Not my vote for Aquaman, but that's okay. We're going to move on to 29. Nightfall Aftermath.
Yeah.
Jess, Omnidog's favorite Batman crossover. He just went to see himself out. He's so excited.
He loves it so much that he couldn't contain his scream. That's how much he loves the book.
This is the beginning of Doug Mensch coming back to the book with
Kelly Jones
Kelly
on art.
Jones on artwork.
Kelly Jones.
Yay.
And really, really like, oh, Kelly Jones is the artist? Well, I'm going to write some supernatural body horror crap in here. And that's what you get out of this. It is a hard era to name, right? I think Nightfall, I hate to say this, I think Batman Nightfall Aftermath might sell better as a name than Batman by Doug Mensch and Kelly Jones. I think that's the title that you would.
And also from a wayfinding perspective, I think people just know if you put a creator name, especially Doug Mensch's name, there's this confusion of like, wait, is that the pre-crisis stuff? Even if you have Kelly Jones on it too. I think just in terms of knowing where to put it on the shelf, it's really easy to say Nightfall Aftermath or something else that brands it obviously as the mid-90s run.
Yeah. It's a challenging era to collect because the whole point of this was to have different series with deliberately different styles.
Yeah.
Now it's all very good for the most part. I mean, but you have what Mensch and Jones are doing is different from what Chuck Dixon is doing, is different from what Alan Grant is doing. That's by design. Denny O'Neil, who was running the Bat Office, wanted, each title to be kind of distinct and contrasting to the others, but try to put them all together. A lot of it's pretty great, though.
Jess, as the biggest fan of Nightfall here, how do you feel about this era, post-Nightfall?
Oh, well, this is the Batman I grew up with. So it's especially meaningful to me. And
who you grew up with in the 90s.
Yeah, peace and love to everybody that loves this era. I totally get that this is the Batman you grew up with. This storyline is just not for me. I'm glad everybody else likes it, but also, true confession, never been a fan of Kelly Jones art.
Yes.
He doesn't like the big daddy.
He's not for everybody. I can see that. Yeah, absolutely.
No, yeah. I can too. I mean, I think Kelly Jones is good enough. You could do absolute editions off of this, but yeah, and like his contribution to Sandman Season of Mist is just essential. But I really enjoy Kelly Jones.
Oh yeah, I think Apparel by that time was just ready to just kind of lay off and not retire, but just not draw as much. You and Chubby Ray, not a Kelly Jones fan.
Yeah,
Something to bond with Chubby. Nice.
Yeah, you guys are two old dudes in a room. Talking about not in my backyard. I agree. Kelly Jones draws a cool dead man, and that's about it. All these takes. I get it. Not for everybody. I'm gonna move on. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
You bet.
Number 28, another Batman book, Contagion Legacy Aftermath. Woohoo! So this will have the, oh my gosh, this stuff hasn't been really collected outside of, I think, one standard size hardcover. That's it, right, Dom? That night, the Chuck Dixon and Graham Nolan. What is it? Night Out? I think.
Yep. I remember seeing it at a Barnes and Noble, and I don't think I've ever seen a book like that since. Of this era.
So this would collect the stuff that happens, of course, after the events of Contagion and Legacy. But more importantly, it's hard to like a naming convention. I think it's fun, but it's really difficult because Contagion leads into Legacy. Legacy leads into the what is it called? The Aftershock, the earthquake story, and then Aftershock, and then Road to No Man's Land, and then No Man's Land. So it's like one big story that keeps leading into another.
Cataclysm, Omar.
Cataclysm. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge, and I love that Batman was just on a roll with these stories, and then we get into the new Gotham era, which is a different part of Gotham or Batman. But yeah. Technically, we could have called it the Road to No Man's Land. Actually, Cataclysm might be a better name. Maybe we do that next year. But I like this to kind of let you know exactly where it fits in.
The road to the pre-math of No Man's Land.
Am I alone here and thinking it was a fun era, or do you guys want to move on to the next book?
I collected
on to the next
single.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, never mind.
No, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to say it. I collected all this era in singles, and I really enjoyed it. But I also haven't read it in 30 years, so I would definitely get this though.
Okay, approved by Jess. The Green Lantern Emerald Dawn. You were talking about the things that we're doing to Hal Jordan. This is where it kind of kicks off.
Yeah, not a fan.
But it will have Emerald Dawn and Emerald Dawn 2. And of course, the first 55 issues, which then leads into the Kyle Rayner era, the Ron Mars era. Yeah. The stuff has had 2 trades. Emerald Dawn 2, and that's it.
Well, this was also a time where Christopher Priest was going not by Christopher Priest, by James Owsley, right?
James Owsley. Mm-hmm. Well, going by, it was his name, but yes.
I keep forgetting that it's much in the name, like Chip Zdarsky is a pseudo for Steve Murray, and Frank Quietly is for Vincent Deegan.
Wait, what? Zdarsky's a made-up name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want people to know, though.
I feel let down.
Oh, Dom just doxed him.
Hey, now, I'm not like Lars, okay? I don't go through people's Google Sheets and view it every single day and minute. Come on.
Oh, great callback.
Look, I think a lot of people would be turned on by that data. I'm just man enough to admit it.
Okay.
Now this has risen in the rankings every year, and the first year is right on the bubble at number 60. Second year kind of came up to the halfway point. This year it's crept up a little bit more. And I think the fact of the matter is there's a few forces at work here, right? There are people who are huge Hal Jordan fans, and they want to see what kind of led to his downfall that then led to his redemption in the rebirth stuff, not DC Rebirth, but the rebirth stuff that's been an Omnibus and Compendium by Jeff Johns. And also, this just represents a very strangely shaped gap, for reasons that we all know, in the major collection of a character. If you look across now, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, we've kind of got this material for them. We have Peter David on Aquaman, pretty much all of the big Justice League sort of heroes we've had there directly post-crisis stuff, Flash, and we don't have Green Lantern. So I just think this is going to rise and rise little by little every year, despite some of the misgivings people have about if DC would ever print this, because it's just a gap in a beloved character.
Yeah, I think that's it. The stories do feel a bit static. There is a certain sense that it's treading. Well, Emerald Dawn's really good. Emerald Dawn itself is good. The Jim Owsley stuff is really good. And then there's this treading water, and then, as Jeff says, the downfall comes along. If we're looking at people's real names, the ultimate, by the way, might be Cary Grant's real name. Anyone know Cary Grant's real name?
Leach?
Archibald Alec Leach. Yes. Yes.
Archie Leach.
Cary Grant trips off the tongue a little better. Yeah.
Wow.
Does anybody in the chat know who Cary Grant is?
But I'm gratified you do.
Lars.
So,
yeah, love that guy.
No, as you, there's certainly Green Lantern era is better than this, but it fills a gap. So,
but a lot of it has been collected, though. A lot of Green Lantern has been collected. Absolutely.
Yeah, other
you mean a lot of other Green Lantern? Yes. No. Yeah. No. You're right. You're right.
So people want exactly what Crisis said. We've seen Wonder Woman post-Crisis, Superman post-Crisis, Batman post-Crisis through DC Finest. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Batgirl, Stephanie Brown. They're like,
whoa,
trade paperbacks. Keep your trade paperbacks. We want Stephanie Brown in an omnibus format.
Oh,
this run was so good. I think this is the first time I saw Art Germ on covers, and I was like, wow. I really like this anime artist. Yeah.
Omar, Archer first got into his mold at DC with a Green Lantern variant cover on Brightest Day tie-ins.
Wow.
I have that cover in my collection. My uncle gave it to me.
Okay. How did you know that did your uncle give you that talk?
What?
No, this is just me looking at my box.
Oh, okay. I was like, now with this cover comes great responsibility. Yeah. You must know everything there is to know about Art Germ. What's his real name?
Stanley Lau, actually. Believe it or
Look
not.
at that, my dude. Okay.
But anyways, it's
great era.
I love this run. You want to talk about a run that also combines legacy with somebody who clearly feels like she's out of her element. She's carrying on the weight of what Babs had before her and what Cass had over the course of 10-ish years of DC publishing history. Stephanie has to juggle all that, and what you get, I think, is a tremendous, by far, I think the best Brian Hugh Miller anything he's ever written. And you get really cool older brother or sort of older sister, little brother moments between her and Damian, as Damian's also there to pick a thorn on her side. It's just a fantastic sort of coming of age, and her like letting her be in her own element after Bruce Wayne, or something happens to Bruce Wayne, I should say.
Tigereyes, can you speak on this one?
Yeah, well said.
Okay. Take it away, Tigereyes.
You're the title, and I just feel really old. 2009, like where does the time go? But
well, that was only like 2 years ago, though, man.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, your math's a little off, but again, Ray Miller, good stuff. Can't complain.
Dom, I love how you say something happens to Bruce Wayne, meaning he can no longer be Batgirl.
That's exactly right. He can't put on the suit. In fact, this suit retroactively is not black and yellow like his. So
okay.
You know, like I hate putting this up from DC, but the DC subreddit mod said this back. This was a joke back like 8 years ago. He said that Damian Wayne's actual superpower, if you've read the run, is making Stephanie Brown's chest plate smaller.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that means.
I'm very confused.
You have to read it.
I don't want to pretend like I understand to be accused of being a LARPer, so I'm just
not my quote.
I'm so
not
glad
my quote.
Just taught you what that meant.
That's best teacher one could ever have.
25.
Yeah, thank you.
Batman. Oh my God.
Yes.
Batman. Look at that.
We got
cover.
quite a cluster of bats right here. And
Keeps going down in the
Can't even
rankings,
talk
though.
because the cover is the right cover. That's the one. Oh my God. Todd McFarlane. Batman with a gun. Okay. Wooza. Puss Crisis. This did go down quite a bit, right? And I think I have the DC Finest to blame for that. But it's still up here, baby. It's in the top 25. This would be this mapped identical to what they're doing with the DC Finest. Those are beautifully mapped.
Yep.
But you would have it in oversized format. And oversized format, I'm going to give you the reasons. Jim Aparo, Todd McFarlane, Alan Davis.
Yeah.
Three top reasons.
You didn't say David Mazzucchelli, so Omar's opinion is invalid.
My God, fine. I just assume everybody knows David Mazzucchelli, who only did 4 issues, also there. Okay.
Zing, man.
Everybody just wants to actually meet today. 30 years in, that's it, guys.
And I mean, if you haven't read, I've undertaken starting a few years ago. I was like, you know what? I want to read all post-crisis Batman. This was before the DC Finest came out, but luckily a lot of it was already on DC Infinite because of the Dark Detective and Cape Crusader books having already existed. And this is, post-crisis Batman, it's not so much that his continuity changes so much as his tone changes. I mean, Gotham goes from being this very colorful, farcical place very, very quickly to being this very kind of grim place that feels like it's like the alleys of New York or Chicago at the time. And it leads to a very different Batman. And there's a lot of people think that this is going to be like a big continuity pack to run because they know it's been threaded together in DC Finest, but it's actually like a lot of small stories, a lot of 1 and 2 issue stories that kind of just in or out. And Batman can be very cynical in this period about, he's not a character that's very lovable here. So that's kind of the beginning of kind of this modern, kind of grimmer, tougher Batman in post-crisis. But the stories are all quite good, and I actually find myself really enjoying it. And then when the Finest got announced, I kind of hit pause on that, and I was like, well, I can read this physically soon. And of course, now we're past where this book would be able to achieve in Finest in just 1 volume, because we've got several volumes of Finest here.
This is also Jason Todd era Robin. I have
Very briefly.
if only very briefly, but
Yeah.
I legitimately do think that his time as Bruce's sort of secondhand person, especially considering that we all know where he ends up after a couple of issues, it ends up being quite a remarkable story about this completely different personality taking on the mantle of Robin. And his involvement with Two-Face. There's a lot of fantastic stuff. If you've anybody has not gotten a chance to read this, I mean, you're going to get a murderer's row of fantastic writers like Mike W. Barr, Jim Starlin, Max Allan Collins, Frank Miller, Alan Moore on the Annual. It's amazing stuff. So I hope everybody gets a chance to read it someday.
Yeah, and if there's any question really about the map, it's will DC be as inclusive as the map on the map in a hardcover as they have been in DC Finest? You know, the whole MO on DC Finest is like no stone left unturned. This is like the most kind of complete reading experience that's not kind of creator based or story based. This is just like everything sequentially. But when it comes to incorporating things like the original graphic novels, I mean, the second DC Finest of this is The Killing Joke and Other Stories. But like, do you put the Killing Joke in an omnibus with other contemporaneous Batman material when you know you can sell it as a standalone deluxe? So it'll be really interesting to me. I'm sure DC will do this not terribly far from now. I mean, it's just the natural progression of things after those Finest have sold through. And it's really interesting to me to think about if they're going to include the OGNs in the omnibus line or if they'll just leave them to be their own deluxe editions.
Shadow of the Bat should be included too. Well, that's something we are going to find out before we go and do our DC Finest poll, if they are indeed including things like that in DC Finest. So make sure you watch that live stream whenever we kick it off.
Yeah, I think you're right.
1st of June.
Yeah, you're right, Dom. I mean, it's kind of a smaller era. There's not big things like Nightfall or Batman R.I.P., but it's all the creators that sell this, including Max Allan Collins, who's an Iowan. So of course,
I love Max Allan Collins' short stone on Batman Myth. Some of those stories they hit you right in the guts, especially the one with Dick Grayson and the like semi retcon with him turning into Night. God damn, man, like that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
24. Wow. Poison Ivy by Will Wilson.
Nice.
You guys, man, you're like, I don't care if there's a deluxe edition coming out. I want it thicker than a Snicker.
Yeah, I think the deluxe got announced like while voting was going on, and people were like, "Nope, don't care."
Don't care, man.
Yeah,
they want an omnibus, and coming in at 24. Man,
yeah.
Jess, you're a big fan of this.
Yeah, I am. I'm really surprised and happy to see it so high. I think that this is she has 1 through 6, then 6 through 12, and then it became ongoing. Because I think G. Willow Wilson really has an ear for how she should be or how she could be, but she didn't just stop at 6. She managed to work it all into a nice flow. And the art, Marcio, help
Takara.
Janet from HR has never been a prettier woman.
Love Janet from HR. One of my favorite characters.
Such a funny character.
Janet of HR.
Funny.
The Paul of Amazing Spider-Man.
Honestly, it's kind of surprising that she ever worked in HR, based on some of the decisions she makes as the run goes on.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. But the art, I had not seen that artist before, and oh my goodness, it's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. I agree.
Yeah, it really is, and the writing. This is she just creates really interesting situations that Ivy reacts to or creates, and sometimes Harley's there, but sometimes Janet from HR is there. So I think it's really yeah. I collect all the Jenny Frison covers of this, and Grayson Flows is right. These are beautiful. But yeah, this is really fun and positive that it's been voted so highly.
And the
Never
thing I
would've-
would say for it, if nobody's read it, or even if you only happen to have read the first 6 issues, is that G. Willow Wilson does something I think is very successful to do with a smaller or side character like Poison Ivy, which is she imagines kind of a whole world, a whole mythos around her and a supporting cast. I think personally is more appealing to me than when somebody takes a solo character that's a little bit smaller in a line and kind of just throws them out into adventures and kind of has them doing something new every time. There's a certain amount of fun there, but this is really about like, who is Pamela Isley? What does it mean to be Poison Ivy? Does she really hate people? Is she really an eco-terrorist? Or actually, are there things that could happen in the world that would make her satisfied with the world in such a way that she wouldn't be a villain? And so it kind of looks at her connection to Harley. It looks at her connection very briefly, but very amusingly to Batman. It really, really explores like who she is, both inside of outside of Gotham, how she became Poison Ivy, what that means, like what it meant for her to be a villain, and if she still is a villain. And I just think it grounds it so much in who she is that you kind of can't go wrong. Like every story is just so connected to how she would really react and how she thinks of her identity that there's no really like arc you would skip or throw away because it's so central to her character. And I love it for that reason.
I would say that there's the only thing that I would add to this, and it's not by G. Willow Wilson, it's by Ram V, is what from Fear State, what happens to Poison Ivy that the Poison Ivy references in the very first couple of issues. You don't need it to enjoy this, but I always like to know if a character has changed or something's happened to him, like what was it? But that's just me. I'm but she does reference something that the gardener did to her in Fear State.
Hey, Jess, there was I think you missed the second slide where it says this isn't a mapping show.
I feel a little passionately about this. Sorry.
No, you really like this run. I love it, man. That's awesome. Yeah, man. I think it's great too. I agree with you all.
To my shame, I've not read this one, but G. Willow
You just
Wilson,
don't like plants. You don't like plants.
Yeah, this is established.
Yes,
Lars
I
lore.
hate plants. Yeah,
Or women writers.
Clip that, James.
You're talking to a man who had a garden with 900 purple coneflowers in it.
Photos or it didn't happen.
But Poison Ivy, well, G. Willow Wilson, I've read her Air series from Vertigo.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah, and I think
Okay.
I think she maybe works better as a sort of Vertigo-esque writer because she did Wonder Woman for a little bit, and that was fine. But yeah, when she's allowed to be kind of weird, it works really, really well.
I mean, if this was coming out 30 years ago, I could very easily see it getting tagged as Vertigo. It's in the Batman universe, but it's deeply strange.
It is.
I like
30 years ago,
writers
Vertigo series. Yeah.
can do a series like this justice because it's kind of like The Sopranos and Breaking Bad, right? Like you're watching a show or reading a book about someone that is not a good person, and you still root for them. It's like you're rooting for the bad guy because from time to time, G. Willow Wilson reminds you, oh, that's right. She is a bit of a serial killer and has issues. Oh, but she still has redeeming qualities, so she gets a pass. Let me get the super chat really quick. I never would have thought I'd be such a Poison Ivy fan. Have the trades, we'll get the deluxe and Omni. That's awesome. Love to see all this love for this.
Yeah.
Apparently, a lot of people really liked it, so that's great.
Hey man, just to put this like all in perspective, we have a brand new Batman event that is coming out in late August, and this is one of the 2 linchpins of the entire event. And to have a Poison Ivy book be one of the main front runners for a Batman event in the year of our Lord 2026, I should think goes to show how important this book has been over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
If only Bar was awake for them. She's the one that sent me those books, man. She was right. 23 Green Arrow by Judd Winnick, following up the Archer's Quest. This is a great run. I love this era. I love Ollie with Black Canary. Oh my gosh. Is another Judd Winnick book. Man, it's 2 Judd Winnick books in the top 60. Outsiders and Green Arrow. We just need
And
his
I
Green
spelled
Lantern.
Winnick twice correctly because of Dom, because it was actually misspelled twice correctly.
But
you,
if you haven't had a chance to read this, I do realize that the trade paperbacks are long out of print, and they never went back to print with them outside of the, I think, Archer's Quest. And it's also been available in different formats. But oh my gosh, it's so good. If you liked the first Omnibus, like the tail end of the first Omnibus, this has, I think, the better stories. I loved it. Oh my gosh, the supporting cast. That's why I like Chris Condon's run, I'll be honest, on Green Arrow, was because it reminded me of what Judd Winnick did on Green Arrow. Yeah, this is some good stuff. I'm hoping that they do this. This I voted for.
Yeah.
Anyone else? No, I'm the only one that voted for this? Surely not.
I mean, I put it high in my this was another one of the books that my friend voted for. The person who called me earlier today. Yeah. So
well, your friend's got some good taste. Lars, did you read this, or is it throw you off?
No, I haven't really read it. I don't hate green things. I haven't really read it. I haven't really read it, but Judd Winnick's a good writer, so yeah.
Okay, cool. Tigereyes. I'm gonna assume no. That look, I'm gonna assume no. Okay.
The smile.
Aww. Number 22,
Okay.
Birds of Prey by
Okay.
Chuck Dixon. We have Birds of Prey by Gail Simone, volumes 1 and 2. We have Birds of Prey by Kelly Thompson, voted in the top 60. Now we need Birds of Prey by Chuck Dixon, who kicks off Birds of Prey, which would eventually become Birds of Prey by Gail Simone. He is joined by the phenomenal Gary Frank and a bunch of other artists. And yeah, huge fan of this era. Huge fan. It is not Batgirl and Black Canary and Huntress. That doesn't become a thing until Gail Simone takes over the book. It is actually Black Canary and Oracle and sometimes Ted Cord, Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
That's kind of like your Birds of Prey for a while during this book. Plus, there's a lot of tie-ins with Nightwing. This is I really want this era. Every time they try to reprint this era and trade paperback, it gets canceled right around volume 3, and it breaks my heart. So here's hoping that they do it in omnibus format and they get it out of the way. Don, did you also like this era? I know you're.
I mean, I've read all of it. I don't like it as much as the Gail Simone run of it all, but you've got early Greg Land art. Greg Land, who I think at the time was flip-flopping between this and Nightwing, back and forth, like on both series.
Yeah, he switched. Like he went over to this book after being on Nightwing.
You've got early Phil Noto covers. It's another thing about this run that I also particularly happen to appreciate. I think that it also is a nice showcase of how do I even word it, man? You got some nice subliminal text messaging. I'll just say between some panels, and that's as much as I'll give to the audience.
Subliminal in this?
Oh, for sure. Have you read it, Omar?
More so than Ed Bennis's panels? Oh no, those are just more in your face.
Omar, this is a Greg Land.
Yeah, but Ed Bennis, they knew what they were doing. Some of those, oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. But I will say this is also Greg Land before Greg Land was this is the transition period to the Greg Land that
the Sports Illustrated Greg Land.
Sure, yeah, that's a family-friendly magazine that we can say. Yes. But you know what I'm saying? There was that transition period where he was doing like Jim Lee style artwork.
Yeah, I mean, he was really doing like compelling figure work. At a point, he sort of becomes an imitation of his own work, as he transitions to Marvel. But he's quite strong in this early DC period of his art. That's what made him the name that he is and became.
Yeah, because after this, he would go over to CrossGen, and that's when he kind of blew up for a lot of different publishers.
Yeah.
I'm also going to put this very poorly out there in the world, but just like Nightwing and just like Robin, I can totally see this getting in a compendium someday.
Okay, why would you say that? Nope, we need Omnis. Come on. This is the Omni show, not the compendium show. You and Lars.
We don't have a compendium show.
Well, you and Lars can start the compendium show. I'm going to move on to number 21.
Right on the verge of the top 20, we've got
Hawk. Wow, this is huge. Hawk
with a huge drop in the rankings.
Tumbled a bit, yeah.
but it's still huge that it made it in the top, because again,
Yeah.
we went up 18% more people voted this time, right?
Yeah, it could just
Yeah,
be that
yeah.
the rising tide of the stuff above it carried it higher. I mean, there's no real reason it would have dropped. We did get one Hawkman DC Finest over the summer last summer, but I think that was already announced by the time that this was voted on last year. And also, it's nowhere close to collecting this. This is something that I got turned on to thanks to the poll. So it was number 4 last year after not even being on the poll. And so that led me to have to write about it. And I was like, Hawk World, what is this Hawk World? Well, it's like taking a post-crisis Hawkman and kind of sending him back to Thanagar to be a cop there and deal with Hawk crimes, as written by John Ostrander. And I think something that we're really learning from DC in the past couple of years is you really can't miss with a John Ostrander omnibus. Like, they've all been fantastic, and I think they've been pretty sure sellers. And so even though Hawkman does feel like he's got a little bit of a taint on him when it comes to does he sell enough to put in collected edition, because they seem to be few and far between, we now are seeing him twice in the top 60, unprecedented for us. And this is still pretty high, and it's got the Ostrander name on it, and it's more of like a sci-fi take on him. He really doesn't do any superheroing, right, Lars? Like, this is not a superhero book really at all.
No. I mean, they say that Hawkman's continuity is a huge mess. And I mean, true.
This is the fix.
It is, and yet, you know, I'm glad they did this. I'm glad they did this take on it, because as you say, it's a little bit of it's more sci-fi approach. Does it mesh well with the Hawkman stuff around it? I personally don't care. I think this is very interesting, and John Ostrander is always worth reading.
Yeah, they took everything that they kept retconning after Crisis, and they were able to fix it with this. I think with that 3-issue miniseries that led into the Hawk World ongoing.
Well, and let's face it, there's time Hawkman doesn't always sell that well. There's times that you have to be bold and daring with it to kind of get people's attention. A bog standard Hawkman story at this point probably isn't going to do that great.
You put John Ostrander on that, and plus Tim Truman has some weight to his name. To do a lot of like
Tim Truman gets the ball rolling, and that's
Conan the Barbarian.
Dude, that 3-issue series is absolutely gorgeous.
Sure,
I agree. Yeah.
All right, let's head into the top 20.
Woo!
But wait,
statistically speaking, though,
earlier somebody was asking about this. Here is the decade breakdown, which if you've been taking very close notes, you might be able to use to predict some of what we're seeing in the top here. Only 2% of the top 60, really less than 2%, because one book began in the 1960s. 5% of the top 60 began in the 1970s. Fully a quarter of the top 60 begins in the 1980s. Almost a third, 30% of the top 60 begins in the 1990s. Only 15% of the top 60 begins in the 2000s, although that might be because DC has pretty good omnibus coverage in the 2000s already. And then finally, 23%, so almost a full quarter, begins after Flashpoint. So we have pretty good distribution from the 80s to Flashpoint. A little bit of a harder time seeing any Silver Age and Bronze Age material on here. So far, we haven't seen a ton, really just the Zatanna book and the Legion book.
Right, Gen X showed up to vote. Look at that.
Yeah. First of all, a lot of Gen X votes. Secondly, surely most of the 60s has been collected. I mean,
less so DC than Marvel.
Yeah, but Justice League has been collected. Doom Patrol has been collected. Legion has been collected. I mean,
the big ones.
Green Lantern's been collected. Flash has been collected. You can start to go down the list and realize most of it has, in fact, most of the stuff that people give a crap about has, in fact, been collected.
From Silver, yes.
Silver. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
But I think the other thing here is that now that DC is getting more adventurous and omnibuses, and people are really like picking up what DC is putting down, fully half of the top 60, 32 of 60, have material from runs that have never been before meaningfully collected in omnibus. So there's still that urge that people see a run like Hawkworld where they're like, that could all be one book, I'll take it. So a lot of the, this is not just a whole poll of like continuing books. It's not like the Marvel poll where it's 25% X-Men. A lot of them are kind of one-off books that have never been touched before.
Yeah.
Now, how many of these books have Blood Hunt in them? Crisis, would you say?
I don't know, what's the DC equivalent of that? How many books
Heroes in Crisis? Let's go.
How many books have Heroes in Crisis? All right, let's continue into the top 20. Omar, number 20 is
Hold on. I gotta represent my generation. Good to see Gen X took a break from fighting in the comments on Facebook.
Yes.
Gen X doesn't give a crap. That's what makes us stand out.
Right.
Everybody else seems to be fighting. We're just people just drinking beer, like watching the whole world burn. That might be part of the problem,
by the way, guys.
I didn't say day drinking. I just said drinking. All right, we're gonna move on to number 20. Here we go. That was pretty good. All right, number 20, Superman Triangle Era, Volume 4. First time in the Tigereyes poll.
Nice.
Previous ranking, Volume 3 was at number 20. Oh, that is nuts, huh? Look at that.
Yeah.
Consistency. We love to see it.
That's crazy. So we are moving into, oh my gosh.
Mullet Superman.
This era would have the fall of Metropolis, right?
Fall of Metropolis, 0 Hour. And, yeah.
And right before the Milestone crossover. Okay. Yeah. There's some more stuff in here by Louise Simonson, John Bogdanove. Again, the Brain Trust, that was Dan Jurgens and
Jerry Ordway.
Which we talked about a little bit earlier. And then, of course, this era would also spin out into things like Superboy, and Steel would eventually get his own series.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
1993.
This makes me happy. We've actually, like, I can't say because we know how this is mapped from DC if these books keep selling. But before they even share that with me, I mapped myself. I was like, how many volumes would it take to get to that City of Tomorrow era? Which still had some triangle.
It still technically counts as Triangle Era Superman because it didn't end until 2003.
Yeah, super excited for this one. I didn't vote for this one, so I'll be honest. There was another Superman book, of course, I voted for. Well, they got 10 votes, so I'm so happy to see it on this list.
And I'm kind of surprised to see this high when people, I mean, DC has established a pretty good pace of these. We've got 3 volumes already. So it's not like it's in doubt that there's going to be more, but people want it. I mean, the level of excitement to see some of the stuff collected. And we're very quickly going to get into stuff that has never been in paperback or any other collection format soon. So
a lot of it has to do with the fact that this stuff has never been printed in any form. It's never been collected. And there has never been a Fall of Metropolis like hardcover or softcover, which is just insane because that was such a big story. But day one. I love the fact that they're going to continue with these. Here's hoping.
Well, yeah, some voters will be taking nothing for granted and make sure to vote for this one.
So. Yeah, in the old world of DC, even getting a volume 2 was certainly not certain, and getting a volume 4 was very uncertain.
Yeah. We had to make sure that Omar was going to get Death and Return of Superman for the 15th time.
One more again. Wait till the compact comes out, baby. Oh, I just gave away the compendium for my giveaway. Omar just confirmed the current status of things is Gen X's fault. I said I might be.
Which is unusual because, again, there's so few of us that we generally can't be blamed for things because we don't have the power.
But we like blaming you for things because we like placing blames on other people.
Yeah, absolutely. So.
We are moving on to number 19, which is Batman the Bronze Age.
Hey, yes.
This was number 14. Volume 1 was number 14 in 2025 and number 13 in 2024. The thing that blew my mind about this, and I now get to say it to Crisis' face, what? How did this rank higher than post-Crisis Batman? That's nuts. That means
I think it's just because it's under-collected.
Yeah, it's agreed.
We have 3 DC finest.
Yeah, for some people, the DC finest is going to be enough. Or again, maybe they would upgrade to an omnibus. But like for now, I'm good.
What do you
also, I think since DC like broke the seal with Volume 1. Now it's like, oh hell, we can like keep cruising through Bronze Age Batman. I think, what of DC Bronze Age is more hotly desired than Batman, even though they've already been through Justice League?
Absolutely.
Surely Bronze Age Batman is more popular than Bronze Age Justice League.
100%.
Undeniably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bus.
I do want to say that during the solicitations video, by the way, nice Berserk avatar. I did text Dustin to ask him about the paper stock because people kept asking. Actually, Chubby Ray asked. So they are going to use the Warlord type of paper stock for that Volume 1 of the Bronze Age and the Justice League reprint, the Bronze Age. So I think anything Bronze Age we'll probably use that paper stock.
Well, I think what we've been told, Omar, is that anything before 1980, like it all goes to show, like, yeah, we're gonna probably use.
I'm still gonna double check just to make sure. It's not like it couldn't. Maybe it's across the board, but I will always double check just in case. Yeah. So I know some people don't like it, but I know other people love it. So there you go.
Yeah. So there was a comic book club in town that eventually I had to stop going to because they were of the strong opinion that like no good comics had been made after 1972, like none at all. I'm like, I think there's
Are those
been a
guys
few.
still
I
around?
think there's been a few. But that said, they sat down with me with some of the comics from this era, and like Marshall Rogers' work in particular, and like. I gained this new and astonishing appreciation for like Marshall Rogers' art because based on their just like, okay, look at this. So yeah, so I stopped going, but I do thank them for giving me a better appreciation of this of these artists. Before I quietly told them to piss off.
I mean, those people have always existed, right? Like no comic is good past this point. Even when I worked at a comic book store, yeah, there were people that were like, oh, killing Gwen Stacy was the worst mistake Marvel ever did. I never bought another Spider-Man comic.
That's true.
Too soon, dude.
And I was like, whoa, you haven't read Spider-Man since the Jerry Conway stuff? Holy crap. Or X-Men. So Jess?
Yes.
Did you vote for this?
I didn't, but I kind
What?
of well,
It's like your
that's
whole
a surprise.
brand, Bronze Age Batman.
It's true. It's kind of your thing.
I see my
But Legion was your thing. I know nothing about Jazz.
I sort of felt like this was a given, and I shouldn't because I think I think maybe Lars just said it. Assuming that it was going to happen, I should have voted for this, and is it as strong as Bronze Age Omni Volume 1? I think so. This was an excellent era. That those first two Bronze Age Omnis. I mean, this is the top quality stuff that the whole Batman ethos was built on, starting in like 1985 again. So, I'm a big fan of this, and I would definitely pick this up and completely promote it.
I'm co-signing with Jess all the way. I mean, not only do you get amazing Neil Adams and Irv Novick art, and I think Lars very much spoke truly and highfully of the Marshall Rogers run, which I think is also underappreciated. I just remember reading this particular era of Batman with an online buddy of mine during the pandemic, and I just asked, like, man, I've only read, like 2011 and post Batman, or to like 2007 or whatever post Batman. Like, if you have any other Batman to show me, please do. And he introduced me to this fantastical era of books, and something that I really wish that I had gotten to maybe earlier in my comics reading life. So I think people are rightfully on that. Like, yeah, we don't want to let this die out. Let's keep on voting for this and make sure that the people at DC know that we want all of these amazing Neil Adams covers to continue going.
Yeah. I think Dr. Elevator is right. Action Comics #2 came out, and people immediately said it's not as good as it used to be.
That's right.
Are we counting Sass?
We're tier ranking Sass and Crisis as S tier. Let's go.
Lars, I have 2 huge totes of Wizard magazines.
Wow.
Lars, let me tell you, if you ever see Lars at conventions, he will happily sign your Wizard magazine. I will say he does charge those slab prices though.
No, I do not. I will do autographs, but you should save your autographs for someone who's important.
I want to get you to sign Lobo #60.
No, #60.
Lars, were you involved in
that's I was genuinely gobsmacked. I went to Gallifrey.
Were you involved in the casting calls of those books?
Sometimes. But I did go to my great astonishment, Gallifrey, which is the big Doctor Who convention in LA, and like 3 people had loaded up their bags with my books and asked, and they're like, "Oh, we saw you on the list last minute, and we piled them all here and brought them." I was like, "Really?" One guy brought them from Manchester in his luggage, and I'm like, good lord. But again, save your
Shout out
autograph.
to Manchester United.
Okay. Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome, Lars. I'm so happy for you. You get recognition you deserve.
Well, yes, from
destroying the entire comic book market.
That's
with
what
your
I
pricing
do.
guide on-
Really, that's what ChatGPT says I did, which is astonishing because it all happened before I got there. But
will Lars sign my Legion if he's going to Heroes?
I don't have anything to do with Legion of Superheroes. But, although when we get to one of the Legion books, I did have a great conversation with Jerry Conway about Legion of Superheroes at Heroes Con last year.
Oh God, haven't we talked enough about Legion? Can we move on to Supergirl?
Yes,
please?
okay, we'll talk about Supergirl here. Yes,
Not related to Supergirl and the
by
Legion of
Peter
Superheroes.
David.
Yep.
I know
Leonard-
we're getting a
Leonard
DC
Kirkman.
Finest, which is great. But coming in at number 18, it dropped a little bit from 2025, but it moved up from 2024. This is my favorite era of Supergirl. I'm a huge fan of Peter David and Gary Frank. Interviewing Gary Frank, I learned that it was because of Peter David that he came over to DC because they had worked together on the Hulk.
Yeah.
And Peter David was looking for an artist, and the editor was like, well, do you have anybody in mind? We don't have anybody in mind. And he was like, well, I did work with this guy from England on Hulk, and he was really good and on time. So he brought him over here. And this, like, I remember Gary was very grateful for Peter bringing him on this book because this forever changed Gary's life. Because after this, he was the DC guy for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he only stays about 9. I wish he'd stayed longer because he only does about 9 issues. But
Yeah, he doesn't do very many.
Leonard
because he
Kirk
was-
is the
he
one
was
who takes
moved up.
over.
those
Leonard
9
Kirk.
issues are just top notch. Yeah.
I think people saw talent, right? That's what happens. It's like, oh, that guy is pretty good.
That guy's pretty good. We'll poach him. Yeah.
Now, this is a different Supergirl. If you're reading,
Yeah, no
Supergirl
kidding.
Now, Supergirl New 52, or Jeff
Or even
Loeb.
Supergirl 2005.
Yeah, Jeff Loeb and Michael Turner Supergirl. This is Linda Danvers. It's a different character.
Well,
than
yeah.
those Supergirls. This is somebody that, oh my gosh, it's so good. It's known as Matrix mixing with like a merging with a human girl, and
Found
has
the pages of
very similar like tropey things to like Captain Marvel, or I guess in a way Shazam, Captain Marvel, both Captain Marvels, where you have like the human character and you have transforming into a superhero. But oh man, it's so good. This is so good. It's my favorite era
Yeah.
of Supergirl.
This would be an
Somewhat-
instant buy for me. You realize there's very little that Peter David has written that's not in omnibus form at this point. This is probably the big omission. As you say, it's a really weird era of Supergirl. Not at all what one would expect.
A Vertigo era of Supergirl.
Basically, not at all what the people going to the movie soon would expect. Because you have this, and then you have the angelic angle.
Oh yeah,
and,
that he took
ooh,
over to Fallen Angel.
and that you have Buzz the Demon, and then God shows up as a little guy named Wally, and wow. But yeah, it would be an instant buy.
Jess, are you also a fan of this?
Excuse me, I am, but I haven't read it since I collected it in singles in the 90s. I remember really liking it, and that's a good point that Lars brought up, that it's like the Matrix, because she, spoiler alert, she perishes in Crisis on Infinite Earths. And this is, yeah, well, and Omar, you said it too, that this is not the Supergirl we generally know. I didn't have a problem with it because it was more Supergirl, so I enjoyed it.
So John Byrne had this idea that there can only be one person from Krypton post-Crisis, and that should be Superman, right? Like that's it. That's why we didn't have a Superboy, we didn't have a Supergirl. He wanted to get rid of all those characters. Superman has to be special. He can be the only Kryptonian.
Which I personally think is quite limiting, but yes, that's what he did.
Well, then he brings in other characters.
Well, and the thing
if
is,
you haven't read the run, I don't want to spoil it.
Having decided to kill Kara Zor-El in Crisis, they can't bring her back that readily. So I can see why they did this. They're like, well, we can't use traditional Supergirl. Here's what we'll do instead. It's a really,
but it was such a cool loophole to work this in. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Cannot wait if ever this gets collected. This is another book that has been cursed with the will release
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 volumes, and then you're like, okay. And then when they do it again with a new printing with newer paper stock, you're like, this is the time. This is gonna happen now.
Time is now. Yep.
And now we have it in DC Finest, which has been super successful, I'm sure. But I still want it because I'm greedy. And
Yeah, no, I have the 4
I love
soft covers,
Omnis,
but
so.
yeah.
And if you want more streams like this, guys, where we talk about how weird Matrix is as a character, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't. It helps out the channel. It helps out Omar's ego, and it helps make videos like this.
Yeah.
Drag him.
Ego.
Omar's ego doesn't need any help. It's doing fine on its own.
Wow, you guys. I'm so humble. That Wizard Magazine Omnibus
I would
Volume 1.
kill.
Wizard Magazine.
Kill
Oh,
for a
boy.
Wizard Magazine
Okay.
omnibus.
Yeah,
I
I think
supporter
Crisis and I
number
can
one on
probably
Kickstarter.
map that. Crisis and I can probably map that. I can't think of anybody else.
Map my Lars.
All right, let's move
On
on
to
to
the
number
next book. Hey, that was slide
17,
52.
which is a tie
Ooh.
with
Ooh.
Jonah Hex by
Mm.
Jimmy Palmiotti and Justin Gray, Volume 1 of 2. We'll find out what the next book is here in a little bit. I think it's amazing that we already have All-Star Western all collected, but this is the stuff that predates it. This is the stuff before the New 52, before it was relaunched. It was not retcon. It wasn't like it got a reboot or anything. It just, they moved Jonah Hex to Gotham City. But oh my gosh, the gritty stuff that they do in this, oh, it's so good. Man, I love this run.
Mhm.
This has also been in my most wanted. I voted for this one this year.
I did too.
Big fan.
I think it's a testament to how solid Palmiotti and Gray are. That, you know, some people are going to go, "It's a Western. I don't care," but a lot of people in my circles think this is really great. Yeah.
Is this the comic circle that told you that no comic after 1972 was good?
No, I told you I stopped going to that group. No, I told you.
Well, I don't know how many comic circles you run around.
No,
in.
I told you I shook the dust off my feet with those
Hey,
people.
listen, that comic group might secretly like Western comics from the 1960s and say,
That's
hey,
probably, yes. You're probably right. Well, no, this would be too modern a take for them, so they wouldn't like it.
this isn't classic. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
No, but it's so good.
that's why I said
And-
secretly.
Yeah, is Jonah Hex like Yellowstone?
I was just gonna highlight that comment.
That's such an interesting comment. I think it's darker than Yellowstone. There's not there's pretty people in Yellowstone, you know.
Wait,
Not
we're
a
not
lot
talking
of
about the
pretty
national
people.
park?
Is Jonah Hex like ooky spooky at all? Like, is there any kind of magical mystical element, or it's pure gunslinging?
Oh,
It's
he's
mostly
the-
gunslinging, but there
yeah.
are supernatural elements. from
There's
time.
bits here and there.
Yeah.
Started out in weird Western tales, and he
Yeah.
had a little bit of a supernatural edge to him.
And he also
Hold on
looked
a
like the
second.
most horrifying
Omar?
thing on the page.
Yeah.
Did you
Well,
know that Legion of Superheroes makes a cameo in X 18?
I think a lot of people have tried to forget about that Hex series. Yeah. Someone's asking what's wrong with Western. Oh, no, nothing's wrong with Westerns. I mean, you know, again, I am the youngest Maverick fan in the world, possibly. But
Not the Mel Gibson movie.
well,
but
no,
the
that's
original
really great. No, I
Scott-
love that one, but I'm talking classic
The
Maverick
original,
with James
yeah.
Garner.
Garner was
but-
also in the movie.
But a lot of people are just gonna like, you know, there's like, well, it's a Western. I don't, you know, it's a different genre.
Yeah, I think the point is that in the modern comic market, and I think we can still call 15 years ago modern, or gosh, 20, especially with it being voted on the poll, like you don't see a lot of fervor, or you don't see a lot of Western comics, period. You don't see a lot of, like, Westerns have kind of sailed off in terms of preferred format and a preferred era to tell stories within. But this one, I mean, it's gone up. It was number 25 and then number 29, and it's higher on the poll this year, probably because that All-Star Western Omnibus, which, Dom, if I'm not mistaken, had been like solicited and retracted before and then finally came out.
Yeah,
Am I making
Finally
that?
came
No.
out, last year.
Yeah. So I think that now that people have it on their shelves, and that's kind of the volume 3 of this, really. Now they're like, it's one of these ones again. We've seen it a few times on the poll. Okay, you gave me the volume 3. Let's go back and get the volume 1 and 2.
Exactly. If anybody has not had a shot, and this is not speaking of the Omni, but if anybody has not gotten a shot to get that DC Finest Western that recently came out, please do. Because the stories in there are absolutely fun and awesome.
Plus, you get the final uncensored Darwin Cook page that they could not put in the trade paperbacks.
Jonah Hex is a character that you're really glad that DC has. I mean, there is the fairly dreadful Josh Brolin movie, but every time they showed up in Legends of Tomorrow, every time he showed up in the Justice League cartoon, it's a lot of fun.
All right, Justin had to bounce. Stream was great. The amount we have planned on this list is amazing.
Ooh.
There you go.
Teasers, spoilers.
Now,
Thank you, Dustin. Have a
I
good
purposely did not put it here. I'm not giving any hints. It's just random. So,
Oh,
Wow.
God, Lars.
Oh, Jesus.
How many freaking Legion fans are there, man?
one. Lars is so
Dozens
happy,
of you.
man. He's
I
in-
am.
All right, Lars, what is
Well,
this?
Big improvement on this. Legion of Superheroes by Paul Levitz, Volume 1. Big improvement last year, ranked coming in at 41. This year, moving up quite a bit. I think last year the votes were a bit lesser because almost all of this has been collected. If you have the Great Darkness Saga Deluxe and you have the Curse Deluxe, you basically have all of this. But I can see why
And
people
yet,
would
you
want-
Legion freaks are still out
And
there
yet-
putting in the top 20.
And
Yes,
yet it is
sir.
a sweet spot of Legion. I mean, Keith Giffen's art is superb. The stories are superb. It's got the Great Darkness Saga. Now, if it were me, I would just start the clock at issue 284 and just keep running up. And I would personally run it all the way up through the end of Tales. I would include Tales Legion of Superheroes in here, as Peter says, a sweetener to incentivize it.
Lars, did you also
Some
miss
people-
rule number 2? This is not a mapping stream.
No,
Well, it's a good thing that it's not, because some people in the Reddit consultation have cursed Lars's name and maybe hinted that they may have effigies to him in their comic
Ooh.
collecting area of their house, because how dare we suggest Tales go here just because the numbers continue when those stories are so obviously parallel to the material in the next omnibus. I have no horse in this race because I don't know it all.
Although I would point out, here's the funny thing. They were literally made for different markets.
I know that. I tried to
Literally.
explain Lars, but
Yeah.
they threatened that they were going to make a voodoo doll of me too, and I said, just keep sticking the pins in Lars, he can take it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. No, I love the Tales issues. The Tales issues are really, really good. But they expected a lot of people who are reading Tales Legion of Superheroes weren't reading the main title.
Yeah.
They were going to have to wait for the reprints. So,
Look
and
at
the
this.
two
This
really,
is so sweet.
the two
Long
really
live
don't sync up.
Lars.
So yep. So
Long
just
live the Legion.
run it all the way to the end. That's what I would do.
Don't
But
put that
no,
on
again,
your tombstone.
I must be a fanatic because I now have I have this material. Oh God, I may have it 3 times over. No, 4. Oh my God, I have it 4 times over. Because when they reprinted Great Darkness Saga, they put the poster in the back, and I was like, well, crap, now I have to buy it again to get the poster. and then the Curse, that re-release, I was like, the cover made a lot more sense to me. The design's like, oh crap, now I have to buy the Curse again. So I think I have 2 Great Darkness hardcovers and a soft cover and my original singles. So yes, I have this material 4 times over. I would still buy the omnibus. It's ridiculous.
Y'all better buy this Legion omnibus if I see one in Ollie's outright.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is a reason why those books keep coming back to print, and people would still buy it double dipping.
Yeah, they did fix something that had annoyed me, because this, what you're looking at is the jam cover from issue 300. It's a really terrific Legion cover from like all these different artists. It's really great. Unfortunately, they put this on a hardcover called The Curse.
The Curse? Yeah,
I mean, it's a bright, shiny, happy family cover. We'll call it The Curse. And you notice when they re-released it, they put all these storm clouds in the background, and they kind of darkened it.
Yeah, it was
As if to
like
go-
a
as if to
weird
go,
green-
well, it looks happy, but they're cursed. So I was like, that makes a lot more sense to me. I will spend another $50 to get it.
I would just
Wow.
add to that Legion, it occupies an interesting space where the fans are so dedicated and they love it so much, and there's obviously an omnibus market. We've had a few so far, but it's like it's never going to do Batman numbers, and so I don't envy Dustin and his team's job
No,
to
not
be
at
like,
all.
what is the right print run for a Legion book where all of the rabid Legion fans will buy it, and then and it has a while to sell through, but it's never going to kind of be a glut on the marketplace. And I think they've done a pretty good job, because I don't see
it would
the
be this.
existing ones on sale super cheap. But I mean, that's it's a delicate tightrope to walk when you have a character group that is this popular with a very specific niche. They're niche, rather. They're not Batman, they're not X-Men, but their fans will always show up, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. And yet it's in the catalog and IP must be serviced.
Wait,
So-
out of curiosity, Peter, what did we call this in 2024 that made it all the way in 418?
I think we called it All by Jerry Conway or something. There was like something really misleading about the way
well,
we had
the map. I know this
I remember
isn't a
Lars
mapping
helping
show.
out last year to clarify some things.
Yeah, I know this isn't a mapping show, but the mapping made a huge difference because the Jerry Conway material was mixed in here. And really, if you're a Legion reader, there is a very hard break between the Jerry Conway era and Levitz's second, where this begins. A very, very hard break, and you don't want to mix the two. So,
all right, I'm going to move
All right.
on to the next book because there might be a chance that there's another Legion book, and we're
well,
at
one would hope. I mean, guys, again,
You're
this is
right.
the one they're voting less for because, again, most of this has been collected. So
Oh, okay. So can I move on then, Lars?
you may,
Okay,
please.
thank you. Make it so. Nightwing by
Wow,
Chuck
Doug.
Dixon,
Okay.
Volume 1.
Okay.
This is the beginning of Nightwing having his own ongoing series and graduating to a different costume with artwork by Scott McDaniel, moving into Bloodhaven, which is a city that was created for this series. Nobody ever talked about Bloodhaven before, but it's even worse than Gotham. But he wanted to make a name for himself. He wanted to get out of the shadows of Batman. Oh man, this was so good. So good. This series is so important to me. It is available in compendium format, but I would even throw in some remapping for some of the things that they did in the first two omnis or the first two compendiums that should have been added in there. But yeah, that's as happy as I am with the compendium. I would love an omnibus of this era. And I'm a huge fan of Scott McDaniel. I also realize he's not for everybody, but big fan. Is this a good place to start Nightwing? This to me has always been the place to start Nightwing. I think everybody else does a pretty good job. Tom Taylor and Kyle Higgins, Tim Seeley,
Forgot.
but this is the place. Who did you say, Tigereyes?
I was kidding. I was saying you forgot one. Devin Grayson was a joke.
Devin, we don't.
No. That's not the joke, Tigereyes. Guys, if you've never read Nightwing before, I would suggest starting with the first Scott Lobdell issues after
The Rick
Nightwing gets his
Grayson
head
era.
chopped in Batman 50.
Always instigator. I'm gonna do you a solid. I'm gonna make you a moderator so you can ban your damn self for that ridiculous comment.
Oh,
Hashtag forever dick. I voted for this one. I vote for this one every year.
This is these are the trade paperbacks you organized for me, right? When you were here.
You had like multiple copies because it's confusing because they don't have like a volume 2. It was like called something else. Yeah. You just need to upgrade to the compendium, dude. And then when the omnibus is announced, get that.
Okay.
I got you.
That was really hard. No, really hard sales pitch to convince Justin.
Where did Rick Grayson omnibus rank on the list? Well, we haven't gotten to the top 14 yet.
Could be number 1.
Yeah.
I used to own the statue that was based on this with him kind of leaping over a brick wall or something like that.
Yeah,
And
they made several.
Yeah, now I realize that I should have turned it around to see, most importantly, how does his ass look?
Okay.
I never really thought about it.
Saying, did you know only about the nothing but Nightwing?
Nothing but Nightwing.
Yeah, nothing but Nightwing. Oh yeah,
He's nothing but Dick.
Whoa, what? That's the wrong title.
That's his first name. That's his first name. I don't call superheroes by their superhero names.
You just love doxing everybody.
You're awfully familiar with them. Do you call Batman Bruce? I mean, goodness me.
I call Starfire Corey, so you know.
Okay. It's really interesting. I didn't know that about Dom. Okay. Number 14.
I do that for all the videos on this channel.
Is it another Legion book? We'll find out. Oh my god!
It's another Legion book.
No!
This is awesome.
Where did you people come out?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Jade Rabbit. Forever Dick. Thank you
for Dick. All right. Bit of a tumble from last year. Last year ranked number 3. It's still number 14 this year. I mean, what's most important if you're a Legion fan, this is the equivalent of this really is Paul Smith X-Men. If Paul Smith X-Men was not in print, because you've got that like definitive event story, the Great Darkness Saga or the Dark Phoenix Saga, and then follow on from that a very definitive run. I've always said Steve Lytle is basically our Paul Smith. Steve Lytle was not there very long, but his art is unbelievably good and immensely inspirational. Yes, just absolutely terrific stories here, hit after hit after hit. Legion of Super Villains War, Who is Censor Girl, Universo Saga. Yeah, great stuff. Wait, again, and DC. We would settle for DC's finest of this material. Just collect it. Help us out.
Yeah.
I so want to have a trivia night with Crisis and
these
I.
randos?
Maybe the random Legionnaire.
Okay, the sad thing is, as I'm looking for custom-made posters to put on my wall, what we're looking at is kind of like one of the definitive Steve Lytle covers, because it's got just about anybody. Unfortunately, it has those silhouettes that makes it look like some sort of perfume ad. But the rest of it's just terrific.
I guess it's time to start LARPing Legion.
Yeah.
People are happy. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad. Jess, anything to add? Because I know you're also a fan of this.
Yeah, I really like how Lars kind of drills down and gets the essence of these. So I don't have anything to add, except this was a really good period, I think, for the Legion. This time period, just with Great Darkness, the Curse, all that stuff is just, especially Great Darkness. I really, really like that storyline.
I would just say that this is pure speculation because I didn't look at the ballots as closely, but the shuffling of the Legion books and this dropping from number 3 kind of makes me think that a lot of people were voting like straight Legion ballots, but they're like, oh, it was number 3 last year. I can give number 1 to like one of the other Legion books that I want. And it kind of like resulted in some like consolidation. But I mean, pretty much all the big Legion books are on the poll. I think there's only one we haven't seen yet. So mission accomplished.
I mean, it's 14 is not bad. It ranked 18 2 years ago. I mean, here's the thing: we know it's not going to do Batman numbers, but clearly it's going to reliably sell X.
And I think the thing about having this say volume 2, and this is again why we just didn't have enough room on the slide, but Lars said that this could be called An Eye for an Eye, or it could just be called, there's a lot of different titles that it could be given, because since so many people already have Great Darkness Saga and the Curse in oversized hardcover already, you really could release this on its own and people would snap it up.
I don't think anybody would scream bloody murder if they leapt straight to this one and in front of a Great Darkness Saga omnibus.
And that's why we put it on the poll, even though it's a volume 2, because we do not do mapping ahead on the poll. But even though it's Levitt's volume 2, it's the beginning of the 1984 series.
And it was relaunched with a number 1, so it's kind of a natural joining point anyway.
I'm gonna get this printed on a shirt to wear around the chest.
I think that would be funny to have on a shirt, and it should have Silver Surfer wearing the Infinity Gauntlet on it too.
That would be.
All right, let's go number 13.
Oh yeah, baby! Green Lantern Raider Volume 1, one of the greatest Green Lanterns ever. It slipped a little bit from number 12.
It was one spot, Omar. That's like the most negligible drop off.
Plus, we had a compendium.
Yeah,
and. Yeah, absolutely. We need this. This is such a great era. It's such a fun era. And I know people are like, fun? Dude, they stuffed a freaking woman inside of a refrigerator. You know what I mean by fun. I mean, like, the guy just found out he's got powers. He's an artist. He's a lot different than Hal Jordan and Guy Gardner and Jon Stewart. He's a kid. He doesn't know what he's doing. If you love things like Ultimate Spider-Man, Invincible, Radiant Black, this is the Green Lantern for you. It's so good. Man, I loved it. Was Ron Marz getting a lot of death threats because Hal Jordan went bad? Absolutely he was. But it was worth it. Plus, I didn't even know the dude was Latino. I found out he was Latino because he had tacos on the cover. And I was like, oh, hell, that just made him a lot better. That's awesome.
This is translation for Omar saying that he just wants the Daryl Banks art of Jenny Lynn Hayden and Donna Troy in oversized in this format.
I do love Daryl Banks, man. I've met that guy so many times. He's such an underrated, talented artist. I love this era. all over this. This is my Legion.
The
Lars.
most stark image of this run to me was Kyle walking in on Jade showering, and she smacks the crap out of him right after, and it works.
Yeah,
it's weird, but it works, man.
No, this is fun.
That happened a lot
Again, we told the story before, but the shock to the system of Kyle going evil and all the Green Lantern Corps dying, and again, eventually the Green Lantern fans were moved to take out a full-page ad in Wizard, calling upon DC desperately to restore Hal Jordan, restore the Green Lantern Corps, all this stuff. And at the time, the cost of a full-page ad in Wizard was $10,000.
What?
10,000?
American money?
American.
Holy,
not yen.
Not pesos.
That was like the down payment on a house at that.
That's a
Latino.
lot of money. It's a lot of money. Because I remember I was in the office when that happened, and we looked at it. We went, well, if their money is good, then I guess you shall go to the ball.
Yeah, I found out through a cover that he was.
Oh yeah. And that's $10,000 in the late '90s. So it jumped.
Yeah, it's actually I just looked up. It's about $23,000 now.
Yep.
Look, y'all had 4 goddamn Legion of Superhero books. Okay, give me my one Kyle Rayner book. All right, we're ready to move on. Anybody else want to give praise to Kyle Rayner?
I'll buy this.
I would love a second compendium. Let's just keep it moving.
I'd buy it too.
Yeah.
All right. World's Finest by Mark.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Nice.
Doesn't matter that this is coming out in a freaking deluxe edition this month. People still voted for this book.
This is a
lot
very
of it
recent book to have on the list.
Has to do with it is crazy, right? Like usually, I don't know. It seems like people are just wanting things in oversized format immediately. The run's not even over, right? It's still going, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I mean, not even.
You may want to. I don't know when Mark's planning to finish, but you may want to do it when he's finished.
Okay.
But at this point, it's long enough that it would have to be multiple volumes, especially if they include any of the side stuff. Yeah.
I know I like this run. I know that Jess likes it, but there are some people on this panel that weren't a big fan of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. Everybody is. Right, Tigereyes?
Absolutely.
That's right. Okay.
I'm not sure how you could look on this and think it's bad. I mean, to each their own. It might not be your cup of tea, but
why don't we say that for an old reader, new reader, where you can go and fight over why you don't like it or not. I'm just here to tell you about the Omnis. But this is what people put. 12 is insane, though. I thought 19
12 is a very high ranking for a book still in progress.
It's almost broke the top 10 for a book. I mean, it's so modern. Plus, we're getting a freaking deluxe edition. Not good enough.
But Mark Waid's also like a super big deal just because of Mark Waid's very big return to DC. I remember asking him why the heck this book even came out, and he told me, these were his words, that there was new management in charge of DC. Okay. And that it allowed him to pitch the books that he wanted, and that he finally gets to play in his like super nice, cool sandbox with the characters or the versions of the characters that he grew up with. And like you all said, I mean, this is still going strong, and it has no indications of stopping anytime soon. And I think it just goes to show, like, if you put happiness in comic book characters and you put really, really great creatives on it, people will buy it.
I mean, yeah, he's also had a good, strong run on this. It's not like, just coming and doing 6 issues and leaving. So,
please highlight Crisis of 908.
I'm not here to call anyone out, but holy crap, that's a very specific number.
I just don't know who wouldn't want to read this. It just boggles the mind.
Besides me.
Well, I'm not saying it's high art or anything like that, but it's it's very, very enjoyable.
All right, guys.
I like his Justice League run better. I like the Justice League.
Damn it, Lars! I was ready to move on.
He's ready to move on.
All right, we're moving on to another Legion of Superheroes books. I'm sure. Swamp Thing by Alan Moore. The one Swamp Thing you could read.
It has missed the top 10, but for a reason that we all are aware of, or at least those of us on the panel are.
So before I put this on the poll, before I put this in the Rick Veitch Omnibus on the poll, I did reach out to Dustin and his team and ask, we do this every year, and the rule is that if it's not in the catalog or solicited, we leave it on the list. And I was advised to keep it on the list for people to vote because they really want to know how the interest in the book, how many people want this. Because even this is coming from DC, it's not 100% set in stone when it's coming, if it's coming. This way, they have a better understanding of what people want. So yeah, you all voted for it. Coming in at number 11, almost making the top 10 again. And it is a series that's been box sets, trade paperbacks, standard size hardcovers, and absolute editions, but never an oversize with the original colors. And that would be great. So you all voted for it. Doesn't matter if you even heard rumors that it might be coming or if it's in the solicits or whatever.
I would love to know what
really
Alan Moore's ballot for this would be. I would pay so much money.
I don't think he would vote for his own books. I don't know.
No, but I want to see what like weird 30s and 40s stuff from the poll that you would be voting for.
You really liked it that much, huh? Always an instigator. You would double dip. I will say the new coloring, I can completely understand why people are happy with that, especially if
It's
you've
perfect. I mean,
read
if you watch the side by sides about Jose Villarruba, it's like it's exact. All he's doing is kind of just dialing in the tones. He's not upping the contrast. He's not changing anything. It's just it's
I was
so
talking
close.
about the new colors on the absolute edition.
Oh no, that's garbage. I'm talking about what he did on Dark Genesis, which theoretically they will do if they follow through and make a second release.
I don't know if it's garbage. It's a different book.
Garbage.
Okay, to each their own. I didn't say crap when you were hating on freaking World's Finest.
Who ever hate on World's Finest? That's
he wasn't hating it.
That would do.
Are we good? We ready to move on to the top 10?
Going to the top 10, baby.
No,
first
we
there's
can't
some
go to
data.
the top 10 yet.
Everybody's, I should have done some data for Legion too. Everybody loves to say, "Oh, I guess it's the Batman poll now." Batman solo books. There are only 17% of our top 60. It's down. There's less Batman books in the top 60 than there were last year. Now, if we add in the Bat family, which did not change, there's still the exact same number of the top 66 of the top 60 as they were last year, then we'll have a quarter of the poll. But I mean, it's not as much Batman as people want to believe. Same for Superman, only 7%, no change from last year. And Wonder Woman, actually less than 2, down a little bit from last year. So the Trinity do not dominate this poll. If you feel like we saw a lot of Batman, I think it's just because we hit a run of a lot of Batman that was kind of all right in the top 20 in a similar place. If we compare this to the Marvel poll, Spider-Man and Spider-Family are 20% of the Marvel poll, and X-Men are 25% of the top 60s. Also looking at what's kind of new on the poll, you've seen a lot of things that have ranked for the first time. Right now, 23% of last year's top 60 were announced, which theoretically would only make room for 23% of the books to be new. But no, actually, 37 of this year's top 60 are here for the first time. So some things fell out of the top 60 to make room for this other stuff.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Yes.
Wow.
Number 10. This is a huge surprise. The Fury of Firestorm, Nuclear Man. Number 28 last year, number 50 in 2024. It has moved into the top 10. That's insane.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of it has to do with the fact that there is no DC Finest. There's no collected editions. The he shows up in Legends and shows up in the Suicide Squad, but really, that's about it.
The collecting on this has been dismal.
Plus, we lost Jerry Conway this year, so
plus there's that. Yes. So I, was reading this in my tender years, and there is something particularly charming about those early issues, like particularly the Jerry Conway, Pat Broderick stuff. Those early 18 issues in particular, really, really strong. And for me, that's always been the default model of Firestorm. Firestorm to me is fun. Firestorm to me is basically Spider-Man, but as a nuclear superhero. I mean, he's a high schooler. He's got his job. He's got his girlfriend. He's got his family. He's got all these problems, and he's a superhero. He works really well as kind of a teenage contrast to the older Justice Leaguers. I have to say, the newest run by Jeff Lemire hasn't been doing too well for me, even though it's very well done. It presents Firestorm as a nuclear freak and a
Very,
danger
very
and a
different from
menace.
his like late 80s JLI that I think you're probably more used to, Lars.
Sure, exactly. Now I know that John Ostrander went the whole fire elemental route, and yeah, I understand that. But to me, again, Firestorm is fun. Firestorm is kind of Spider-Man. And this, yeah. So all we've gotten is like one piddly little soft cover that didn't even collect all the Flash materials. So yeah.
Yeah, it's just the pre-crisis stuff.
Yeah.
So it's before Ostrander.
Yeah,
I'm glad a lot of people in the chat are talking about how, you know, they're interested in the character or they voted for it.
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
We're so
This
starved.
number one with voters who, so we have that demographic data on the poll this year. Thank you for everybody who chimed in. None of it personally identifying, just asking generally, when did you start reading? This was the number one vote for readers if they read their first comic in the 1980s. So it's I was shocked by that. I didn't think Firestorm would be anybody's number one, but in aggregate, our 1980s readers ranked this number one.
We're so starved. This doesn't even have to be a big omnibus. I mean, you know, you could break it at like issue 30 or whatever.
Oh yeah, I think it's exactly two halves because there's one half Conway and the other half
Ostrander. Yep.
Yeah, again, give or take. And again, it's prime for DC Finest.
Yeah,
I don't quite know why it's not becoming
DC Finest is the only reason.
Will you stop saying that? That's another poll, Lars.
I'm just giving people options. You know,
DC Finest is the only reason to why I'm even halfly remoted in this particular series, because I just found the Ostrander issue so incredibly well done. I am even more curious now, especially considering, you know, like I've already seen Firestorm and JLI. Okay, how does he do in his own ongoing? And I really want this. At some point, they have to make way, give way, and I hope that it comes out soon.
I mean, here's what I know about Firestorm. His head is on fire and he has wizard sleeves. And that's all I need to know, because now I want to.
That's good enough.
Wizard sleeves. Dude, his outfit is awesome, though.
I remember having the toy of his Super Friends toy and just being like, never even recalling him being on an episode and just thinking he was the coolest one of all of the toys.
If this blurb is not in the back of the omnibus, like, I don't know how you can top that.
Exactly, and he's got
heads on fire. Gotta be good.
He's got the structure of the atom around him. You got like all of these weird electron pathways. Like, it's incredibly cool.
There was one occasion when little Lars, my father used to go to live auctions in Ames, Iowa, and he would drag me along to them. And like, you know, you're a kid, you don't have the internet, you don't have a phone. You have to sit there while your father buys a bunch of crap he probably doesn't need. And all I had somehow was a stack of Fury of Firestorm comics that we're talking about, and the DC Comics Presents issue with the Legion of Substitute Heroes by Keith Giffen. And I just sat there for like 3 hours and just reread them avidly. And afterward, my father thanked me for being so well behaved. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I was able to read comics all night. It was great.
Okay, the George Perez the Sun. I don't know if George.
No, it's not a Perez. It's not a Perez costume. It's just he draws Firestorm really, really well. I mean, he draws everything really well, but I've always liked the way he particularly draws Firestorm.
Al Milgrom, I think, is the one who designed Firestorm, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was Jerry Conway and Al Milgrom. Yeah.
I'm gonna move on to number 9.
Okay.
Number 9.
Wonder Woman by Messner-Loebs and Deodato Jr. I voted for this one. This is something I've wanted for years. I know Crisis also wants this book. We may want it for 2 different reasons. I don't know. Why do you want this book?
I love this run. It was a run that I had growing up, but also I think it's where Mike Deodato really kind of was broadly exposed to the masses, but I think everything clicks here. So this is coming out of the George Perez run. Wonder Woman is very much a part of the wider DC world. She knows the Justice League. She fights the Joker in here, and there's her. It's starting to come into question if she's enough of the Amazon for the Amazons anymore. So for me, kind of everything clicks here. There's a great hero's journey. There's pretty terrific writing by William Messner-Loebs, who I don't think gets his due enough in the modern day about how great and reliable he was in the 90s. Fantastic interior art by Deodato in about half of these issues. And of course, the absolutely iconic Brian Boland covers. And it's one whole story. It's not just like a passing arc of Wonder Woman. Like it builds up more and more her place in the world of superheroes as it also kind of disassembles her place in the Amazons. And then Messner-Loebs comes back and does Artemis Requiem in a miniseries a few years later. And I think you would put that here too, in the same way that some earlier and later Byrne stuff is in the Byrne Omnibus. This perfectly plugs the gap between the 3 Perez books and the John Byrne book, and means that the only thing we'd be missing prior to Gail Simone in terms of Wonder Woman would be an Eric Luke omnibus and a deluxe of the Ordway and Simonson run.
That Artemis Requiem, that's early Ed Benes artwork, because I think both of them were in the same studio, because this is back when Mike Deodato had his own studio in Brazil. And oh man, this run is so good. It's good 90s. She's wearing those, what are they called? The hot pants or whatever?
We call it Biker Gang, or at least Reddit does.
Yeah, Biker Wonder Woman.
Biker Gang Wonder Woman. Okay, cool.
With
Which
the
is
leather
weird
jacket
because,
and the crisscross of the, yeah.
Like I was telling Dom, the design for Absolute Zatanna looks
kind of looks like it.
Similar, to the design of Wonder Diana during this. Yeah, this is it's one of my favorite series. I love this run. This got me hooked on Mike Deodato Jr. I started picking up Wonder Woman. I thought I would. So after George Perez left the book, I dropped it, and then I started picking up monthly because of this. Oh man, yeah, solid. So glad that it made it in the top 10.
Huge jump from 101 in 2024 to 27 in 2025 to number 9. I would just say that, DC's been really consistent about printing Wonder Woman omnibuses. And it's not like the number 1 or number 2, but a lot of newer omnibus buyers and newer readers really want this. So I don't know what the psychology is there. Is it just because it looks cool? Is it because they read some other thing by William Messner-Loebs? Like, I really don't know, but it's actually popular with relatively new readers.
I'm just glad that he's getting some love and recognition finally.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy, his personal life has been just a nightmare, right? Like he was homeless. Yeah. It's bad. All-Star Squadron by Roy Thomas. This one was no surprise, probably because people saw the Infinity Inc. This is also David Gabriel's most wanted DC Omni. He voted for this one. So
number 8 last year, number 8 this year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Number 1 with voters who read their first comic before 1980.
Okay. Yeah. Again, as most of you know, I'm sure these are the wartime stories of the Justice Society, who also have some additional members called the All-Star Squadron, written by Roy Thomas, who's kind of one of the great gurus of the Golden Age, and
but it is a retro series like the Invaders.
That's the only thing. I mean, it's
not a true Golden Age series, right?
No, absolutely not. I'm just saying that he's of that era in his thinking. It's just really good. It's not the biggest series. Okay, sorry, I know what I was trying to say. Any prequel series, it's not necessarily scary or daring because you know how it all turns out. But this is just really, really, really well done stories from the wartime era. Frankly, they're better than the Golden Age comics. Roy Thomas poured a lot of thought into this. When it came time to do the Crisis and Infinite Earths crossover, he gave, Marv Wolfman, nobody gave Marv Wolfman more notes than Roy Thomas, because that's how much he thought about this.
This has never been collected in any format.
No, unless you count there was a showcase edition that was black and white, but yeah.
I've never read all of this. I read like just a few in the 80s. Excuse me. I haven't. Did you just say it hasn't been collected very well or at all?
There's been one black and white edition.
The showcase that I just learned about on today's show.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Now this is
just informed.
This is really great, really enjoyable stuff. I mean, things turn a corner with James Robinson and the Golden Age for these characters. James Robinson humanized the Justice Society like I think nobody else had to that point. For which I'm deeply grateful to him. Again, I was born so late. My father was in World War II. And I was really able to resonate with what James Robinson did to the characters. But this is still really enjoyable, readable stories.
All-Star Squadron hitting 60% off within a few months at Amazon.
Well,
That's
maybe.
the attitude.
I'll take that bet.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to gauge what is going to hit and sell out and what's going to be liquidated because, well, no publisher wants to liquidate anything, right? But these days, man, it's all over the place. Like, I didn't know Star Wars Legacy was going to go out of print.
I mean,
I really thought it would be
if you're
for a while.
If you're DC, I can see why they'd be concerned as to how much legs does this have. I mean, the people who want it will probably buy it immediately.
I would say something like Justice League Bronze Age or something like that.
Yeah,
have that kind
probably
of print run.
Probably, yeah. I see what you're saying.
How does this rank number 8? Well,
because Crisis said it down there at the very bottom. Number 1 with voters who read their first comic before 1980.
And it's not just that. This is very, very high on the poll for basically like all readers from before. Let me see where we go back to here. Pretty much everybody who started reading before 2010 is aware of this. It's the after 2010 crowd that is not as aware.
The boomers took their medication early that day to stay up.
But it's not even just boomers. It's like everybody who was reading comics prior to Flashpoint. Yeah.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, like, this was also in my top 10. So it's not just people who are also. I mean, yes. I mean, there's a very big demographic who voted for this, but there are also people who are curious as to, oh, this is a very important historical book. It's got Roy Thomas writing. I don't know, man. There are more reasons to why.
Dom, Dom are just old at heart.
Yes, Dom. Have you read any of this?
I have indeed. The only reason I've read it is because I was bullied by Reddit into reading this.
I see.
How did you read it?
Don't let Reddit bully you.
Because I just learned about a showcase. So how did you read it?
It was on DC Universe. Before it was called DC Universe Infinite.
Oh,
it was on that.
What about it did you like?
I just liked the fact that it showcased a lot of these like old-timey superheroes into a sort of like, I love the aesthetic. There's something about like World War II era, like war era comics that always like tickles my brain and thought of interest, just because I happen to like war history stuff. I feel like what Roy did, even if for me at the time I was like, there's too many words in this, I'm probably just gonna skip a couple of these panels or two. I did really like the vibe and aesthetic of it. I think that something like this, I'm just shocked at the fact that we haven't gotten anything bigger than some of like select issues of Showcase or even stuff like DC Finest, where they've only been printing like 1 or 2 issues. So I think it's important.
I think it's really interesting that people like I've been highlighting the comments that there are young people that voted for this for the same reason you did. And that's really cool. I mean, and honestly, there is a reason why those Uncanny X-Men Omnis sell out. That stuff is old too.
Well,
it's not older than this because that was what 1975. We're looking at stuff here from a Redcon series from the late 70s, early 80s.
Ranked pretty consistently. 12th and 24, and then 8th last year.
And the one thing I'll tag on is I've read only a little bit of this in the course of doing a guide for it. It's different than the Invaders, and that the Invaders is, I mean, it's got like Cap and Namor in it, but it's like very like World War II fantasy comics just starring Cap, which this does have that World War II angle, but because it's kind of like canonized as being the way it got hoovered up by Crisis into being the World War II history, and then of course little parts of it are changed gradually as more and more post-Crisis continuity needs to remove more and more of the classic characters from this run. It just occupies such a fascinating state in DC continuity, which Invaders does not in Marvel's continuity. Like this, it starts out as the official history, and then little by little it stops being the official history. And for people that are familiar with any kind of pre-Flashpoint DC history, there's something fascinating about it as an artifact. It's like a photograph that as you're reading it, people are fading out of the photograph because you know that DC is not going to let it be Batman and it's not going to let it be Superman. And I think that aspect of it for people who understand what it is what makes it so fascinating.
Yes,
and to extend just sort of like my experience and what Crisis was talking about, like I have only had a partial affinity for older DC comics versus Marvel because I have a history with these characters, like watching and growing up with them versus Marvel, whereas like I didn't grow up with Spider-Man or any of the Avengers, so that to me, like Silver Age stuff, was just like out of the window for me. On top of my curiosity for a lot of these characters, I think DC Finest, again, like to that line's strength, has made me want to go out and see what specifically that they had running before 1986. Like you look at a lot of these books, a lot of these creators, right? Like we don't have, we didn't have great preservation of a lot of these titles. A lot of these books were either out of print or were just not in existence at all. And I think just having something like the Finest line or other avenues where DC can actually put something like this out, I think it speaks to like the level of importance that we need to have books like this continually on our shelves, so that we can see this is why the All-Star Squadron from World War II or whatever it might be, that's why these are also significant.
I think, as you say, the aesthetic is quite interesting because, it is incredibly hard to separate the Justice Society from World War II, which is why I think, again, Jeff Johns and JSA.
The JSA itself was a retro series too, wasn't it? Like
in what way?
Which writer?
The Golden Age stuff that we would
have. Golden Age by Paul Smith.
Yes, the Golden Age itself has an odd.
It's good. It's so good though.
Because James Robinson simultaneously picked up a lot of threads from the Golden Age and continue with those, but some stuff clearly happens in the Golden Age that like isn't canon. So
we're talking the book Golden Age and not the Golden Age.
The Golden Age.
Oh,
Dom, by the way, Dom, read the Golden Age. Put that on.
Let's climb out of the rabbit hole.
Golden Age by Paul Smith and James Robinson.
I want to state something. So for all the haters, one day you'll be older and getting your wants this. To be fair, modern readers always get crapped on too.
Yeah.
Like you look at the announcements of Marvel that I did just recently with what was it? Rainbow Rowell's Runaways. There are people that are like, this is modern crap. Why does anybody want this? It's the same thing, right? Because it's not your cup of tea, you're really loud and negative about it. Not everybody, but I mean, it's not just old people getting crapped on for their taste. It's also young people too. Meanwhile, Gen X is drinking a beer, watching the world burn. All right, we're moving on to number 7.
Number 7 is
Batman New Gotham.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, bro.
The Rucka and Brubaker era.
Early Sean Martin, bro.
This is so different that remember what I said, that it was Nightfall leading into all these other things like Contagion, Legacy, Cataclysm, Road to No Man's Land. Oh my gosh, War Games and all that. This was like, okay, we're going to do something different. We're going to make it more noir. We're going to make it more detective. And it's kind of like going back to the roots. And even like, if you look at that cover right there by Dave Johnson, almost like an homage to the Batman animated series. It almost has that feel to it. It's a great era. Both of them, Greg Rucka and Ed Brubaker, just killing it, man. Plus, we finally get to see Officer Down collected in one damn book. That would be nice. It's always left out of things, man. It's crazy.
Does anybody here on the panel have those new Gotham trade paperbacks that had that like super sleek, like white and black design?
I think I do.
I've had them all.
Whoever did the design on those needs well, I don't know if they're here anymore, but they need a raise. See, Cody knows what's up.
See, Superman by John Byrne. Omnibus is being published in Italy and Mexico. What the F is the DC USA waiting for?
Oh,
we're waiting for somebody to translate it into English.
Danny, if I may, I found out from a friend of mine yesterday that China sells their DC comics for like 1/10 of the price and are just as big as Omnis. Like they have like their own way of.
Are they in English?
They're in Chinese.
Is this licensed?
Omar was about to start
pirate
importing.
operation?
He was ready.
Oh, brother.
Oh wait, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry guys. I didn't mean to put that out there.
No, that's okay. What were you going to get, Jess?
Excuse me, the new Gotham books that Dom was talking about.
Yeah. You got the new slick trades.
I'm not picking up on them right this second. So sorry.
Okay. That's okay. My seal of approval. I love this era. So solid. And some of it has been available in, I think it was Eagle Moss. Somebody printed it in the UK.
Oh, that's why I don't have it. I've got the Eagle Moss books. That's exactly right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sunny
Get
Sin.
the omnibus. Let's move on to number 6, unless someone has some strong feelings and thoughts about this.
I love this.
Nobody strong.
I mean, this was on my top 10. So
Number 6, Martian Manhunter by John Ostrander.
Wow.
Chocos,
Number
yes.
13,
Wowza.
Number 72. This is another series that has been poorly collected. And I really think that Ostrander name, man, that's got a big pitch to it now. It's got some selling power. This would kill it. Jamal Eigel. And oh man, yeah, this stuff is. I think we had one trade paperback, and then the rest of the series was canceled. Unfortunately,
Never collected.
Never.
You didn't even get the trade? I thought there was one trade solicited.
No, there was, but that's it. Like the majority of this has never been collected.
The only reason that I ever got to read this series was because when I was working at my comic shop in 2022, my manager came in and he said that he got somebody, he didn't know who. He was just like, hey, do you guys want a comic book? I got it from like Half Price Books or whatever. And in it was issue number 24 of Martian Manhunter, which is infamously the issue where Booster Gold and Blue Beetle steal his Chocos, or for anybody who doesn't know, that's the Oreo equivalent in the DC universe. John gets very bad and decides to go on a rampage. And I told myself, you know what? Just because of this stupid issue, I have to read the rest. And yeah, this ended up being in my top 10, no surprise.
So good, man.
I love this series, and I'm so glad it's in the top 10. So glad.
Yeah, when people ask me on TikTok how to collect Martian Manhunter, I'm like, well, I've got 2 trades and an absolute. That's it. That's how you collect it. There's not a lot. There's not a lot of Martian Manhunter.
And obviously this series, again, Ostrander just has turned into the monster of this poll. Look, there he is. With the one trade.
John Jones flying into this.
They're holding gold right now, man. It's out of print.
Oh, it is?
And I mean, clearly Ostrander has just turned into a sure vote getter and possibly also a very sure seller. This is the perfect omnibus size for DC, right in that sweet spot, right around 40 issues. There were a limited amount of Martian Manhunter issues prior to this, really his only solo stuff other than the team material he's in. Right after Crisis, he had a miniseries, and then he had another miniseries called American Secrets, and then he had a special. So that's only 8 issues. Not by Ostrander. So would you put that into this just as like a little prelude, or would 8 issues is kind of like a perfect deluxe size? So at DC, we don't have this panic that we get with the Marvel poll of like, oh my God, you got to put them in because we're never going to see them otherwise, because Marvel really doesn't do deluxes other than like newly released stuff. At DC, it's just less stressful. It's like, yeah, if you leave 8 or 12 issues out, that could always be a deluxe.
Ostrander and Legion have dominated this poll.
Yeah, I should have done number of Ostrander compared to number of Superman. I think we might have more Ostrander than Superman.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go into the top 5.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
Ready?
Yep. I'm prepared.
Flash by William Messner-Loebs.
There you go. There it is.
William Messner-Loebs with 2 books in the top 10.
That's beautiful to see, man. This would lead directly into the Mark Waid era.
Okay.
Into Born to Run, baby.
Greg LaRocque doing a majority of the stuff because he also does the artwork towards the beginning of Mark Waid's era. Yeah. Never been printed in anything. No trades. Nada. Maybe a showcase, Lars. Showcase?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
I don't think so. I don't think this was collector showcase.
Yeah.
I voted for this one. I love William Messner-Loebs. Yeah, this is my I think this is my number 5, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we just need this and that's it.
Number 2.
Crap, we got a huge run of Flash in Omni format.
Well, I think that's right. Number 2 is voters who own more than 200 omnibuses. This must be the number 1 gap.
Yeah, this got to be I got every single omnibus of the Flash. This is just the one that needs to be pushed on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've read it. Has anybody else read this run?
I have indeed.
Oh, okay.
Tigereyes?
Very choppily. Yeah.
Love it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I really like this. And then Mark Waid came in and changed the game. Added so many things new to the character.
Speed Force, Black Flash, Impulse.
Yeah, a lot of things, man. But this was good. This was good. Let's move on to number 4. Tigereyes. Wait, Tigereyes.
Mm-hmm. I've read this. I love it. I did not vote for it.
What?
Oh,
Now I'm curious what you voted for. Okay.
Outsiders by Judd Winnick, of course, Omar. Come on.
No, I learned that he's
I'll
not.
never make that mistake again.
Yeah, wow. All the Outsiders
There was
team.
supposed to be a
guys.
partly sarcastic comment. I'm sorry.
All right, we're gonna move on to number 4. Superman, the Man of Steel by John Byrne.
Yeah.
Looky.
This is always my number 1. Always, and has been ever since I've been collecting Omnis. This is the one that I've wanted from DC. It has slipped a little bit. It was number 2 last year, number 3 in 2024, and now it is number 4. Man of Steel. This is the John Byrne era of Superman. We were just talking about this a little bit earlier, how he changed a lot of things, reinventing the character. And as much as I love Terry Austin inking John Byrne, I really liked what's his name, Dick Giordano's inks.
Oh yeah,
Really liked his inks on Byrne's artwork in here. But yeah, totally agree with World of Krypton, World of Smallville, and World of Metropolis. Those have never been collected in any format. And you would need the little backup stories from Action Comics to match it up evenly with what is it, Exile? Right?
Exile. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're technically a little bit after this, but well, volume 2 of this, which would be interesting. I just think it's interesting to, this is people say, oh, once something comes out in one format, the demand goes down, right? So this was already in standard size hardcovers. They got extremely expensive. Man of Steel 1 through 6 out in absolute. And then also we got it in DC Finest, or we about, no, it's.
Yep. Yeah, we are going to be getting that.
Yeah, we already have it.
Yeah,
but it's like, so it took it down 1-2 spots. Like some people were just desperate to get it in reading order, but a lot of people, especially when it comes to John Byrne, they just want oversized and they want complete oversized. So it's really interesting to see, even though it's been through 2 other release formats in the last 12 months, it is still in the top 5.
Yeah.
Yep. And that was actually the reason to why this wasn't in my top 10. I told myself, you know what? We got the Finest in. Might as well just keep it in that format. But I know that it's going to take a lot of restoration work for some of the issues that you just talked about, Omar, to get it up to the omnibus standards so that we don't get any fuzzy panels in our books.
And I mean, we're gonna get to see what that will look like with the Absolute Edition, what the restoration will look like.
And you talked about the Absolute having this really cool die cut cover.
Yeah. I don't know if you could do that with this, but and it's
doesn't
also
mean that you can't try.
So it's really tough to choose what as the cover other than the one from issue number 1 where he's the S. It's just so iconic. Yeah. All right.
I'm not giving up my trade paperbacks from Omar.
That's right. That was how we met, man. I sold you my trade paperbacks years ago.
Oh,
I taught Jess how to haggle.
Yeah, Omar had a price, and I said, "Okay, Omar, I'll buy him for that." And he's like, "Jess, no, you don't. You need to learn to haggle." He was haggling against himself, teaching me. It was awesome.
He is that good of a haggler. He can even talk. He can even talk himself down. It's his mutant superpower.
Dude, Melanie can tell you stories about me haggling hot dog vendors in New York or at comic conventions. She's like, "What is wrong with you?" All right, top 3. Here we go. Ooh. Oh, psych.
So there is a massive separation in votes between the top 3 and everything else in the top 10. There's a gap of dozens and dozens of votes between number 3 and number 4. And books 3, 2, and 1 are all separated so far from each other. None of them ever came close to touching one another during the poll. They're like each in their own distinct category of bronze, silver, and gold. I'm not talking about ages. I'm talking about people on the medals podium here. So just know that this was quite an inevitable top 3, and each one of these were absolutely monstrous in their performance on the poll.
Whoa. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Can we start over?
Absolutely. So if we go back to number 60.
Okay, no, we're not doing that.
Number 3.
Rewinding it. All right, number 3. Batman Contagion Legacy. Kind of figured that would be there if you've been paying attention. You saw the Batman Contagion Legacy Aftermath was one of the books. Contagion Legacy needs to happen. It's been printed a couple of times in trade paperback, but it would just be nice to have it in a wonderful oversized format. Funny enough, when you were buying, I was buying these as they were coming out. There was a misprinting on, was it the Robin issue or the Catwoman issue? For anybody that knows, please leave it in the chat. But one of the issues had the wrong part, so it was almost like reading it out of order. Man, that always bothered me because you see the triangle there with on the cover with the number. Yeah, one of them had a misprint, and my dumbass read it the way that they were like, "Oh, this is the next part. Go and read that." Anyway, it's a great story. You get the return of a popular Batman villain that had been MIA for a while. And yeah, lots of great stuff in here, man. I love those covers by Kelly Jones. I know that Jess, you're not a huge fan of, but they're really creepy and they add to the creepiness, like the creepiness of this sickness that was going through Gotham in Contagion. We lived through something like this in 2020 just recently.
Yeah.
I don't know who handled it better, the real world or Gotham.
Oh, Gotham.
And then, of course, Legacy. And that leads into Cataclysm. And, it's so good.
Well, the nice thing for people who voted for this, if you do, considering that we don't have an omnibus of this set, a good portion of this material is going to be readily available in the second Robin compendium that is due to come out in December of this year, because a lot of Tim Drake's stories happen to be tied in very, very tightly with Contagion and Legacy. So if you are somebody who's like, maybe DC pushes this out next year, 2028, because they see how high it is, and if you're like, man, I'm on the fence, you get a cheaper format of it in that second compendium that's due to come out.
Yeah, very happy with the ranking on this one. Came up a little bit from the previous 2 years.
And just the separation too. Like, it was doing well last year, Omar, but it didn't have this like clear and away front runner aspect of this year. I was looking at the data, like what changed about Batman in the past year. It could be maybe that the DCF covering the post-crisis stuff has kind of taken the heat off of voting for that. But like, I don't have an explanation for you about why this one is like so out in front compared to how well it did last year.
I expect a better from you, Crisis. I need everything explained to me.
Well, the one thing I can say is the number one vote of people who started reading in the 90s. So it's the most popular run of 90s comics DC could release.
I just wanted to highlight this comment. Thank you so much. So it was Catwoman 31 and Azrael 15 had their parts numbers mixed up. I hate that. Can you imagine being the publisher and that happening? Oh, man.
Well, is there a bigger event book that's not been collected for Batman?
No, I guess
no.
not.
This is it. I mean,
I think that's the explanation. They
it.
collected Nightfall, they collected No Man's Land. What's next? Contagion.
All-Star Batman. All right. Let's get to the top 2 Legion of Superhero Omnis.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Just kidding, Lars. Number 2, Batman Legends of the Dark
wow.
Knight. Yeah. Moving up some slots. Moving up from top 5 in 2025 and 2024. These were the standalone wonderful series. Oh, man. There's some phenomenal stuff in here. And stuff that's been out of print for years, up until the Cult got a wonderful reprint. When was that? Last year? Or 2 years ago?
And in DC Finest earlier this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I mean, that's really about it. Like, there's not a lot of Legends of the Dark Knight that has been reprinted.
It just kind of warms my heart that this ranks so high because it's just so story driven. You know, I mean, it's an anthology series, and it's like, well, here's a great story, here's a great story, here's a great story, here's a great story. And I remember talking to Denny O'Neil at the for Wizard at the time, and he said, yeah, a series like this is much harder because, you know, if you have the same creative team on a title, you just have them keep going. But if it's like, okay, I got to schedule these 3 issues here and these 4 issues here and these 3 issues here, and they've all got different creators, it's hard. But the results were just gangbusters.
This is also Dustin Kitchen's most wanted.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
This is one that has a huge cross-era appeal. It's not only number 1 with voters who own more than 200 omnibuses, but also number 2 with voters who started reading in the 2000s, in the 2010s, and in the 2020s. And that's not aggregated. That's each one of those groups. It's their individual number 2. And the thing that
makes
point
sense.
Out, yeah, and the thing
probably because of the
I mean, but they're like newer readers. So it's not
but
even
the trades aren't available.
Right.
Like, they've been out of print since the early aughts, so it makes sense. Yeah, I like that.
And I think it also makes sense because this is what I know people are like, oh, Batman, blah, blah, blah. But the difference about this is it's like a whole series of like Dark Patterns type Batman stories, Long Halloween type Batman stories. It's like signature 2 to 4 or 5 page stories that are about one early adventure, one early arc, one early villain. So you don't need to know any Batman continuity. It's like 90s Batman free of the shackles of 90s Batman. And so that, I think, even for me, it's hot and independent. Actually, I have an issue of it right off camera. That's like one of my favorite single issue covers of all time.
Which one?
Because I just love this book because you really could just pick up one arc of the book and just read a really cool story of, you know, about a certain villain. So I think that's why this one has sustaining interest in a way that has made it like one of these top placers, because it's no context Batman of the most acclaimed kind of era of Batman.
I remember Shaman trying to get canceled because I wanted that book.
I think this kind of forced people to bring their A game because, you know, if you're writing an ongoing series,
Cody,
there's sometimes a temptation that you just kind of get in the groove, you just kind of crank from month to month to month. But here it's like, okay, you've got 3 issues or 4 issues, be brilliant. And often
they had some young blood coming in.
Yes, there was
writing comics, you know.
Yep.
Young blood that eventually became super hot writers and artists.
Well, they were really good audition pieces because, you know, Grant Morrison's able to get in here and do a cracker of a story, and then of course later becomes the mainstay Batman writer.
Ironically enough, Batman gets addicted to a certain drug.
He does actually. I mean, one I particularly liked was Going Sane, which is one where there's
that doesn't happen until later, and that's a good one.
This is my point. It's like the quality of this series goes on quite a long time because Going Sane is quite late in the process.
That's one of the best Joker stories.
Yeah, and it's like there's this explosion, and the Joker suddenly thinks he's a normal guy named Joe, and he's trying to be all domestic, and it's riveting. It's absolutely riveting. So that's why you went to Legends of the Dark Knight. You're like, wow, anything could happen.
He did Prey, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
Who did?
Once this comes out, this will be everybody's favorite Batman omnibus. Next time you go on Reddit and ask, what should I start with Batman? Everybody will say this, or they'll like vary this with the Sale and Loeb book. Right now, if you go anywhere for a Batman recommendation, people are like, just buy Sale and Loeb. Duh, just get it. That's where to start. This is the one book that will give that a run for its money.
Until Batman Year 1 and Year 2 comes out in omnibus format.
Jeez, stop it.
Wow,
he put year 2.
Gabby freaking downers in the panel. I'm gonna invite you.
Gabby downers. We're just being realistic.
Roger realist.
Yeah, right. I heard you guys go on and on about Legion of Superheroes for 3 hours. All right, we're gonna move on to
names.
Number 1.
Most whatever could it be?
Yeah, it's got
DC Omni.
It's obviously Rick Grayson.
Are you ready?
I had to put in some padding in case you were quick on the trigger finger there. Omar.
Ambush bug. It's ambush bug.
I'm not quick trigger finger, Omar. That is my
Did he say Fringer?
Oh, wait.
Finger dinger. Oh no, let's just add a little extra protection. You never know with Omar. Within 2 votes of the top 60, DC KO almost was our only event book in the top 60. Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and the Green Lantern Corps Volume 1. I know a lot.
Oh my God,
of people,
Legion.
Legion and Rebels, which was in the top 60 last year, kind of just fell out, and Superman New Krypton Volume 2. All of those are within 2 votes. Your votes matter. They could have been in the top 60, and then I would have lost Gen 13 and hated you all for eternity. Within 3 to 6 votes of the top 60, all these very close. Blue Beetle, I never say the name right. Omar?
Jaime Reyes.
Jaime Reyes,
Boy.
Justice League International Volume 4, or would it just be Justice League in the 90s Volume 1? Jonah
I voted
Hex's
for that.
classic material. Checkmate, saw a couple of people in the chat saying that's a favorite.
I read that
Impulse,
recently.
another Messner-Loebs book. A Golden Age book of Shazam, which would have been
Wow.
crazy to see in the top
my.
60. We might actually see it next year. And a Superman Bronze Age book, even though we got Bronze Age Superman in DC Finest.
There,
So
guys.
if DC prints 14 of the poll this year, are we looking at our new entrants of the poll next year here? All of them did extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
All right, now let's look at number 1.
I'm so sad that my Manhunter did not make it.
Oh.
Okay.
AC.
Batgirl by
Yes, we did it again, guys. Let's go.
so Batgirl
We did
Cassandra
it!
Cain, Volume 1. Ranked number 1 last year. Ranked number 2, lost out to Tom King's Batman. This
Yeah.
is huge, and this is one that it surprised me last year and the year before. Because you ever like something and you think you're like the only one that really digs it? That's how
Yes,
I felt.
and then it turns out I am usually.
Well, because you
They're
are
not wrong. They're not wrong. They're not wrong, Omar.
But this really felt like because I was there since the beginning of the internet. And I don't remember people on the internet going, "Oh my god!" But have you read Batgirl, Cassandra Cain? It's so good. No,
It is
no
so
one
good.
was talking about the book. My brother and I loved it. We would go every month when I came back to comics. He's the one that got me into this book. He was like, "Oh, you need to read No Man's Land. You got to get into Batgirl." I'm like, "There's only one Batgirl, dude," and it was Barbara Gordon. And he was like, "No, there's this new Batgirl, dude. She's awesome. She doesn't even talk. She's badass." And I was like, "That sounds so edgy, dude." I fell in love with Cassandra Cain is so badass. I love this book, but it really surprises me that so many people, years after doing this like collected editions and talking about it, have been wanting this. Another one that was cursed with multiple versions and formats of.
Utterly
Let's start a
cursed.
trade paperback volume 1.
Yeah, we got two thicker.
And then they did it again. And they did give us the Penguin story towards the tail end of it.
Yeah, it got really weird. Came the time that I tried to collect it all, and
And there's not that many. There's not that many.
No.
Aren't there only like 3 trades of this?
No, there's like-
That's right. That's right.
They-
We're on the second. You
I think-
understand?
I think there's like 4, but Omar, didn't you, as you say, didn't they skip a whole bunch of issues and jump to the
there was
There
a
end?
were
total of
original
5.
trades that were
There
quite
was-
slim and skipped around, and then they
Yeah.
recollected a little bit of it a few years ago.
Yeah.
And
Again,
then-
in battered
Yeah.
trades, but still didn't
Yeah.
do the whole series. And now there is a DC Finest.
And I've sat down and done some introspection on this about like why is it so pop? Because again, much like I'm one of those people that was like, if it's not Barbara Gordon, it's not Batgirl. Now I've
Same.
learned to love Cass, but I just didn't know because I didn't grow up reading comics in this era. And I think what it is it like shows a Bat sidekick in a really unique way. None of
Yeah.
the Robins really are like this. Steph is not like this as a Batgirl. Like nobody has kind of this like loner energy. Nobody has this kind of like sad energy, but also kind of like spicy at the same time. Like she's just so easy to fall in love with because she's such a weird loner. But also is like so respected by other members of the Bat family eventually. And it's just, there's just no other character. Even if we look at Marvel, it's just, there's not a lot of young characters that have this specific combination of like being lovable and being a loner and being an orphan, right? Like it's really specific to her.
She's an orphan, but her parentage is really fascinating and comes in a strong play here, and that is done really, really well. I think she's a character who learns to be who she is when there's all these forces, she's got Batgirl's identity and her parents are this and so on, but she finds a way to be herself.
It's also encompass what everybody else is saying. Like it's the relationships that she molds with every single person that just happens to come across her, and whether it's learning through sort of the mistakes of her actually being Batgirl in getting taught by Bruce on how do you protect innocent civilians from the messes that are in Gotham, to the very awkward, like Lars said, just sort of the very awkward tangled mixed web that she has with her mother, on top of the relationship that she has with Babs. There's like one particular issue that always just strikes me about, like, well, Babs talking to her just about like regular life, not much action happens in it, but you sort of get to see this sort of different angle. And this was what Peter was alluding to earlier with, this is the way that this person who is mute, who can't communicate as well as maybe some others might, has all of these handicaps, but still has this outlook on life saying, like, you know what? There is something out there in this world that I can make better, do better. And I think to all of that, what you get is this really well rounded out character, done, like, written fantastically, I think, by Kelly Puckett with art by Damian Scott. It's one of my favorite runs of all time, if only, not only for the introspective that we get to see on somebody like this from DC.
One of my favorite moments that solidified my love of this character was in No Man's Land. Somebody had mentioned this, but I don't think this is much of a spoiler, but somebody was running around dressed like this in No Man's Land, and Babs found out, and she was genuinely just destroyed and pissed, like she had every right to be, because she was Batgirl and nobody asked her. And then when Cassie shows up, right, and oh man, when she gets that approval from Babs, that is one of my favorite moments in comic books, because I love Oracle, is one of my all-time favorite characters, and to see that legacy passed on to a character that, you know, nobody really knew, and like, who is this? She just kind of showed up out of nowhere. Oh, it's beautiful. I love that moment. I'm going to get a couple of super chats really quick. Haven't been on a lot lately. It's an awesome Berserk avatar, by the way. But make it back to make sure I could remind Omar he was a fake Cassandra Cain fan last year, completely forgetting her. Great job, everyone. Thank you, Cassandra Cain Omni, please. Well, it will please you to know that I voted for her this year. Just didn't think anybody was voting for her, but apparently they are. I'm a new reader in college, started reading last year. I don't know a single reader my age that doesn't love Cass. She's my Batgirl.
Oh,
same. She's my Batgirl. Her because we didn't have Batgirl growing up. Like what Peter was saying, Barbara Gordon was never Batgirl when I was a kid. She was always Oracle. She was, you know, Killing Joke came out when, in 1987, 87, 88, right? And that was my Barbara Gordon. Like, we didn't have a Batgirl growing up, so it wasn't until this run that we finally got one, and it's crazy.
Yeah,
and there's been so many others since then, but yeah.
Well, her relationship with everybody is just fascinating. Her relationship with Barbara Gordon is fascinating because, you know, Barbara knows this is somebody who's not going to follow every order she's given. Like, you know, Bruce comes in and Bruce just wants to tell Cassandra what to do. Well, that's not going to work. Barbara recognizes you got to give her a little free rein, and yet we just hope she doesn't die in the process. You know, there is that moving moment when Barbara tells Cassandra, do not engage Lady Shiva. If you do, she will kill you.
Yeah,
absolutely do not engage her, even though clearly she's going to.
You know, we talk about bad retcons, but for some reason, the retcon of Cassie and her family actually worked.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't know how, but it definitely worked.
No, it's all smartly done.
Catwoman by Will Pfeiffer rank. It's my #1 this year. Last year it was 258. This was fun. I'm gonna put the entire list on Patreon. I don't know if do I have that? Hold on a second.
It's not going to go up right away. It's going to be a few days from now, so it gives you time to subscribe.
Thank you for that reminder too.
Is this a good run? I've never even been able to read this run.
Batgirl,
it's amazing, man. It's
up
until 1 year later.
Catwoman.
That's why I asked.
Mark Cook's question here. Catwoman by Will Pfeiffer. I've read.
Wait.
It's a lot different. It's a lot different than Ed Brubaker's run. I liked it.
Jess, I think you'll like it because Adam Hughes has some pretty killer covers.
in the verse.
I have several of them. That's what I have.
And something happens after Infinite Crisis where it's not Selena Kyle.
For one.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
I haven't
different
read
one.
that. I do have a bunch of the Hughes covers, but I don't have enough to put together a full run. So I would. Sorry, I know we're talking about Cass, but yeah, that Will Pfeiffer series of Catwoman, I'd really like to.
Is that what we called it? 191, 193. It looks like.
So there's a lot of Catwoman between 100 and 200. Tune into Near Mint Conditions Patreon if you want the full standings of everything. But when we see that, it's kind of an indication of like things haven't broken out. And that was kind of like with Wonder Woman the first year. Wonder Woman didn't do so well in the poll. And I feel like Wonder Woman fans hadn't really zeroed in on like what Wonder Woman book to throw their support behind. And then last year, with a couple of the things that DC released in the intervening year, it became Rucka and William Messner-Loebs. And the second Rucka book came out. Now it's William Messner-Loebs. It's kind of that with Catwoman as well. There's a few Catwoman ones that bumping around in there. Balint, Pfeiffer, and then also the run that starts in 2018 with Joel Jones and Ram V. And it feels like Catwoman fans haven't like centralized on which one they're all ranking number one yet. Speaking of which, Omar, if you want to go to the next couple slides, just some more data for people who love the data part of this.
I do. You know I do, big boy. So.
All right.
Yeah.
I have some big data for
Lars,
you.
How are you, buddy? Thank
Hey
you,
Joe, how's it going?
So just a few looks at some biggest risers. So that Blue Beetle book that just missed the top 60. It just missed the top 60 after a huge leap. Milestone Returns by Joseph Illidge, which is all the modern Milestone stuff, leapt hugely. Cyborg, a complete modern years of all of his different writers from 2015 and on, another huge jump. Power Girl, and not classic Power Girl, but maybe because we are getting that one Power Girl omnibus, now this recently concluded Dawn of DC by Leah Williams Power Girl, which is not universally beloved from what I've seen, but it jumped hugely. And then also Billy Batson and the Magic of Shazam. So none of them in our top 60, but all big gainers. Sometimes big gainers are just because things had no fans the year before and they got like 3 votes, and 3 votes jumped them a ton. But to go up 436 places, you needed a solid couple of dozen votes behind you. That's not all though. Omar, next slide. So you've heard me tease a few times what the ballots looked like for the average voter from a typical time period. So let's look at that quickly, decade by decade. So here is the top 10 books from voters who started reading before 1980. All-Star Squadron was their collective number 1. Their top 10 was number 1, All-Star Squadron. Number 2, Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes. We saw that in the top 60. Number 3, Legion of Superheroes by Paul Levitz, Volume 2. Number 4, Fury of Firestorm. Number 5, Legion of Superheroes by Paul Levitz, Volume 1. Number 6, Batman the Bronze Age. Number 7, Justice League of America, the Bronze Age Omnibus. The first one of these we did not see in the top 60. Number 8, Infinity Inc., which was in the top 60. And then 9 and 10, 2 more Legion books, only one of which we didn't see in the top 60. I will say that these pre-1980 voters were not the biggest voting block, so it's not like that's why we saw this stuff in the top 60. It's just that their stuff that's kind of the top stuff of the 70s and 80s is also everybody else's top stuff of the 80s as well. So now if we go to the next slide, we can look at the average ballot for somebody who started reading in the 1980s. Their number 1 vote was Fury of Firestorm, which is why we saw it in the top 10. Their ballot was as follows. Number 2, All-Star Squadron by Roy Thomas. Number 3, Legends of the Dark Knight. There are a lot of people who voted who started reading in the 1980s. Number 4, Legion of Superheroes by Levitz, Volume 2. Number 5, Flash by William Messner-Loebs, number 2. Number 6, Superman Man of Steel by John Byrne. Gosh, it's almost looking like our actual top 10. Number 7, Legion of Superheroes by Levitz, 1. Number 8, Infinity Inc., still in our top 60. Number 9, Hawkworld, still in our top 60. And number 10, Batman Post-Crisis. So the average ballot from people who started reading in the 1980s all ranked in our top 60. Now let's go to the 1990s.
That was
Did
the
they have
He-Man character as an avatar, so that's almost my
yes. I'm shocked to see her. That's my entire list from someone with a Masters of the Universe action figure.
So then in the 90s, a very different mix, quite abruptly from what we saw from the prior 2 lists.
Oh, yeah.
Their number 1 book was Batman Contagion Legacy, which we just saw at number 3, followed by that Flash by Messner-Loebs book. Everybody wants it to complete their shelves. Then Man of Steel, then Legends of the Dark Dark Knight. Cain making her appearance here, not as popular with our readers who started reading before 1990. Then Green Lantern, Kyle Rayner, makes sense. Omar would have that in his top 10. Triangle 4, New Gotham, another one from our top 10, Nightfall, Aftermath, and Hal Jordan, Emerald Dawn. So once again, if you were the average 1990s voter, you got every one of your books into the top 60.
Damn.
Now let's look at the next one. So here's people who started reading in the 2000s. So they started reading sometime before Flashpoint. As we talked about, Legends of the Dark Knight, for people who started reading in the 2000s, their number 1 pick. But let's see, because it's very different after that. Man of Steel at number 2. Outsiders by Winnick at number 3. So that's where a lot of the support for that book came from. Number 4, Jonah Hex. So these were people who were reading Jonah Hex as it was coming out. Number 5, Contagion Legacy. 6, New Gotham. 7, Supergirl by Peter David, which makes sense because that run continued far into the 2000s. Martian Manhunter by John Ostrander. Clearly that had an impact on it making it into the top 10. Again, we see Lantern by Kyle Rayner, and then Starman by James Robinson by the 2000s voters, even though it came out entirely in the 90s. Again, if you were the average 2000s voter, every one of your top 10 is in the top 60.
Man, this data is so cool to look at.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that people, it was a non-required question. You didn't have to answer, but it was so cool to get. I think there's only 1 or 2 more slides of data, and I'll be quick. So the next one is, here's people who started reading in the 2010s. So starting right around Flashpoint. Their number 1, Batgirl, Cassandra, Cain. Number 2, still Legends of the Dark Knight, as we mentioned earlier. Yeah. And number 3, Martian Manhunter by John Ostrander, which they've never had a chance to have collected. Then Batman Contagion, Flash by Messner-Loebs. Then we see Batman and Superman World's Finest. It's the newer readers who are really obsessed with that. Number 7, New Gotham. Number 8, Wonder Woman by Messner-Loebs and Deodato, which is interesting to me. Why did the new readers want it so much? Is it because they've all bought the Perez omnibuses already and it's the next omnibus? I don't have an answer. Number 9, Kyle Rayner, and number 10, Green Arrow Rebirth. So again, very influential. This average ballot entirely in our top 60. It goes to show, as much as you thought that the readers from pre-1980 had to influence, a few of their books did not make it. Now I think there's 2 more. There's 2 more.
I just want to point out that the biggest shock is Martian Manhunter.
I agree.
All of them.
But do you think it's because newer readers are more likely to be reading the Absolute line, just read Absolute Martian Manhunter, and now they want a Martian Manhunter book?
I'm sure there's some kind of connection with that. Absolutely.
Could be.
No pun intended.
All right. So here's our newest readers. These are pandemic era readers. They started reading after 2020. Cass is also their number 1. Legends of the Dark Knight also their number 2. March, it's pretty much the same ballot.
Yeah.
The only reason I put it on here, and the only book that's different, is they want Alan Moore's Swamp Thing. Because they probably weren't around, I guess, for like the time that it was in trades. They've only seen it be in the recolors.
Maybe they don't own it, unlike the rest.
Yeah, they don't own it. Yeah. So maybe Lars is just, feeling his youthful oats here. And then I have one more slide, because this is a very unique group, this last slide. These are the top 10 books from voters, like I think possibly all 6 of us, who own more than 200 omnibuses.
Not me.
So their number 1, as we already teased, was Legends of the Dark Knight. Their number 2, Flash by William Messner-Loebs, because it fills in a rare gap in Flash. Flash is very well collected. Number 3, Contagion Legacy. 4, Cassandra Cain. So people who have a lot of omnibuses, they still want to see her on the shelf. 5, Man of Steel. 6, New Gotham. 7, Emerald Dawn. 8, Fury of the Firestorm. 9, All-Star Squadron. And sneaking into the top 10 of the people who own the most omnibuses, it's Wonder Woman by Messner-Loebs. But again, if you look at this list, the people who own a lot of omnibuses really value gap fillers.
I really would have lost the bet. I would not have seen Fury of Firestorm. I think I would have replaced that with Batman Post-Crisis Omnibus for people.
Yeah, I was shocked to see that one here, because it doesn't fill a gap. It's not connected to anything.
Yeah,
and we didn't even put Ostrander or Conway's name on it on the poll, so it's not like people just went, "Oh, Ostrander."
Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah. That's a big surprise. I do want that.
Do you want that?
So yeah, you can join us in the crazy ranks. Yeah.
All right. Well, as we approach longest stream ever, I think the only thing left to say is, Omar, what starts next week?
Oh my God, is it next week? Are we ready? All right, next week, tune in June 1st, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time for the first annual DC Finest poll. And when I say DC has been helping us with this, DC has been helping us with this. Like,
Wow.
it's their collected editions team helping us build this poll, so they know exactly what you all want. Still some surprises, right? But we are going to be able to talk about things like mapping and things that we've been given the green light to talk about. But actually had a quick little convo with Dustin today about, not announcing books, but announcing the way books are mapped, because I think that is very important for people to know in advance, especially when it comes to these things. So will be
this
back.
DC Finest poll is not like the Tigereyes polls or the reprints
No.
poll. It's a little bit different. And now that we're so close, we can tease. This poll has two halves. You get to vote on the gaps you want filled. So it's not every single volume, but it's what are the gaps as defined by the current books in the line. And you get to vote on your most wanted lines that don't exist yet. And by virtue of helping with the poll, DC is very interested in the results. So if you are a DC Finest buyer, or you've been waiting to buy DC Finest because it's not the stuff that you want, next week is your time to voice your opinion. And DC has specifically said, we plan on listening carefully.
I'd
So
also
you
like
all
to
need
add-
to vote for Sugar and Spike, number 1.
That's right.
You may see that on the list. And the beauty is like, the permissions that we've been given to talk about things, it comes straight from DC. And you'll see when we actually talk about the books. Like, I love their mentality when it comes to collected editions. It's got me excited. Curtis will be joining us
great.
for that to kick it off, because he is the Marvel Epic guy, but also the DC Finest guy.
I'd also like to add that this is by far. Well, go ahead, Omar. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna take this off and go ahead, Dom.
No, I'm just gonna say, like, I think this is probably the most prepared that we've ever, had for a poll in terms of not only consultation, but I think you guys are going to like what we will have presented for you.
Wait until you see what Dom is cooking. He can't pat himself on the back right now, but I will pat the back for him. It's going to be a fun announcement stream.
You guys are going to have a lot of fun. I've been a lot of work behind the scenes, but we are very, very excited to push and launch that poll when it comes next week, as my camera doesn't agree with me, I guess.
Yeah. DC queued the snipers again.
I guess
the same for newbies, man. This long streaming is for old school dudes. And now Omar was laid off, Ryan, and I did not officially work for Marvel. I'm a freelancer, I'm a man of the wild. Anything can happen. Hope Captain Adam gets some love in the
Citizen journalist.
Definitely there. Omar, buy Dom a new camera.
I don't need a new camera. I need a new chair. Because my back hurts, legitimately.
Yeah,
you're too young for that, man. You need to stand up and stretch like Jess did through the stream.
I play basketball twice a week, and you're telling me that I'm too young for back pain.
Absolutely, you should not be having any.
Jess was practically doing laps around the park.
We're Project Viking. Are you still watching?
In the future, I'm going to do this with a GoPro that's like mounted facing my face, and I'll just walk around New Zealand for 4 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to stretch my new hip, man. It tightens up.
Oh, nothing happened with Marvel. I'm still announcing things. Ryan was just being Ryan. Great live stream, so fun. Thank you, and thank you all for watching. And hit that like button if you're still here. We had over 600 people watching live. That was a lot of fun. And a huge shout out to Dustin and his team for helping these dreams come true for you fine folks. Yeah. We were doing it for fun before anybody was listening. So it's really cool that they're listening and paying attention and actually, coming up with these books. And
absolutely.
As he said, just in case you weren't watching live, that the amount we have planned on this list is amazing. So no spoilers.
You're launching the poll June 1st, or you have the results? You're launching it.
Launching.
That's what I thought.
The DC Finest.
Yeah, that's when we launch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then the results are a couple weeks after that, giving enough people for vote. How to vote for DC Finest, find out on June 1st.
At
we will
5:30 p.m.
the ways.
Standard time.
5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah. Let's see. Is there anything else we need to go fund me for the new chair?
We do. I legitimately would like to get rid of this stupid white chair if I can help it.
Okay, we'll see what we can do, Dom. We see what we can do. Instead of books, maybe I'll just ship you some, like a chair.
No,
or something.
no. I'm not giving you ideas.
How did Tigereyes get his name? That is a mystery.
It's not. We discussed it last time.
We discussed it.
But it shows how well I pay attention when dudes start talking. Go on, Tigereyes.
It was a nickname as a kid for my mom.
That was
But
his nickname.
why that one?
Yeah.
Because she just said my eyes were like gold, like a tiger, basically.
Okay.
He's got the eye of a tiger.
Nope, that's not even the right Eye of the Tiger song.
I know. We were all those was the elderly on the poll. We're thinking of a different.
Yeah, I know you guys were.
He fought Clubber Lang. I think we all know. Dom, are you familiar with Clubber Lang? Do you know who that
I
is?
have no idea what. That,
I
no.
pity the fool that don't know who Clubber Lang is.
Oh.
I'm sorry, guys. Too past my time.
So what was our number one?
Thanks for all the hard work. This was a great stream. Thank you all for watching.
Thank
Anything else before we wrap up tonight and I go eat dinner at 10:19? This is the
Yeah,
latest I've eaten dinner.
I
being in
just
America.
realized that Gen Alpha probably looks at Katy Perry and goes, "Oh, she's a classic artist," because I think that is the mentality of middle schoolers nowadays.
Sure.
Dom will be joining me. Do you remember this, Dom? That will be joining me this Saturday.
I will
5 p.m. Eastern
I
Standard
will
Time.
be. Yeah.
Awesome.
What are you guys doing?
Essential collected editions for June live.
Gotcha.
With,
Okay.
Webhead and special guest Sean from the Comic
I
Pals.
love Sean. I love that guy.
Okay.
Right?
I love Sean.
Awesome.
Sean is like good Tiger Eye material.
I
don't know
I
what
would
I'm
love
trying
to
to say.
hang with Sean sometime.
like good friends with Tigereyes? Is that what you mean?
I have no idea, honestly.
You're tired. You need to...
Everybody's blood sugar is so low except for Jess, who ate and exercised throughout the entire call.
Melanie
Nice.
Melanie brought me a protein bar, and I'm like, I'm okay. And then I texted her. I'm like, you know what? Let's talk about that protein bar again. All I had to
I
was
think Jeff
beer.
was on the treadmill for a while there.
Yeah,
I've been thinking about getting a standing treadmill to just put
Mm.
right here and walk through my
Yeah.
whole show.
that's
I've
awesome.
done. I edit with a standing treadmill.
Is that right?
It's a walking pad because my doctor finally said no more running. Like she's like, you're late 40s, like it's not good for your knees. If anything, get an elliptical, things like that. You know, the crap you don't want to hear when you go to the doctor. But yeah. So
I have a very important update. As of tomorrow morning, I am cleared to go swimming for the first time in over half a year.
Congratulations.
So not only did I survive the Tigereyes poll season, although I'm still manacled in Omar's basement to do one more poll, along with BFF Nut, who I don't know the last time that man has seen sun. But not only did I survive the Tigereyes poll season, but I get to go swimming tomorrow morning. So life is beautiful.
Nice.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
We will rename you the Deep.
From the boys?
From the boys. Wow. That's a interesting.
Does he have
name.
great hair?
No.
No, actually, no. Sorry, that's the only distinction between you two. Yeah.
Oh.
What about you, Crisis? What are you up to as far as streams or videos? We got anything planned?
Well, you know, I don't know if everybody on Near Mint Condition knows, but a few weeks ago, I had this crazy idea that what if we did a Marvel Omnibus fantasy draft? So instead of just picking books, I actually went through the data of every omnibus that Marvel has ever released, and I graded them based on when they were released, but also kind of a niche factor of like, are they X-Men level of popularity or are they Strike Force Morituri level of popularity? And then I also looked at what lines they were from. So to make your fantasy draft, much like doing a fantasy draft for a sports team, you couldn't just pick the 6 omnibuses you wanted the most. You had to pick omnibuses that fit Marvel's normal release stratification of book popularity and line stratification. So a lot of people had fun with that, and people have been saying that they're now that you've made the first 2 announcements, they're starting to grade how they did. I have 0 points so far. I didn't have either of your first 2. So right now I am deep in the data of all of DC's omnibuses ever, and I'm going to follow up with a DC omnibus fantasy draft for 2027, which I got to get out soon before the DC solicits start hitting. So that's going to be happening very shortly on my channel, and I've been streaming every Sunday in America, Monday mornings in New Zealand and Australia.
Awesome. Okay, we know what Jess is doing. Dom, what about you? What are you working on, buddy?
I got an interview with Branton Stein. They are a
I love them.
I love them too. Had a fun 1 hour conversation with them about their brand new upcoming graphic novel.
Who is it?
Coming out? Branton Stein.
Okay.
The artist from Crowded.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. They're doing the Harley Quinn covers right now for DC, but I had a fantastic conversation with them. It's coming up at some point tomorrow morning. They were also gracious enough for me to follow up on another interview I'll be having with them in another couple of months, because apparently they got something cooking in the oven a couple months later. So I've got that on. And then, of course, my show with Curtis, as we are now back on schedule on Friday to talk about more DC Finest. And at some point, hopefully in the next couple of days, I will be putting up my overview on the second of the Peter David line of the DC Finest Supergirl trade paperbacks.
Yep.
That are on.
That just came out.
All right. Lars, any writings or future sightings of you somewhere?
Yeah,
Like
no, as you
Saturday?
know, on online, I only have eyes for you, Omar. You know, and when you
This
talk
is
about
true.
me,
Go on.
you talk about me, you know, going off with other podcasts or YouTube channels. It wounds me. I mean, you reject my love.
This is how I keep you on a tight least, Lars. It's the abuse. It's part of this.
Oh yes, that's our relationship. Cooking a few Doctor Who things. We'll be doing our About Time series, which puts every Doctor Who story in the social political context which was made. We're doing a second edition of the Patrick Troughton years, and that will probably be out in July. I hope it's coming out pretty soon here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do some digital updates to our A History, to our Doctor Who timeline. So there's that, and then I've got a whole bunch of other stuff in the hopper, including a novel, if I can really find the time to do that. So
you've got that.
Yeah. So yeah, bunch of Doctor Who stuff and a novel, and I should also mention, we did that Chicks Dig Comics book I mentioned. If anyone's interested in such things, back in the day, we did an essay book. Try to get every prominent female creator in the field to contribute an essay. It was really, really good. So please pick that up cheap off Kindle or whatever if you like.
Wait, was that with Colleen?
Colleen Duran wrote one of the essays, but we had we tried to get like every single prominent female creator at the time to contribute. That came out like 15 years ago. But it's really cheap on Kindle, and I need the money. So yeah, it was really good though. It was really, really compelling.
Okay, and last but not least, Tigereyes. Where can people find you?
The next time you wheel me out for the next fall.
Do you ever do
life support?
Do you ever do conventions, Tigereyes?
I do MajorCon once in a while.
Oh, you're in Florida. Well, I may have to come down there to meet you. Finally, I may have to go down there. I have several friends that go to that convention.
Tigereyes sounds excited for that.
He might. And I'm the Uncanny Omar. I'm here every day. My soul, my heart.
Wow.
It's tied.
The weariness in your voice. It sounds like it's
the realization that it's 10:30. I haven't eaten dinner. I gotta finish editing a video, and then I have to finish reading, and then eventually go to bed. Yeah, it's the beauty of being a YouTuber full time. It's wonderful. And also I got to take my kids somewhere tomorrow. So I told we have a joke here in the house. When one of us needs food, we use the gauntlet thing. Have you ever played Gauntlet? Of
course.
Blue Wizard needs food badly.
Yeah, Omar needs food badly.
It's Brown Poppy needs food badly, and White Mommy needs food badly.
Look at Crisis's face. It was frozen like that, Crisis. Brown Poppy.
Wow. But that's it, everybody. You can round this up to 5 hours. I love my friends. I would love to keep talking to them, but it is time to go. And you all should go and be with your family and friends too, or go read a book.
Yeah, go make a friend.
Thanks.
We're out of here. Have a great one, everyone.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.